Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku inspired a lost soul from another world to become a hero. Here is short summary. Chana Finley, a girl who unexpectedly warped into another world inhabited by superhuman people and shockingly finds out she holds a power within herself as well. Now must survive on her path to Ua in order to make the person she loved and lost proud while gaining new friends along the way as well as to shine light to those who lost their ways. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Now here she was, in her last class of the day. Students chattered as they waited for the bell to go off. The teacher was at his desk, filing some papers and preparing for tomorrow's lesson. Chana sat by the window, staring at the rain pummeling to the ground. The rhythm of the rain pattering against the glass eased her tension, the quiet melody soothing. Moments like these almost made her forget her troubles. Her escape, it began to thump harder, starting to become uneven and rapid. Seeing that the clock was about to hit its mark, Chana zipped her backpack shut and swung it over her shoulder. The students began to prepare to leave, tossing pencils into their bags and missing their crumpled paper at the trash can. The bell shortly rang after, all the students immediately shuffling out of the classroom. The teacher didn't even bother to say bye. The last one out, she briskly walked to her blue locker, a few doors down from the class she just exited. After getting her stuff together and closing her locker door after that, Chana sighed tiredly and with an irritated frown she gets moving out the door. Walking past the other kids who were just heading out too and some chatting among their friends, one jockey kid suddenly bumps into the girl's shoulder, yelling as Chana ended up dropping her phone right when she was going to text her dad. "Watch where you're going," the guy says rudely, not even so much as an apology as he just continued his way out. Frustrating the girl with a groan as she just bends down to pick her phone back up. Luckily it wasn't cracked thanks to the case. Stuck-up snobs. Being part of a football team really just makes people like him think he can do whatever he wants. Chana hated people who are so full of themselves thinking they are so tough and better than anyone being a top player in sports, slipping her phone back in her pocket now. "I'll just text him when I get close to home." Now walking as she paid no mind to anyone, this is how it is every day for her, ever since her mother had died from being shot by robbers trying to save someone. Chana's life hasn't been as joyous as it used to. Her dad has become depressed himself since she is now gone. He was at least doing his best as a single dad, but it just didn't feel the same anymore without her mom around. Chana hated the police for not getting there in time. She hated that those criminals went so far to shoot an innocent person. She hated that no one would step up to even try and help. After everything that's happened, Chana didn't believe there was any justice in this world anymore. Life was just meant for everything to go down eventually for everyone. Now walking home from school with her thoughts intact, Chana decided to take a shortcut through an alleyway on her way home like she always goes. Though, as soon as she made a turn the next corner was dark, which took her by surprise a bit. Strange, the sun hasn't set that much yet, it shouldn't look this pitch black all of a sudden, but she doesn't think too much of it as she just shrugs and walks down the dark corner now, expecting to see light on the other side. But suddenly during her walk, Chana was grabbed by someone by the arm which startled her in fear. Letting out a yell, Chana immediately tried to wiggle her way out of the mysterious person's hold. "Hey, whoever you are, let me go," the girl shouts, but only laughed at her attempt. Chana even started to hear other footsteps sounding like they were getting closer. "Listen kid, don't make this hard on us and be a good girl. Do as we say and no one gets hurt." Chana trembled in fear at the familiar feeling of this guy's tone. This being like what happened with her mom, she tried to wiggle herself free again. "I don't have anything on me that's worth stealing, so just take your hands off me." This only caused the mysterious guy to tighten his grip, making the girl yelp in pain. "Quiet, don't make this any more difficult or else we'll have to do this the hard way," the man warns, now looking to one of his buddies while keeping Chana in place. "Get ready, we got what we need now, so let's wrap this up." One of the gang members nods. "Right," pressing his finger into a device one of the men had in his ear as he suddenly speaks into it. We got her, we'll be arriving back soon. Have our boss informed the girl has been retrieved. This startled the girl, flinching as she could see this was a kidnapping. No way was she going to go with a bunch of mysterious creeps. Chana acted fast and stomped on the guy's foot real hard, which was enough to make him shout in pain and let go of her wrist. Ouch! As soon as she felt her chance, Chana immediately started to run. She could hear the muggers behind her and sounding angry. You little! The man glared at the girl's direction while holding his foot in pain. Are you ALR? One of the guys paused his words when the leader wiped his head to glare at the two men irritatingly, which caused them to flinch. Don't just stand there. Get after her. The man jabbed his finger in the direction Chana ran. We can't lose her. The other guys didn't question him as they now took off after the girl. Chana was terrified, thinking what they would do. As she was running, she saw a light at the end of the dark alley. Hopefully we'll be able to find a nearby police officer or escape from their sight. As soon as Chana finally reached the end of the alley, she now quickly ran down the sidewalk. Though what took her by surprise, she wasn't where she expected to be, but it looked to be she was in a city she didn't recognize, which greatly confused her as she knew she took the right turn that would lead her home. What? This isn't the way back. What part of the city is this? But she couldn't stop to figure out where she was as Chana could still hear the muggers behind her. Quickly remembering the danger she was in, she kept on running, screaming out for help around her, hoping someone will come to her rescue, or if they don't, then Chana will have to try and find the right opportunity to hide. Pain. That about summed up how Izuku felt right now. His arms, legs, everything hurts. Training under the #1 hero wasn't what one would call an easy task, so when he had the privilege to rest, it was a great relief. He sighed to himself, running a hand through his hair. I know All Might said it was a rest day, but I can't even relax without my muscles throbbing. He wasn't going to complain though. He held his head high. It'll get easier. I just need to stay motivated. Right, use this time to further what I can do outside of physical training. He didn't have his notebook with him, so that was a busy, but he could think of how to better maximize his training routine, or how All Might's quirk, One for All, functioned. That thought process soon fled as something or someone collided with him as he turned the next corner on his way to the store. He and the person let out a yelp of surprise, and due to his sore limbs, Izuku fell onto his backside, same for the other. Without thinking much, Izuku found the strength to stand and move to the stranger's side. Sorry, I wasn't looking, are you okay? He offered his hand immediately. Chana did not expect she would suddenly bump into somebody and crash down on the ground after the impact. Ow! She winced as she rubs her bum to ease the pain, looking up at the one she bumped into. It took her by surprise to see a boy with messy green hair. That came out pretty unnatural to her as he looked like the head of a broccoli stick. Right when she was about to reach out to his hand to accept his help, that's when she remembers Chana is being chased by some thugs. Get back here, you little punk! One of the guys yelled as they were still incoming. Chana gasped and quickly stood up on her own when she heard them coming, looking back at them before quickly turning her attention back to the boy. Quick, call the police, Chana immediately says before she takes off running again. Izuku had to take a second to process what just happened. First he crashes into someone, a girl of all people, then he sees pursuers that were clearly targeting her. Normally, anyone, himself included, would clamp up on the spot. But really, when he saw the panic in the girl's eyes, he immediately spun on his heels, and in another second, his fatigue no longer mattered. Right now, someone was moments away from being thrown into even worse danger by those approaching. I have about 5 seconds, she's already heading back the way I came. Then it clicked, and he took off running, thankfully, grabbing the girl's wrist in the process. Chana was immediately startled and surprised when the boy she just bumped into caught up and now took hold of her wrist. What are you? Before she could finish, next thing she knows she's turning corners with this guy. Not that she wasn't grateful for the help, but the last thing she wanted was for him to get involved with these kinds of people. Now he yanked her toward the right to cross the road sharply. This way. He also pulled out his phone. He didn't think twice, nor did he look back as his body worked on autopilot. The phone finally picked up as Izuku silently led the girl down a small alleyway that cut through the block to the other side. Again, those guys weren't giving up, making his legs kick harder while ensuring the girl wasn't falling behind. Young Midoriya, what can I? No time. Being chased. Beach. Heading there. Hurry please. Izuku sputtered out instantly, turning out of the alley and back onto the streets again. Why did this have to be a quiet day? Question mark. If he even had half his logically mind left, Izuku would have hit himself for hanging up, but really, he wasn't thinking at all about consequences. We need to stay visible, but that's a double-edged sword. The beach isn't far, but still, think. There's gotta be a way to lose them. Izuku mustered up whatever semblance of reassurance he could to the terrified girl he held the wrist of tightly. Don't worry. I won't let you fall behind. Keep running. Chana, noticing that he took out his phone, she expected he was calling the police, but the location he gave didn't sound clear enough for help to find them. Chana hoped they could track his phone at least. You're going to get yourself hurt if you get involved with me. Please just get out of here while you still can. Chana begs him, not wanting him to get himself seriously injured or worse. The thugs came to a quick stop when they saw they lost sight of the girl. Damn it, where did that brat go? He asks angrily as he darts his head around to try and spot her. One of the thugs pointed to a corner. I think I saw her go that way with some kid. Come on this way, the guy shouts as they now take off in the new direction. Izuku didn't reply to her concerns. Honestly, it sounded like the right thing any person would say, even him, but every fiber in his body screamed to save her. He noticed the guys chasing them had stopped, looking around before they turned in the opposite direction. While Izuku wanted to sigh and say they were safe, he had given his location to All Might, and the beach was just through the park they were heading towards. For now, he'd stay on course and pray they'd covered their tracks in the park as well. If not, well, he didn't want to dwell on that. Good, they've lost us for now, but come on, the beach isn't far. He motioned forward before adding softly even though he was gasping for breath. And I'm not running away when someone needs help. Please, just trust me. I know we'll be as safe there. He wasn't going to be useless this time. Against villains with quirks he was powerless, but ordinary thugs he could outsmart. Keep our backs to the trees to block any view from the perimeter of the park. She only nodded silently, allowing Izuku to pull her along as they cut across the paths to the trees, avoiding any open space this time now that they had no eyes on them, for now anyway. Just move quickly and silently, use underground hero methods to blend in as best they can to their surroundings, use every advantage given. Chana follows the boy as instructed. He at least helped her lose the guys so far, so maybe it was best to go along for now. It really took her by surprise that this boy would insist on helping her. Normally people would get away and not get involved, or even call the police while staying out of harm's way. But this boy instead jumped in to save her. Never has that happened to her before, unless he expects an award out of this. While Chana was following him, she could help but speak out quietly and ask what his real intentions are. Hey, not that I'm not thankful for the save, but why are you helping me? Chana asked. She figured he would have some concerns himself why she was being chased. Looking around again from between two trees, Izuku saw the edge of the park, and beyond it, the street and the walkway next to the beach he was training at. That's when she asked him why he was helping her. Izuku didn't even hesitate to answer. For once, he didn't stutter at all, eyes fixated on their goal. Because, even if it was brief, you looked like you were begging for someone to save you. Not the police but someone in front of you. He couldn't exactly explain why it felt like that was the answer, but it was his honest feelings on the matter. A hero doesn't need a reason to help someone after all. They were finally at the end of the park. No sign of trouble, but Izuku wouldn't let his guard down, even as his head was throbbing and his legs willing to give in any second now. Chana narrowed her eyes at him from the mention of hero he brought up. It sounded like he is trying to be like those fictional superheroes like Superman. Chana couldn't help but giggle at that as she thought it was cute, now just giving him a funny smile and crosses her arms. Look, that's really cute that you want to be one of those fictional superheroes, but I'd rather not get you involved in my problems if you end up getting hurt. Don't get me wrong, I really appreciate what you did for me back there, but I rather handle something like this myself to avoid that. Chana tells him, turning around as a gesture that she's about to leave. It's best for the police to handle this, even though they aren't always reliable, she says under her breath, clutching her fists in anger at the memory. But you should quickly get home before one of them even decides to mug you next. That was probably the biggest takeaway from everything she said, aside from that cute laugh of hers, fictional heroes, while he wasn't sure what she meant entirely by that fact. Whether or not it was a word scramble wasn't the serious issue, but rather, Izuku was more concerned about said muggers. Sure, they ran in the other direction, but a small part of him was repeating the same warning over and over like a mantra. Until All Might or some other authority figure was here, he couldn't just let her walk away. Not to sound creepy, that is, he was just worried. Speaking of the police, by how taut her tone was and her clenched fists, it was clear she had a negative light about them. Though it wasn't his place to counter her on that, he didn't know her nor what she's been through. Stop over-analyzing, she's about ready to leave. He wasn't as direct like Kachan, and the fact Izuku's managed to last this long talking with a girl is astounding. He just hoped All Might would be here soon. I understand, really, if I were in your shoes then I wouldn't want others involved, but... Quote. She was looking straight at him now, he needed to spit it out. Awkwardness be damned. But while I know I can handle myself given the training I'm doing, I'm not sure on your strengths, and not to judge based on appearances. But it would be safer if we stuck together, that way neither of us are taken off guard alone. Now his analytical side was showing. With two pairs of eyes we'd spot anything in one another's blind spots, and while there's a risk one of us is detained, the other might have that chance to act in retaliation. He started to mutter again before blushing quickly. Sorry, I mutter a lot and overthink too, I'd feel responsible now if something happened, that's all, but I can't force you to stay, I know that, Now, Izuku had no other argument, he was without sway. Chana blinked a few times to process his words, and the way he was stuttering sounded like a habit of his, which is kinda adorable. Though Chana could tell he at least means well from how concerned he sounded, Chana faced him as she crossed her arms yet again. You seem like a really nice guy, and I really do appreciate your concern. But you don't even know me very well, so there's no reason for you to get involved in my problems. Whether this is your way to train into becoming a policeman, I don't know your real motives, but this is too dangerous to get yourself into. You seem too innocent for this kind of thing. Chana tells him as she gestures to the cute way he stutters. If you really want to be taken seriously, then I suggest getting your words straight and maybe stick to your natural hair color, Chana tells him teasingly, thinking his green hair is dyed and not actually natural. Sorry, she was stubborn, and she thought his hair was dyed. Okay, that left many questions, but this wasn't the time for that. The way she spoke, she really was trying to push him away from helping her, almost as if she expected Izuku to leave. The way she spoke, how she crossed her arms to maintain a sense of calmness when she was clearly on edge too. What came out was completely without consequence. Are you certain you'll be okay? But before she could answer expectantly, Izuku looked her straight in the eyes. Even after the threats passed, will you really be okay? It's as if she trying to convince herself of that fact more than anything. What? Did he say that last part out loud? Chana never guessed after just meeting he would show so much worry for her. It didn't seem to be an act, but no one has really cared much for her well-being before, especially just meeting like this. Chana didn't want to be rude, so she just sighs and then smiles thankfully. You really don't give up, do you? Chana teases playfully. I'll be fine. Like I said, in situations like this I can handle myself. I may not look all strong and buff, but I'm not the kind of girl who plays the damsel in distress. Chana looked at her surroundings. She wasn't ever aware an ocean was nearby where she lived. Anyways, I better head home before these guys can even find me. She turns to leave but comes to a quick stop when she glances around her surroundings more. She basically was lost now. Where part of this city am I exactly in? Chana glances back at the boy to ask, not having a clue where she even is. Izuku forced himself to not show how he visibly recoiled from basically spouting off an insult at her without meaning to. Instead, he stared at her perplexed face beginning to crease with worry at her unknown surroundings. She didn't recognize the city either. We're in Musudafu, part of the Shizuoka prefecture. He trailed off a moment, brow furrowed with worry again. Are you not familiar with this part of the city? Little did he know, that was the least of the girl's worries, not to mention something in the distance, high in the air, resounded like a bullet. Chana was definitely taken back by the name of the city. That didn't sound anything familiar to Brooklyn, turning around fully to meet Izuku, eyes in shock, not noticing the figure behind her yet. Huh, that can't be right. I never heard a name like that in any part of New York. Chana says in shock and confusion. That name almost sounds Asian, not like she was in part of Chinatown, was she? New York, as in the USA. Now Izuku was internally panicking, not as much as she was, but enough to get his mind rampant. Were those thugs part of some altercation with a warp quirk? It must have been a subtle shift too for no patrolling heroes to notice, or maybe it's her quirk. But how she phrased it before, fictional superhero, either she didn't care much for heroics or she doesn't know at all. But that can of worms would be something for a later date. She was clearly about to throw herself into a panic attack if he didn't care with his words. Oh okay, I know this might be a little strange to hear, but you're in Japan right now, and I think it's because of, his words immediately died in his throat. He hadn't realized who was approaching the girl from behind, the very person who would have made Izuku's whole day a lot easier had this new revelation not been dropped on him. The symbol of peace was standing behind her only a few feet away. Chana could hardly believe what she was hearing. That couldn't be right at all. She was nowhere near Japan. She knew that much. Before she could ask further, Chana noticed the boy stopped his mid-sentence, narrowing her eyes in more confusion. What? Chana says, before slowly turning her head around to see a very large man with a funny smile and a buff body. Her eyes widened in much shock and fear at what she's suddenly seeing. This was probably the worst timing since Izuku discovered the true secret that All Might hid from the world. Well, maybe a close second. With one hand raised in greeting, All Might sounded off. I was told a couple of kids were in trouble, but it appears the danger has passed. All Might kept his composure. He was worried considering how frantic his successor in training sounded minutes before. You made the right call, young Midoriya. Your caller informed me while I was on patrol and I quickly searched for those responsible. Unfortunately, they seem to have slipped away, but worry not. He yelled, causing the girl to jump slightly. I have authorities sweeping the area as we speak. You two will be safe for now. Thank you, All Might, Izuku managed, eyes flickering between his mentor and the girl who was still staring completely wide-eyed, though he suspected it wasn't in awe. This is the person they were chasing, but, well, it's complicated. What appears to be the issue? No injuries, I assume. All Might tapped his chin, noting the girl appeared only shaken up, but she hadn't even blinked since he made his arrival. She looks quite shocked, and I caught the end of what she said earlier. She may not be from Japan judging by her disbelieving tone. Just who is she? All Might realized why Izuku was so worried. This young girl was in an unknown place and was clearly disturbed by that fact. I best ask her carefully. Excuse me, young miss. All Might addressed as she seemed to blink back to reality, her mouth ajar slightly as All Might knelt down. Would you mind telling me your name, and perhaps what has happened to you? Chana was very shocked with everything happening right now, not only about hearing she's in Japan but the big scary man that just showed up. Chana stared wide-eyed at him for a few seconds before yelping in fear of him. Without thinking, Chana quickly ran behind Izuku in fear of this guy. Chana normally wouldn't cower in fear like this, but this didn't seem anything normal. What the heck is going on here? Who is this man? Is he even a real person at all? Chana asks in a shaken manner. Not only was the boy with green hair surprising but now coming across a giant-looking man in a funny suit. This was so bizarre and just made her more confused. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm, Izuku repeated like a mantra as his face grew notably pinker as the girl practically huddled against his back out of fright. Usually, logic would ask why she was scared of All Might, but again, if she was unfamiliar with the concept of heroes seeing a guy clearly over 6 feet tall, large muscles, and odd shadows etched into his face. Yeah, that might come off as bewildering. Sadly, that's all his brain allowed as he was ripe with embarrassment. Somehow, he found his words again, trying to lessen his stutter. It's okay, I promise, he offered, glancing over his right shoulder where she peeked out from. It was honestly a little funny, but that wasn't important. He's the person I contacted to help us. Like he said, police are looking into those thugs from B before. He's here to see we're okay. Gulping, he motioned to his mentor. This is All Might. The hero kept his distance but nodded to Izuku's greeting before lowering his voice at the frightened girl. I apologize if my physique is a lot to take in. You are currently in a situation I can imagine is taking a toll on your well-being, am I right? Finally, she responded with a slight nod. You have my word, miss, I will not harm you, nor do you need to feel threatened either. I will stay where I am until you are ready to speak. For now, take the time to steady yourself. I believe what we all have to say will be a lot to take in all at once. Chana had no idea what to think right now. She was incredibly confused and frightened. She wasn't even sure if she could trust these people anymore. Chana was even more surprised this boy knows this guy. Chana took a hold of the boy's shoulders in a shaken manner as she peeked her head from behind his shoulder still. Not noticing Izuku's flustered expression too much as she was more focused on the man in front of them. The name All Might was even an odd name to hear. Oh okay. This isn't making any sense to me anymore. First I hear I'm in Japan and now I'm seeing a really big man. Just what is happening right now? Am I dreaming? Chana asks herself. She wasn't sure what to think anymore. I never seen or met anyone like you before. Did you say you were working with the police? Chana asks, wondering if he's a detective, a secret agent, or just a funny man that likes to dress up like a fictional superhero that calms frightened kids. All Might nodded. That's correct, Ms. While some may believe pros work only with each other or alone, having a close tie with the police is paramount. From your reactions, I'm certain you're wary of me. If that's the case, I can have officers arrive to speak with you at the nearest station to discuss your dilemma. She had the look of someone who wasn't sure what to believe. Whoever she is, All Might needed to know more, but he couldn't press it with her, not yet. He noted that while it may have been her fight or flight kicking in, she found it safer with Izuku at the moment. If you both are okay with it, young Midoriya may accompany you if that helps, or you can choose to go with the authorities alone, whichever is easiest for you. Chana definitely was not comfortable going along with this man. From how scary he looked, she didn't want to take the chance of being mugged or kidnapped again. The boy known as Midoriya at least didn't seem very threatening at all. Glancing up at the boy then to the big man, Chana nodded in agreement. She was pretty much lost, so the police should be able to help guide her home. Why yeah, I think that's a good idea, she tells him, still looking frightened. Chana was kinda surprised. She never even heard of this man working for the police before. A guy like him, he's somebody that would be all over the news and in newspapers. Alright then. Please wait a moment, the authorities shouldn't be too long, as I had informed them prior to my arrival on yours and young Midoriya's whereabouts from the caller. With this, All Might walked away to keep an eye on the surrounding area, but to also give the girl her space to relax, though he paused to quickly look to his student. I trust you will help her if she needs any, young man. Why yes, I'll do that. He perked up, sighing himself as All Might was finally out of earshot. The girl still hadn't budged. Her hands were trembling against his. Hey, let's take a seat by the steps of the beach, and if you want, I don't mind coming with you if you need help explaining some things to the police. He didn't want to press his luck however, but she seemed to trust him enough already. He just hoped it was enough to uncover who she was exactly. As he moved, she thankfully followed. Oh, and my name is Izuku Midoriya, but I guess you already know the last part. He managed a nervous smile. Chana was trying to take in everything that's happening to her so far. Behind, guided to the bench, she sat down to stare down at her feet. Hearing at the idea of him coming along to the station, Chana nods at the idea of that. Chana hated looking like a coward right now, but she didn't want to be alone during a crazy situation like this. Chana glanced back up at the boy, hearing the mention of his name, silently thinking to herself how odd it sounded, but probably Japanese, she guessed. Chana Finley. She introduced herself back, Chana at least didn't want to be rude to not saying who she is. Chana even wonders how he's not afraid of someone looking that big before. How do you know that guy over there? She asks with a tilt of her head. And, why are you involved with the authorities as well? Chana Finley, he thought to himself, it was a nice name, definitely not Japanese. In response to her two questions, he did his best to answer, well, my mentor, he knows All Might because he works for him, you see. As for my involvement, it's more because I was with you during this altercation, and not that I know how you ended up here in Japan, that made him squint. It's a good thing you can understand and speak Japanese. If you ended up being warped to another country this ordeal might have gone differently. Speak Japanese. Chana raised her brow in more confusion to him. He didn't sound Japanese, to her he sounded like he was speaking clear English. Also the whole warped to another country makes it sound like it's normal to him, which she also finds odd. You don't sound like you're speaking Japanese to me, and you're saying I suddenly just got warped to another country like it's normal to you. Nothing like this is anything normal. I can't have just appeared in another country, that's just impossible. Chana says, wanting to believe there has to be some sort of normal explanation to everything. Her reaction left Izuku with two ideas, one was logical, the other made him sound completely crazy. First, she was injured mentally, maybe a slight concussion or her emotions running on high because to him she was speaking Japanese, but for her it was the reverse. This idea quickly fell apart though for the lack of evidence and the inconsistencies in what she's said, acted on, and her genuine honesty to her words. The other, was that she was telling the whole truth, which meant, she may very well not be from this reality. Or as Izuku knew it is, an alternate universe. His reasons for this were simple, she had no recollection of quirks, nor All Might, though that's not really a fair point to make. Rather, she saw heroes as fictional, and she seemed very adamant on that fact. She clearly finds the idea of warping to be completely ridiculous, thereby solidifying the idea she wasn't from this world. Just the mere hypothesis made his head spin more than he'd have liked, but as it stood, what else would make sense? Finding his breath, Izuku looked to her and spoke softly, okay, let's think of this as a hypothetical then. How would you appear in a city you have no recollection of, while speaking the language that city is based in? It's common for foreigners to interpret another culture's language as if it were their variation of English. So to you, I am speaking your language, but to me it's the opposite, but how can that be? He hoped she was mentally prepared for when this hypothetical became a whole lot more than theory. Izuku really hoped he was wrong for Chana's sake. Chana didn't understand anything he was saying to her. Her expression still held a lot of confusion. She was speaking Japanese to him. Nothing was making any sense to her anymore. I don't know how I can appear here, but there's no such thing as something as crazy as that. It's like you're saying all this is some kind of superpower, but all that is just fictional. Stuff like that only happens in TV shows, movies or comic books. Chana tells him as her arms were crossed again and back to looking down at her feet. It doesn't make any sense at all. Walking home from my usual route out of school would just lead me here after taking a shortcut. Nothing magical happened then. Okay. Izuku sat up a little straighter, looking to the sea. Thankfully, the mounds of trash he was clearing was further down from their location so he could see the somewhat untainted view. Pulling out his phone, Izuku didn't need to think of it before he checked online and found a video he needed. Look at this. He moved closer to her so she could see the video as it played. There was no sound, but the image was crystal clear. It was about the sludge villain incident. Thankfully, the person who had recorded the incident didn't capture Izuku's stupidly bold move to try and save Kachan from certain death. What they did see was All Might rush by the onlookers from seemingly nowhere. He caught the sludge villain's tendril before it could strike Izuku, holding it back as he reeled back his fist. Then, with a single Detroit smash, the moving pile of liquid was pulverized into clumps, releasing Kachan and Izuku as the sheer force of the strike forcibly changed the weather to rainfall from the tornado he left in his wake. Maybe it's not enough to prove anything, and I have no idea why you're here, but... The video ended soon after, setting his phone on his lap. Sometimes, there are things that can't be explained with logic, that happen without reason. Chana stared pretty wide in shock from the video Izuku showed her. To her it looked like they were handling some kind of monsters that happened somewhere around here before. It was anything but normal and it was hard to believe something like that actually happened. Gee, that can't be real. Chana says in shock, but suddenly a thought comes to her. Hold on a second, she suddenly says, her hand back on her chin as she processes what she saw. Oh yeah, nice try, I admit you almost had me there, but don't play me for a fool, she says as she glared up at him. You expect me to believe some special effects happened from some movie you guys were doing? I mean, come on. Nice video you guys put together, but that's really not funny pretending it was real, Chana retorts in frustration. That's about what Izuku expected to hear if he was honest. He thought for a moment, how could he show her quirks were real and not special effects? He certainly didn't have that power, not yet, which was a little frustrating. Think, Izuku, otherwise this would be for nothing. It didn't take much more thought after that as he spotted those distinct tufts of hair overlooking the beach. Then I'll prove it, wait here. Without waiting for Chana's reply, he ran back up the steps from the beach and toward where All Might stood. Hey All Might, I need your help with something. Is something the matter with the young lady? He inquired as his student shook his head awkwardly while fumbling with his hands. Yes, but not in the way that you think. I just need you to do something for me that'll help in the long run, probably. Izuku scratched the back of his head, grumbling. Sorry, this is a lot for me to process and I think my head's nearly burnt out by now. Well, if it helps, then sure, let on, young man. All Might waved, following his student down onto the beach where Chana jolted at seeing the large man, but All Might kept his eyes forward on the sea. Now, what is it you would like me to do, young Midoriya? I need you to throw a punch forward, with as much strength as you want. Izuku's words were not what All Might expected. This made the hero glance back at the young girl who was staring at the greenette as perplexed as All Might was. Looking down at the boy, his eyes were visibly pleading for him to go along with this request. All Might let out a small laugh, patting the boy's head. You know this is quite an irrational request, fanboy, but for you I shall not disappoint, now stand back. Chana was pretty confused about what Izuku had planned when she saw him go running to the tall man. Her eyes narrowed as she wondered what they were talking about, not expecting at all he would bring him over, but when she suddenly hears he wanted him to do a punch. Wah, is what she first says, now watching as the man walked another distance from them. Izuku ran back to Chana, standing just to the side of her to block what was coming. Just watch, he asked her, smiling reassuringly as she peeked out from behind Izuku. All Might took a step back on his right, twisting his upper body with his right fist pulled back, the air letting out a faint whistling noise like it was about to burst. Detroit, smash. The air coned around his knuckle, and with the release of the punch, the air pressure practically rippled and erupted forward, kicking up sand in two wide arcs that crescent into the crystal blue waters beyond, creating a small rainbow from the shockwave. Watching as he raised his fists had her confused about what he was doing, but the moment he did that bizarre powerful punch like that, Chana was taken back with so much shock as she shrieked. Ah, what the? Chana shouts in disbelief, basically now hiding behind the bench, peeking her head out from the top as she stared at the man in a very shaken manner. And no, that can't be. How did he do that? Chana asks in a clear frightened manner, that looked exactly how fictional superheroes would do in the movies. It's like he was another Superman. Izuku passed All Might a grateful nod, as much as he wished for a more subtle approach. He was really grasping at straws. Turning back to Chana, who now hid behind the bench, his already worried expression remained. Sorry, I just didn't have any other way to prove it to you, but, and now that you've seen it firsthand, I really do think you were warped here. How and why, I don't know, but, closing his eyes a moment, Izuku moved to lean against the bench slightly to meet her at the level she was crouched at, shaking. I know there's a solution, and again, I'm sorry, that was clearly startling. He bowed his head slightly apologetically. Chana didn't know what else to say after witnessing an unbelievable super punch. She was still in shock as she glanced to All Might and Izuku. Trying to process everything again, Warping to another world and meeting a big guy with superpowers, she believes it now. Before Chana could say anything to Izuku, next thing she knew, Chana passed out from shock. I'm such an idiot. Izuku had been relaying this message to himself for nearly an hour. The beach was long behind them. After Chana passed out, thankfully, Izuku caught her before she injured herself. They now sat in a hospital. She had no head trauma as Izuku suspected, but she had simply passed out due to shock. Now, she was finally resting in the bed he sat beside. All Might, as well as the authorities that arrived, decided it best Izuku came with both to be questioned himself, and for when the girl wakes up she has a person she trusts somewhat around to explain things. He had already texted his mom to let her know he was okay and that he'd be late coming home. Thankfully, he didn't need to say it was because a strange girl from another world was being chased by thugs and had just recently learned quirks and superheroes were a thing. Honestly, that would floor Izuku too if the roles were reversed. His constant rampant thoughts didn't last much longer as a disgruntled groan escaped the girl to the right of him. Soon enough Chana started to come back into reality as she groaned. Slowly her eyes opened, which started out as a blur for her. Blinking her eyes a few times she was met with a ceiling. Where? Chana mumbles. Once her eyes were adjusted enough she could see she was now in some room, sitting up to collect herself. Chana could see she's laying in a hospital bed. Looking around, Chana now spots Izuku, eyeing him in confusion. Izuku. What's going on? Chana asked him as she continued to glance around her, referring to his first name rather than his last like most would give him. She said my first name. Well, I guess that's expected. In the West it's C common. Still, he was a little flustered but managed to speak. Why you're okay? Why you passed out after All Might? Well, I asked him to throw a punch to show that superpowers are real. He bowed his head again. I'm really sorry for doing that. I probably should have waited longer to explain. Chana stared back at Izuku when he spoke to her, not expecting him to be a bit flustered, though recalling now about what happened before took her by surprise again, looking down at her lap now. Oh, so, it wasn't a dream after all, she says to herself, now looking back up at the green-haired boy in wonder again. You don't need to apologize, but what are you doing here? She asks. Chana was a little confused why he was still sticking with her, not like she didn't appreciate it, but they were practically still strangers. I thought, at this point you would head home, especially how late it's gotten. Chana was still in disbelief about a lot of things, but she could at least manage to keep it together a little to show concern. Izuku couldn't begin to imagine how she was feeling right now. Eventually, that reality would. No, this wasn't the time to mull over every little detail, not yet. Well, there's a detective here to ask you questions as he did with me, and as for me. Well, I was asked to stay just a little longer, just until you were awake in case finding yourself alone in a hospital room and then being questioned put you on edge again. Which is understandable, he explained, looking down. And I was worried so I wanted to wait to see if you were okay. Sorry, that's probably really weird since we're still strangers and everything. He scratched his reddened cheek, embarrassing himself. Chana might be a tad bit flustered herself that he was so worried over her. It was strange to her that someone would show this much concern over her, especially that they just met. Oh, I see, she says, clearing her throat to try and ease her own speech pattern. What happened with that large man you were with? Chana asks as her thoughts now turn to him, noticing the All Might guy was not in the room with them. Raising his head to meet her gaze again, he answered, All Might is looking into the incident so he's not here. That and he felt it was better since he said you were frightened by his appearance. But he said that's completely understandable, Izuku added quickly to the end just to be clear. The only person to speak with you is the detective. He's come by a few times in the hour so he shouldn't be long. With a pregnant pause, Izuku furrowed his brow at her own face scrunched up in deep thought. It probably sounds dumb, but, how are you feeling? Chana was a little taken back by his question, basically looking away as her expression looked to be uncertain. Honestly, I'm not so sure anymore, she says with her gaze now looking down. This is all too new for me. I mean, if what you say is true, that I came to another world. Chana tightens her grip on the bed sheets she was under. Then, I'm basically all alone here. I don't understand how this is even possible, it just doesn't make any sense how I'm even here. Sitting up straighter, Izuku did the only thing he could, think. It's possible that a quirk, what powers are called, could be advanced enough to pierce a thin boundary between our worlds, but there's never been any evidence of such. If it is the result of a quirk, then it's definitely new, and powerful. He rubbed his neck. I know there's not much I can say to completely ease your mind. I'm not someone anyone relies on for, well, anything. Izuku did his best to stifle his dejected sigh, eyeing Chana again as her worried gaze fell to her lap. But, if you do need someone to talk to, I'll listen, if you ever need an ear. Chana does appreciate his comfort, now looking up at him to give him a little smile. Chana though was confused again by the term quirk he used, funny wording how he calls a superpower. Thank you Izuku, I really appreciate it, though what do you mean by quirk anyways? Are you talking about a superpower? Chana asks. She basically had so many questions for him she might as well write a list of it soon. Seeing her mood improve slightly was good, and he smiled a little himself, nodding. Quirks are the term we use for what you saw All Might do. About 80% of the world's population have a quirk of some kind, from enhancers to emitters and even mutations. He didn't realize he hadn't even stuttered through his whole sentence. Our world is a superhuman society, just like in comics from decades back. Chana was a little surprised Izuku didn't stutter much this time. He seems to be serious when he wants to be, which she has to admit is admirable. Listening to his story about the quirks, her head tilts in wonder and confusion about the whole thing. Okay, wait, you're saying everyone here has superpowers and are mutants? Chana definitely didn't expect that, as everyone in the city looked normal to her so far. That's pretty scary and dangerous sounding. Is that what you mentioned before about having heroes here? Chana asks with her eyes still on him. So far this world sounded scary for a place that looks like a normal city with normal average people. Except for his green hair and the creepy smiley All Might guy he calls himself. Izuku nodded. It's not always obvious unless a person has a quirk that mutates their appearance, and realistically, there are people who commit crimes with said quirks, hence why there are laws and regulations in check. Those that uphold those laws would be licensed quirk users, heroes like All Might. He explained as straightforward as possible to not overwhelm her, but he feared that point had taken a swan dive out the window long before. Izuku scratched the back of his head, slumping slightly. Grah. I wish I had my notebook, then I'd give you physical examples of other heroes. Well, study them a lot. Chana listened as Izuku explained the whole thing about quirks and heroes. It sure was an interesting but odd story to hear what this world's all about. Chana blinked her eyes a few times to process what she had been told. She didn't think everyone would have superpowers here. I see. Wow, that's quite an explanation. You sound pretty smart to know so much about this unusual stuff. Chana smiles a little again. So, does that mean you have a superpower too, like that big guy? Chana now asks as she was curious to know if he's similar to him. Not many people complimented him on his diligence to heroics, let alone a girl, so his face was again as he smiled sheepishly. Well, it's more of a analytical hobby of mine, not really that useful. Or until now, under All Might's nightmarish training. But her question made that fuzzy feeling in his stomach drop like a stone in water. The world known as a superhuman society was filled with amazing people, but Izuku certainly wasn't one of them. Realistically, he was been given a power if he survived All Might's training. But now, he was still powerless, useless. Still just Deku. I don't have one. He lowered his eyes to his lap shamefully. I'm in the 20% W without a quirk. Quirkless. It wasn't too much of a surprise to her to hear he doesn't have a superpower. Chana couldn't help but find his flustered side pretty adorable, as it just made her giggle. Though noticing he looked embarrassed he doesn't have a superpower did take her by a little surprise. Sounding like he was bothered by it, Chana hoped she didn't make him uncomfortable asking that question. Though Chana smiled more warmly at him suddenly. I see, that doesn't really matter to me. Chana tells him with more cheerfulness in her tone. Superpower or not, you're already a hero to me after saving me from those thugs before. She Didn't care. It was obvious since she doesn't have quirks where she's from, but to just hear that not only did she not mind that fact, she called him a hero. Only All Might ever said as much to him, starting Izuku down his path to Ua. But, to hear it from someone else, and to see in their eyes they meant it made his smile return tenfold, so much so he quickly rubbed his eyes. Sorry, I just. Thank you, I'm really just glad you're okay, but to hear that means a lot. Izuku played with his hands, contemplating over too many things at once. I know for you it might not mean much, but being quirkless is harder than it seems. People can believe you're weak or need to be protected, some simply hate you for it. He subconsciously rubbed his forearms. He shook his head, forcing a smile back to his timid face. Still, what matters is that you're safe, that's what's important. Meeting somebody so different yet so kind and gentle like this really felt so unusual to her. Chana stared at Izuku for a few seconds after hearing his worry and concern for her. It actually made her own blush creep on her cheeks. Listening more about how the people here treat people who are powerless sounded pretty unfair. Chana never liked when people judge just because they are not like everyone else. Shaking her head at this, Chana ended up offering another warm smile to him despite feeling kinda flustered herself. From how people might treat me over not having a superpower doesn't really matter that much to me. To me what I believe is your actions that shows how capable and willing to do good even without something that people expect out of you. Chana tells him honestly, if people are going to judge her not being like them then that's their problem, she doesn't need to show off. To me what you displayed today is enough to admire how kind and brave you are. Where I'm from being a true hero is not from the strength of your muscles, but the strength in your heart. Chana honestly expresses how she felt what a true hero is. Not many back at home would show bravery of standing up to people, and what Izuku did she truly admired and appreciated. She wished others were like that more. The memory of losing her mother made her frown a little. That genuine, warm smile she gave made Izuku relax before it faded after her insightful words, ones Izuku couldn't agree more with. Now, she showed a frown that was clouded with sorrow, if only briefly. Finley, To cut the tension in half, 2 knocks at the door were followed by a familiar face walking inside to greet the pair. It was the detective again. He was a tall man with short, black hair and somewhat rectangular black eyes. He wore a tan overcoat and hat over his uniform. He took off his hat, bowing his head slightly toward the teens. So the young lady's awake. With a kind smile he shut the door behind him. I'm Detective Tsukauchi, and from what I've been told, your name is Chana Finley, correct? Chana now turned her attention to the new man that walked in, startling her a little when he stepped in. He looked pretty serious and tough for a regular guy, but that's what to be expected out of someone who works for the police. Answering his question, Chana nods her head. Why yes, that's me. She tells him, already feeling a bit nervous talking to someone new, but at least she knows he isn't dangerous. Tsukauchi took a nearby stool to come and sit at the front of the bed, facing the pair. The girl automatically sat up straight, looking anxious, but the boy, Izuku Midoriya, sat in silence, giving the officer his full attention. The detective placed his hands on his lap, maintaining eye contact with Chana. Well, first and foremost, you'll be happy to know the pair that had been in pursuit of you have been detained. It was thanks to Midoriya here you were unharmed during the ordeal. He motioned to the greenette, but while that was a relief for all parties, Tsukauchi's frown appeared. Unfortunately, after my questioning for Midoriya, we've learned that your situation may be much more complicated than a simple attempted mugging. He had considered the boy's words critically. Had it not been for All Might siding with the boy, he would have passed it off skeptically. Now, with the evidence presented for him in his overcoat's pocket, that was no longer skepticism. Miss Finley, as you've probably been informed, prior to the altercation you were believed to have been transported across the world through the use of a powerful warp quirk. He saw her eyes flicker with doubt herself. Is this true? And if you're uncertain, please explain what exactly led to you moving instantly from New York to Musudafu. It is very strange for her to hear the whole warping to other worlds is a natural thing from a detective. Where she's from, the station would probably laugh at the story and play it off as a joke. Chana was at least relieved the thugs were arrested, glad they are no longer a threat to her, as she also gave a smile towards Izuku, answering the detective's questions. Chana started off with another nod. Yes, that's correct. She responds. Was just getting out of school and made a turn to an alleyway for a shortcut home. The next thing I know, I was suddenly stopped by those guys. I stomped on one of the guys' feet to make a getaway, and right when I turned a corner out of the alley, here I am now. Chana explains, not having much detail about how she got from one place to another. The detective ran a hand over his chin, never once taking his eyes off the girl. She's not lying either. Good. But this makes matters complicated if what she says next is the truth. Mentally steeling himself for a topic he was sure to be laughed at for back at the station, Sukauchi asked. Would you mind describing your home a little? The people, city, culture, just enough to confirm a few thoughts, that's all. And no, I don't think you're lying. Her face jolted at his sharp intuition. But any and all information we gather now will help further down the line with your situation. For her there wasn't much to explain since they have similar cultures with a very big difference. At least Izuku was able to tell her about his society to explain things a bit better. Chana looks down at her lap as she tries to think how to explain her home. Well, I come from Brooklyn in the city of New York. It's basically like here with regular people, but from what I've been told, we don't have any superpowers. Chana explains part of her home so far. We're mostly just regular normal people that don't have any unique abilities, so basically it's all just a normal average world with no superheroes or superhumans. Chana tells the man as her eyes wander back to the detective. She wonders if he will be judgmental like Izuku warned. Again, no lies, he sighed, his fingers pinching the bridge of his nose briefly. This was a first, and he believed with how strange the world was that nothing could surprise him. But life tends to throw a curveball or two along the way. Removing his hand, he spoke up. Then this complicates matters. He fished around in his overcoat, procuring a thin file before handing it over to Chana and Izuku to look over. In here is just what we've managed to scrape together in such a short time, but more importantly, the alleyway in which you ran out of. Everything from her name, basic information like her blood type, height, weight, appearance, the works. But that's not what caught their eyes the longest. There were several photos attached by a paperclip, one of which was of the alleyway. The place where Chana definitely ran from was twisted. The ground and brick walls of the two buildings either side appeared warped with a black substance. It clung like drooping vines to some objects, like a dismantled spider web, odd spores bulging from the vines. This was found at the point you were warped from your reality to ours. These growths were composed of the materials around it, more than likely due to the distortion of our two worlds shifting slightly, Sukauchi elaborated further. But that's not all. To ensure nothing harmful like this had clung to your body, the doctors here did a health check to be certain, but it appears there was a small alteration to your body. Izuku moved an X-ray of what they could assume was Chana's right foot. There, while not very noticeable, was an extra joint in her pinky toe. Chana took the file as she looked over the photos in curiosity. She definitely was pretty stunned how unusual it looked and not very normal like most alleyways would look like. She didn't even notice any differences there. Though, it was kinda dark when she ran through. Glancing back up to the man and hearing that she might have a health problem brought fear in her eyes, almost sounding like something bad was going to happen. Now glancing at the X-ray, Chana was worried if she had any problems. What do you mean alteration? Is there something wrong with my body I'm not aware of? Chana was pretty nervous to know if she's not normal anymore or will get sick. Izuku was the one to speak up this time, pointing to the X-ray. Remember what I said about 80% of people having a quirk? She nodded slowly, following his finger. This is the standard practice to tell if a person processes a quirk or not. If you look closely, there's an extra joint in your pinky toe. While it might not appear to be much, it's proven to have a distinct correlation with quirks manifesting or not at a young age. He managed the whole sentence smoothly. Then his brow furrowed. But that would mean, why you have a quirk? Rather, you didn't have one until now. This dismantled all sense of logic, but that was apparent when they met. Chana was definitely confused about what Izuku now told her, really taken back at the possibility of her having a superpower. Wait, you're saying I have a superpower now? Chana was pretty confused now as she didn't feel any different. No, that can't be right. Never in my life have I ever had any unique abilities, how can I have any now? This whole thing is just getting stranger and stranger to Chana. Maybe it was a possibility the X-ray was a mistake or a mix-up. The detective cleared his throat. Considering the way in which you were brought here, it's possible exposure to several unknown sources factored into your body changing, but this is all a hypothesis until we have a more thorough investigation. It has only been under 2 hours since this incident, so we're all facing unknowns. He sat upright again. But whether or not you acknowledge this, the fact remains that you potentially have a dormant quirk. What that is and how it triggers will be seen in time. There are dozens of ways for a quirk to trigger. Sometimes, it can simply form naturally without any form of stress of training. Her face was a whirlwind of emotions now, so Sukauchi exhaled slowly. I understand this is difficult to adjust to, and I apologize for not having direct answers, but I promise you I won't allow this case to be closed off until we have absolutely every angle covered. Then, he said something that made the temperature of the room plummet. And for the time being, without any information, not to mention this is a situation unlike any in recorded history, you aren't able to return to your reality. This was a lot to take in. Chana was pretty nervous about what mutation she might possibly have. Remembering the slimy thing Izuku showed her in a video didn't help, as it made her feel worried she will turn into something. Chana ended up looking down at her lap in fear of this new news. She is grateful towards the detective wanting to help her as well, but she was afraid for the worst to come. Chana nodded her head without looking up at the man to at least let him know she was listening. I appreciate that. Chana responds. Though, if she was stuck here for the time being, where will she even possibly go and stay? Now looking up forward in thought of this, Chana realized she had nowhere to go now. But wait, if I'm still going to be here, then, where will I even go? I don't have much money on me and I can't even afford a place to live. How awful. It was all Izuku could think. Chana was stuck in their world, with a power she had no idea of, and now, she could very well be in a situation of needing a place to stay. Her hand was shot out of luck. Izuku stared between the two, lost in thought. There's an easy solution. I'm sure Detective Sukauchi has thought of a few, but will Chana accept that? Pursing his lips, an idea formed, a stretch at best, but it was enough for him to gasp, drawing their eyes. You could try for Ua. She worded slowly. Midoriya, please explain. Sukauchi was intrigued, wanting to hear him out. It's a gamble, really. But if you have a quirk, the best place to go would be Ua. It's the top high school in Japan for the hero course. There, could learn, if you haven't figured it out already, what your quirk is, and if you have, then how to control it if it's powerful. Even if not that, there are other courses too. Support course, management, general studies, and with that you also get to have an education still, and because the school has a dorm system, you have a place to stay without any fees until you graduate, Izuku muttered out in one go. Seeing the pair staring at him made him stammer and look down instant. Sorry, it's all I could really come up with, since I'm applying myself to the Hero C course. Chana took in everything Izuku told her so far, a superhero school. Chana was pretty stunned that they would suggest such a advanced-sounding school, but her becoming a hero. Chana frowned at the idea of this, not that it didn't sound cool, but she never thought of training to try out to be a superhero. Heck, she didn't even think she had what it takes. I don't know. That sounds really cool, but like I said, I don't have any superpowers. I don't know anything about crime fighting, so I can't see how I would be able to attend a school like that. Chana was also nervous to enroll in a new school so suddenly, especially one that sounds much harder than normal. It's a good plan, actually, the detective spoke up in agreement. For your query about being unfit to perform heroics, Ua teaches everything from the basics up over the span of 3 years while also providing the standard education any other school would. And as Midoriya stated, there are other courses aside from the hero course. So if you fail to make the cut, you would be given the option based on the written portion of the exam to enter the other courses that focus on work outside of active duty. General studies helps those who are looking to expand on their education after school like college. Sukauchi leaned forward with his hands together. Now, I have other options myself. Foster care is one, another is you are given benefit payments until your financial state improves. This remains your choice first and foremost. Chana placed her hand on her chin to think this over. It might not be very good idea to attend a school where people might judge her. She didn't really believe she had anything special about her, but foster care sounds kinda worse and no fun, as she didn't want to be cooped up in a foster home. But Izuku would be there at the school, and so far she didn't know anyone else. Glancing over at Izuku for a moment, then to the detective, Chana now nods in a manner that she made her decision. I guess it's worth a shot. First time for everything, I guess. Chana was pretty nervous if she even made the right decision or not, but if it's a hero school then everyone had to be nice if they wanted to become heroes. Hearing her meek reply, Izuku's face lit up while Tsukauchi nodded with a faint smile of his own, standing up to conclude his questions. There will be more to discuss in the future, and as for your accommodations until UA in several months' time, I'll arrange a temporary apartment in Musudafu for you. There's also a matter of documentation to look over, but that can be carried out in the morning. He set his hat back on. Midoriya, you can return home. Ms. Finley will be staying in hospital until all the necessary issues of said have been taken care of. This time, the man offered the young girl a genuine smile. You're very lucky to have ran into Midoriya today. This makes my job much easier. For now, rest up. A doctor will be dropping by shortly to run through some health checks. Good evening, both of you. Tipping his hat, the detective soon left the room, leaving the teens in silence once more. The awkward silence lasted nearly a minute, both sides mulling over what had transpired, and what will likely keep them both up tonight. Izuku was the first to speak. I don't think your quirk will be as malicious as you think, he said without thinking, and, while this is a situation no one should have to live with, I think you'll be okay, because you're strong too. Chana silently listened to the detective, and once he finished she gave him a thankful nod. Chana did feel lucky to run into Izuku, it almost felt like fate. Watching the detective leave now, Chana couldn't help but frown at the idea of being alone in the hospital, especially that her dad isn't going to show up. Chana can't imagine how worried sick he is about now. Turning her attention back to Izuku now, her expression showed signs of nervousness. Tightening her grip on her bed sheets, just imagining what might happen. I don't know, Izuku, can you really see someone as different as me attending a school like that? If I don't show any progress there, they will probably expel me right on the spot. I don't believe so. I mean, I'm quirkless. How can anyone like me possibly compete with those who have powers, right? He shrugged, closing his fists with his face scrunched up determinedly. It's only been a few months, but, someone important to me said that I could become a hero, where no one else believed in me, where I was considered weak, useless, pathetic. He saw potential that I'm not sure I even have. Lifting his head, he offered his own words of encouragement. But I will endeavor to achieve the expectations of those that believe in me, because even I am weak now, I'll get strong in my own way. He relaxed, giving her an innocent smile. After all, being a true hero is not from the strength of your muscles, but the strength in your heart. Chana ended up perking up a smile at Izuku's kind encouragement. Already Chana saw a lot of potential in him even if he didn't have a superpower. He may be shy and stuttered, but that just made him pretty unique. Chana was glad to hear he had someone he looked up to and encouraged him to aim for his dream no matter what. Chana hasn't crossed many people like that in her world and felt grateful towards him for being her hero in this moment. Hearing Izuku using her own advice of being a hero caused her to let out a pleasant giggle. Chana really found him cute, smiling again after that. I believe in you, Izuku. I already can see you have what it takes. After all, you're my hero. Chana honestly tells him with an encouraging warm smile. I'm really glad I met you, Izuku. No one has really ever offered a hand to me before in any situation. It's nice to know I have someone here in this world I can trust. A blush grew across his face. Again, despite how insane this whole situation was, part of Izuku was convinced this wasn't real, that he was just having some mild fever dream from overworking his body again, but he'd be lying if he said he didn't enjoy her company. The first real person his age to see him for himself, and she even called him a hero several times now. It was enough to make his head spin. Despite his anxiety biting away at his dwindling confidence, he managed to speak again. Well, since why you'll be trying for, well, assuming the hero course, I could introduce you to my teacher. Her brow rose slowly at the offer. Izuku's sweat dropped slightly. Maybe not as intense as mine. B but enough so you're physically fit C come the exam. And it would be a good chance to find out what your quirk is beforehand with a professional S standing by. Again, he secretly hoped she would stick around. Maybe they'd be friends, his first genuine friend in years. Oh God, I really am desperate. No, keep it together, Izuku. Then another though slammed into him. Briefly he looked as still as a statue. Wait, she's been using my first name this whole time. B but it'll be awkward now if I try to correct her. I guess for now I can leave it to the side. Chana didn't think he would be so nervous around her by the way he was stuttering. She guessed maybe he wasn't used to being around girls often. Either that or she said something weird to make him feel awkward. The idea of meeting one of his teachers would be a nice idea as she should be aware who would be teaching her this kind of stuff. Well, I still don't really think I have a superpower or a quirk is what you call it, but yeah, I like to meet one of your teachers. Chana smiled again. I remember you mentioned you were in training by the way. What kinds of training do you do exactly? Chana asks as she was pretty interested in knowing more about him. He blinked at her several times. Well, it's He smiled awkwardly. Remember the beach we were at before you passed out? She nodded, turning completely on her bed to listen. Just further down to the left there tide sweeps in trash people had dumped elsewhere, so it's become a trash heap. So my mentor has been using it as training for me by cleaning the whole beach. With a diet plan, and other exercises to accommodate for both free time and school work. Chana definitely looked surprised to hear him clean up the beach as part of his training he was doing. She recalled how nice the beach looked when they first arrived. He cleaned up the entire beach on his own. Your mentor had you do that and you did it all by yourself. She was very impressed by what she was hearing. Wow, Izuku, that's very cool and thoughtful of you both to go out of the way to clean up even if it was part of training. Chana smiled wider in respect to this. Since I might be here for a while I actually would love to watch you train sometimes. I mean it sounds like it would be a good experience for me to see what being a hero is all about here. That one section took me nearly half a year and there's still 50% to go. But he was grateful for the compliment. Sure, in the end, we both get something out of the experience. Then a roadblock hit him, and he frowned in thought. Now that I think of it, how will we know where to meet? I guess just head left of that one spot, but if I take my training elsewhere then that could cause problems. We also have to factor in the distance between our homes too. His muttering grew longer by the second until it was illegible. Chana took notice he also had a habit of mumbling under his breath. It was cute and she quietly giggled more at this. He really is interesting in so many ways as well as being cute. You know, you're really cute when you mutter like that, Chana couldn't help but admit as she eyes him with a cheerful and playful smile. Well, how about the next time you go off to train you let me know and I'll tag along. Doubt I'll be going anywhere else while I'm here. It does sound fun to see and experience new things even if it's starting off a bit scary. Cute. The universe was spinning now. Izuku did his very best to try and suppress any sign he was utterly embarrassed by this fact as he tried to speak. I'll do that. Yes, and no problem. Ha ha ha. He had no knowledge on how to combat this, his introverted mind was collapsing. Should probably see about getting a lift back home as soon. It's gotten late now. He nodded toward the dark skies through the window. Chana looked out to see it was getting late. She admits she's bummed Izuku had to go as she frowned a little. But she at least looks forward to seeing him again, now looking back at him with a sad smile. Yeah, I guess it is about that time. I'm sorry to have kept you here. Will you be okay getting home on your own? Chana asks him with her tone sounding concern for him, knowing it's dangerous to wander the city alone at night. He nodded, smiling again. He knew they'd meet again once she had a place to settle into, but considering Izuku was the first person she came to meet and trust thus far in an unknown environment, he understood why she was a little reluctant to see him go. I will, now that I think about it. Detective Tsukauchi said he'd have an officer escort me back to be on the safe side, so I'll be okay. He stood up, stretching briefly from sitting for so long. Again, I'm glad you're okay now, and I'm certain we'll figure out how you ended up here and more onto if you have a quirk or not. I promise." His emerald eyes practically sparkled with care. She has to admit, even with the unusual green hair, his face was incredibly cute, and the smile he gives is very charming, especially the way his eyes sparkled in her own eyes that just made him look so unique to her. Realizing she was staring, Chana immediately blushes her own shade of red from eyeing him so much. "Oh, why yeah, thanks for everything, Izuku." She smiles thankfully and rubs her neck shyly while looking away a little. Chana was surprised by the way she was now acting and didn't expect his own shyness would rub off on her. "I look forward to seeing you again soon." Despite his heart threatening to put him in hospital too, Izuku nodded. "Same here, hope you rest well." Finley, with a polite bow, he took his leave, sparing a second at the door to look back at her, offering another smile before leaving. The second the door closed behind him, Izuku released a breath he'd been holding for nearly a minute, his face deep. "I did it. I actually had a decent conversation with a cute girl and I didn't fall apart, for the most part." He slapped his forehead. "Come on, you have to get a grip someday. This'll be the norm both at UA and as a future hero." He rested his back on the door, looking up slightly. A girl from another world who may or may not have a quirk. She's something. Realizing he had been thinking of her a bit too much, specifically, the way she smiled, he shook his head. "Guess I should call All Might and let him know too." On the plus side, he had a potential training partner. Next time, he'll bring his hero notes so she could have a better grasp of various quirks. Regardless of how the days followed, Izuku had never felt more excited for tomorrow. Chana continued to smile as she watched Izuku walk out of the room. When he was out of sight, a frown appeared back on her face as she was already feeling lonely. Chana sighed as she laid back down to look at the ceiling. Everything that was happening is so hard to take in. Superheroes, superhuman people in another world. She has to admit, in a way this was kinda exciting. Though Chana worried about her dad back home, her expression now looked concerned for her own father. With mom gone and now she suddenly disappeared, Chana can't imagine how bad her dad was freaking out right now. Chana was really worried for her dad's well-being, hoping he will be okay for the time being. "Hang on, Dad. I promise I'll try and find my way home as soon as I can," she softly says. Now her thoughts turning to Izuku, Chana never thought she would come across anyone that's so kind and hopeful. He clearly had an adorable shy side, but the way he's so expressive of wanting to achieve his goals to do good was quite admirable. Chana smiled when she thought of him. Chana felt she found a real friend she could look up to. As her mind was taken in everything around her and the people she met, Chana's eyes eventually began to drift. It felt scary to be sleeping in a place where she knew her family wasn't around, but all she can do is try and stay strong as Chana now fell into a long sleep, hoping things will turn out okay for her and her dad. Chana was sleeping peacefully in her bed through the night. When morning finally came, Chana was laid on her side with a sleepy and peaceful expression on her face. The morning light reflected off the window to her face that caused her to groan from the wake-up call. Opening her eyes and blinking them to see clearly, Chana saw that the sun came up and that she was still in the hospital. Chana slowly sat up, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. She noticed there was a tray of food that was left on a table near her bed. They must have come in while she was still asleep. Chana smiled at the kind gesture, taking a hold of the tray and placing it on her lap. Already Chana starts her morning breakfast. "I wonder if Izuku will come back to see me, or the detective guy that came around last night," she asks herself while still munching on her food. Chana eventually stands up to walk towards the window while still having something to eat in hand. Lifting the window up, she was met with a nice breeze, looking around to see people walking by in the city. So far they didn't look very superhuman but more like any average person. Everyone looks so normal. Hard to believe that people here would have superpowers. I wonder what kind they even have, she asks herself while still gazing out the window. The fact Izuku managed to get any sleep after yesterday's hectic events was astounding, but one quick reminder of his routine straight from hell brought him back to the normality he had grown accustomed to for half a year now. It was still early in the morning, but now he and All Might were back at the general hospital Chana was held at. All Might was no longer in his muscle form, accompanying his student to meet with the girl for the second time, only to her this would be the first she's met, Mr. Yagi. "She wishes to train with you, young Midoriya." All Might inquired after learning all he could about the girl from Izuku. The brunette was notably peppier this morning as they walked through the halls to the girl's room. I suppose you had a hand in this. Well, I thought since Ua is the main goal, she needs physical training, not to mention since no one knows what quirk she has. I thought it'd be smarter for her to be under your watch, so killing two birds with one stone, Izuku replied quickly, then he perked up. Oh, that's right, I'll need to see about letting her use my notes to revise for the written portion of the exam. Since she can understand the language, I wonder if that translates to written word. Even then, she'll need to know how to write again. Then began another muttering spree. All Might shook his head, then, with one hand, lightly chopped the boy's forehead. All right, so you have a lot on your plate. It wasn't annoying, but Izuku's habit led him to completely ignoring his surroundings. Case in point, he nearly walked right into the door to Chana's room. Now remember, young Midoriya, Tsukauchi will be stopping by during training to show young Finley to her new apartment, so let's not overdo her workout session. You mean your workout session? Izuku raised a brow at his mentor, causing the skinny man to laugh, coughing up some blood into a cloth from his pocket. Turning back to the door, Izuku knocked 3 times. Hello, Finley, it's Midoriya again. He grabbed the handle to slide the door back for them to enter. Chana glanced behind her when she heard the door open as well as a familiar voice. Hearing Izuku's voice actually perked her up as she smiled wide and cheerful. Happy to see him again, a little afraid he wasn't going to show up. Izuku, Chana shouts his first name cheerfully, walking up to meet him. You actually came back. I was wondering if you were going to show up or not, Chana says a bit shyly as she rubbed her neck sheepishly, not yet noticing the All Might guy from behind the door. Seeing her again so happy was a big relief. She already looked much better than yesterday. While Chana had no physical injuries, she looked emotionally drained from the constant culture shocks and that present fear of the unknown. She now stood a few feet from them as he waved his hand slightly. Hi, Finley, are you doing better today? Chana was a little confused why he was calling her by her last name, but that's something she can question later. Chana smiled again as she nodded at his question. Why, yeah, a little. It was kinda lonely being here all by myself. I had a lot on my mind the whole night, she tells him while rubbing her arm. But I'm happy I got to see you again. How have you been yourself? Chana now asks him with a tilt of her head. Fine, though I spent a few times overthinking things again, he admitted shyly, scratching the back of his head before quickly moving to the side in the room. Oh, but I have someone who wants to meet you, my teacher I told you about. Sorry, Mr. Yagi. No need to apologize, young Midoriya, you two certainly looked happy to see each other, All Might smiled as he came into view. All Might in his true form had short blonde hair, swept backwards, with 2 distinct tufts hanging at either side of his face with bright blue eyes. He was a very skinny man with sharp, angular features and long limbs, his neck long and his eyebrows absent. He wore a baggy white t-shirt with dark green cargo pants and brown leather boots. He offered his own short wave to the young girl with a small smile. Young Midoriya's told me a lot about you, young Finley. I'm Toshinori Yagi, the boy's fitness instructor. Chana was very taken back by the new face. She doesn't mean to judge, but his appearance looked pretty scary, scarier than the big All Might guy, but you can't judge a book by his cover. Though what had her concerned was that he looked kinda sickly, the man almost looked like a walking skeleton. Chana didn't want to be rude, she smiled shyly while adding a wave to the new face. If Izuku trusted him, there's no reason for her to see him differently. Hello sir, it's nice to meet you, my name is Chana Finley. She introduced herself back even if he already knew her last name. Chana held her arms behind her back as she tried to straighten up and look more respectable. Izuku has told me a lot about you, it's an honor to meet someone who cares a lot about the earth. She responds with a happier tone, referring to the story when he had Izuku clean up the whole beach. It appears she's taken back by my appearance in this form too, though I can understand why. All Might didn't let it bother him. She was being polite and he did wish to see the young woman before they left the hospital. About Takoba Municipal Beach. Yes, I not only saw it as a fitting place for young Midoriya to train his body but to do a little community service. as any pro should. Walking to the right, All Might took a seat on a chair, facing Chana. Now, young Finley, I wish to ask you 2 questions before we leave for the day, if you don't mind. Not at all, ask away, she nodded, listening closely. Very well. My first question is about your recent diagnosis, a dormant quirk to be specific. All Might began. Would you be at all comfortable to focus on potentially unlocking it? I'll be very transparent. No harm will come to you, and you are free to refuse at any time, but I'd rather be certain how you wish to proceed with any future training before I make any arrangements. Chana continued to eye the man as he sat down, standing by Izuku as she listened to what he had to say. Remembering the other day the detective mentioning she might have a superpower, she narrowed her brows, not really believing she could have power, but she didn't have much to do while she was here and it was at least worth a shot. Well, I heard they said they found something in my body that could be something similar to what you guys have. I'm not really very sure if it's true, but I don't really have anything better to do, so it's worth a try to find out. Chana shrugs. She wasn't sure what power she could have, but hopefully it's cool. Even if nothing were to show, a good healthy lifestyle is always a positive. All Might smiled, then leaned forward, his piercing blue eyes staring into her eyes, right to her soul. This is more of a personal question than the last, so answer me with whatever comes to mind. What do you believe is the essence of a hero? Chana looked up at the man, a little uneasy the way he was staring down at her, but Chana knew he posed no threats. Thinking back to her mother the day she died, anyone could have stepped up to save her, but instead, everyone was too afraid and thought it was better for the police to handle it. Not like they always will be there. Anyone could have tried to reason for them to stop or get her out of danger. Chana's expression now took on a serious look, clenching her fists as she spoke out what she believed. I believe that a true hero isn't measured by the strength of their muscles, but the strengths in their hearts. Chana tells him honestly, repeating the same line she had told Izuku the other day. It's what she always believed being a hero was all about, and not having to always rely on others but take matters in your own hands if you can. You're only powerless if you just sit back and watch. All Might considered her words for a time, and his smile was pleasant, himself satisfied with that answer as he nodded, releasing her from his razor stare. Exactly, that is the truest sense of a hero. It is true that physical strength is what makes the toughest pros, but the human heart can defy logic in the most profound ways. You have a good mindset, young Finley. There was something else, however, a lingering anger and sorrow behind her eyes, but that wasn't All Might's place to say. Instead, he stood up. Well then, I believe you've been cooped up here long enough. What do you say we get going? Have everything you need. Chana couldn't help but blush a little shyly, being praised by someone like this, especially from someone Izuku admires greatly. Chana wasn't used to being praised, since most people would also look down on her or even pity her after losing her mother, but being recognized like this does give her a sense of pride. Chana is satisfied with the idea of being out of the hospital. She wasn't the type to stay in one place for too long. She smiled widely as she nodded her head in agreement. Why, yeah, I think so. Oh, and you can call me Chana, you too, Izuku. Chana's attention now turned to Izuku to meet his eyes with a kind and excited smile. Now it was Izuku's turn to be on the spot as his face reddened slightly. Are you sure? Why wouldn't you? It's my name after all, she shrugged, not catching on to the issue. Well, it's just He desperately looked to All Might to answer for him. The skeletal man blinked widely before he realized what the issue was. What young Midoriya is trying to tell you is it's a common practice that people refer to one another with their surnames. Naturally, if you're close with the individual you address them by their first name, All Might explained, smiling with a chuckle. It appears this young man was far too nervous to tell you this beforehand. I didn't want to add any more confusion to the topic, Izuku stuttered, shyly rubbing his neck. And besides, since Chana is from a non-Eastern country she wouldn't know. Despite what they talked about, Izuku felt it might become a losing battle if he tried to use her surname now, given how often she's used his name. Chana blinked in confusion at the new information she was told. Was that why Izuku was so shy and flustered before? I guess that would explain it. Chana had no idea they use names differently here. She probably should have paid more attention in world history class. Chana smiled sheepishly now while rubbing the back of her head awkwardly. Oh, I'm sorry, I had no idea. Chana wasn't sure if she got used to everyone calling her by her last name. After all, even if it's not normal to them, it's normal for her. Well, I still don't mind if you call me by my first name. To be honest, I kinda prefer that if it's alright. Is it alright I still call you by your name, I mean Midoriya? Chana didn't think she was used to calling him by his last name, but she felt like she trusted him enough to call him by name, especially that she's already grown fond of him as her friend so far. Finding a nervous smile on his face again, Izuku nodded. If it makes you see comfortable, I don't mind. But it'll take me tea time to adjust. He had far too many thoughts buzzing around in his head to really formulate any other reply. Either that, or he just accepted there was too much hassle to say otherwise. To distract him, he nodded to the duffel bag over his right shoulder. Oh, since you might be training, I thought you might want something other than your uniform to wear. It might be a little loose-fitting, but I hope it helps. Chana was starting to wonder if this would be too awkward or pushy for him to refer to him by name. She didn't want to make him uncomfortable after all. Though the way he acts so adorably shy, still Chana couldn't help but let out a giggle. He seems like the type to be fun to tease. Now turning her attention to the duffel bag he pointed to, Chana didn't think she would need a new outfit to wear. Walking to the bag he gestured to, Chana ruffled through it to see what he was talking about. I didn't think I would need a new outfit for this. Chana expected it was probably gym clothes, which would make sense for training. For the first time since they've met, Izuku looked completely stone-faced. Trust me, a change of clothes helps in the long run. His first week training months ago haunted him to this day. I did warn you, young Midoriya. All Might sighed, trying not to show his amusement at that abysmal start to the boys' training under the American Dream Plan. Inside the duffel bag was a simple pair of black running shorts and white running shoes, and a white t-shirt with 2 green stripes across the chest. It was very basic, but it was breathable. Chana took a moment to view the outfit as she held it up to scan it over, looking simple and useful enough for a workout. Well, this will do nicely. Sounds like you really went all out, Izuku. Chana says playfully while she is still listening and looking through the bag, yet she still calls him by name. Though, Chana then turned her attention to the 2 guys in the room, raising her brow at them both with a funny smile. Do you mind? She suddenly says, referring to giving her the privacy of changing. With the new constant rate that blood flowed to Izuku's face around Chana, he swore he'd pass out as he quickly turned toward the door. Alright, sorry. Like the wind, he disappeared out the door with All Might rolling his eyes with a chuckle. We'll wait in the lobby for you, young Finley. With a friendly wave, he shut the door behind him. Chana laughed a little at Izuku's usual flustered side, giving them a wave before they stepped out of the room. I swear that guy is just too adorable. I guess he's not used to being around girls very often. Chana tells herself, now standing up to begin changing, her own thoughts still wondering while putting her outfit on. That guy actually kinda reminds me of the big smiley guy from the other day. I wonder how Izuku came across these nice people. Though, I have to admit, Mr. Yagi looks almost ill. Maybe I'm thinking too much about it, but I can't help but think how concerning that is. Chana says worriedly. She hoped it wasn't how it looked. Never thought I would go into training to be like the people here, especially with superpowers. I doubt my dad will believe any of this when I get home to tell him. Doesn't take long for her to finish up. Chana even ties her hair into a ponytail to make the workout easier. Soon enough she opens the door to reveal herself, smiling at the both of them as she makes her new appearance. Are we all set to go now? Chana asks with her hands behind her back cheerfully. All Might nodded. All that's left is for you to sign yourself out. From here we'll head straight for the beach. Tsukauchi will be arriving in the afternoon to escort you to where you'll be staying, he explained briefly as the trio made their way for the elevator not far down the hall. Izuku kept his eyes forward, but even he wasn't so iron-willed as to not steal one brief look at Chana beforehand. Now, he was certain his face might explode from embarrassment. This training session might be harder than I thought. Chana nodded at Yagi's suggestion, stepping in the elevator soon enough with them as she stood by their side while waiting for their stop. Chana's thoughts turned back to her possible superpower they think she might have. Would it be anything intense like that super punch, or maybe flying like Superman? Or even fast speed like the Flash? She was thinking too much into those Marvel movies, but Chana didn't want to overthink it, especially if she really doesn't have any. Noticing Izuku took a glance at her caused her to glance at him now. Seeing that he looked flustered again for some reason, Chana hoped he didn't feel awkward around her still, but she gave him a smile to try and make the mood less awkward. Eventually, after checking out, Chana walked right out of the hospital and into the city view now. Having her backpack in hand as they got going, Chana was glad she at least still had something from home still. Chana found herself back at the beach where she first arrived and passed out. She could still remember that incredible punch the All Might guy displayed. It still was pretty unbelievable someone can do that outside the movies. I can't believe I passed out here. Sure felt like a super jump when I woke up in that hospital later. Chana chuckled at her remark, setting her bag at the bench where she first sat down with Izuku. Nodding alongside her, Izuku scanned the area to the left. Even without squinting, he spotted the mounds of trash still left unchecked. All Might stepped down onto the beach with a long breath. Just this view alone is proof of your astounding progress, young Midoriya. I can even see the pier again. He chuckled, pointing to the small walkway stretching just off the shoreline between two mounds of junk and scrap. Limber up. Then let's get to work. You too, young Finley. I have a few basic exercises to get you started as well. The pair nodded, watching the walk further down the beach as the sounds of the waves gently hitting the sand filled the void for a bit. It was worrying at first, you know. Izuku began, looking down at the sand. When I asked All Might to show off his power, I never realized how massive of a culture shock that would have been for someone who comes from a world devoid of quirks, and I ended up overdoing what I intended to prove. In hindsight, there were other methods, but at the time he was worried he'd lose her trust if he didn't prove how their world works. Chana knew his intentions were good and didn't really take it that personally, giving him a sympathetic smile. It's all right. I understand what you were trying to prove. That, sure, was intense for me to handle seeing, but really cool when you stop to think about it. Chana looks up to the sky. I probably sounded pretty crazy myself to you when I didn't believe all this stuff was real, huh? She asks as her attention turned back to him with a playful smile, expecting he probably did think she was weird. I guess so. Though I suspected something was wrong when I spotted many inconsistencies in what you were saying, Izuku replied, smiling sheepishly. Well, I'm sure I'd sound crazy if the roles were reversed, he. She giggled again at his reply, making him feel far less conflicted on his past actions. That was when a whistle blew. No more lounging around, you two. We're burning daylight. All Might immediately swung into instructor mode, waving for Izuku, who panicked and quickly got to work on a few stretches before dashing off to start training. With the greenette already in the sand doing routine exercises for his core muscles, All Might motioned for Chana to meet with him. As for yourself, young Finley, I have some notes here. Have a thorough read, then proceed as planned. From Izuku's own backpack now lying on an old refrigerator, he held out a new training program set for her. Chana could already see Izuku was giving it his all. She can even tell how serious he takes the guy's training method. Straightening up after being called up, force of habit when she gets instructed by her gym teacher. She didn't think she started out with taking notes, but that should be expected for a beginner. Looking over to where he pointed it out, Chana goes over to check it out. Picking it up and looking it over now as she turned to the first page. So far it looked complicated, turning her attention back to Mr. Yagi as she held the notes in hand. Okay, so I know I have to try and see what my superpower is, but how will all this get me to reveal what it could be? Chana asks as she was pretty intrigued by the exercises she will be doing. All Might didn't miss a beat. The results of your quirk have already shown, young Finley, he stated proudly as she expectantly looked over her bare arms and legs. You haven't shown signs of a mutation quirk, so that rules out a sizable portion from our list. He watched as she sighed with relief. I suspect that's why you've been apprehensive about this training, and the news in general. She nodded shyly, subconsciously rubbing her biceps. Moving forward, there will be several forms of training we'll undertake to bring this potential quirk forward. Physical training is an important step. Your quirk may simply be too strong for your current, scrawny body to handle. He held up a finger, then another. There is mental training. Having a calm mindset is another factor for quirks that involve the mind. There will be others like endurance tests, agility, temperature, etc. He didn't wish to bore her with all the small details that were already in his small collection of papers in her hands. Then he pointed at his chest. But there is one key element to this training that young Midoriya is learning as we speak, and one you'll surely pick up in no time. Is this it? She held out the page she was on, tapping to the title, Breathing. How does my breathing affect this? Chana cocked her head slightly. All Might nodded slowly. For you, if you can master this technique, even without a quirk your body will be able to go beyond your physical limits, plus ultra style. He pumped his fist enthusiastically before coughing into said fist, wiping a few specks of blood onto his trousers. It is a form of breathing that has been passed down through two notable families for generations. While it's mostly unknown in our day and age, those that learn to steel themselves to its teachings have proven to be extraordinary people. With a breath, All Might broke down his training to Chana. This technique involves you inhaling the maximum amount of oxygen possible with a certain breathing pattern. In doing so, your physical and mental prowess would immediately skyrocket alongside other superhuman characteristics. He gave her an encouraging smile, clenching his fist. At first, this form of training will be difficult on your body, but if you stick with this plan of mine during training and school, I can assure you the results will be worth the struggle if you're up for it. Well, it doesn't sound too hard so far. I mean, if all I have to do right now is breathe. Chana actually took notice of the blood that the man coughed up and gasped when she saw. It seems like her theory was right that he was sick. Chana furrowed her brows in worry and concern for this man. She was afraid teaching them will be too much on his body if he was deadly ill, though, he seems like the kind of guy who doesn't let something like that get in the way of teachings. Chana will have to ask him later if he's okay. She just hopes she won't see him pass out rather than her. Oh, okay. I'll give it a go. Standing straight, Chana huffed up as much air as she could for a start. She wasn't sure if she was doing it right, but hopefully she will get the hang of it. The hero watched the young woman take in a lungful of air through her nose, holding it for several seconds before releasing. That's when he clapped his hands sharply, causing Izuku to jump as he collapsed from his fifth push-up only to recover and continue. Firstly, you released your breath far too early, and the method of breathing requires you draw breath through both your mouth and nose. He instructed. Comparing yourself to young Midoriya, he is able to maintain a longer breath due to his growing physique, something that you'll need to do yourself. In this state, your heart rate increasing, thereby pumping more blood throughout your body, causing your temperature to skyrocket as well. This is the state that will give you the positives spoken of in your training plan. He paused, recalling deeply how it was described to him. Then he saw Chana pant, clearly trying to lessen the amount of air she exhaled. It would be slow at first, but with the proper training she'd hone this technique before the entrance exam. He knew this. Now that you have a goal to meet, let's begin your physical training, and perhaps, your quirk may manifest. Chana didn't know it yet, but her own version of hell had just begun. Why, yes sir. Chana immediately said and saluted to him as soon as he got done with what he was saying. The breathing thing sure was a lot harder than she thought and almost sounded dangerous the longer she tried to hold her breath. She certainly hoped she wouldn't pass out again from exhaustion. Quickly taking a glance at Izuku, she noticed he had his shirt off when performing a lot of push-ups. He must have been through a lot of training, because what really took her by surprise was his muscles and biceps. Chana never noticed before he had any from the clothes he was wearing. The sight just caused her eyes to widen in awe and blushed pretty red from how really strong he looked for a shy guy. Chana might have stared for too long and yelped when realizing it. Quickly she looked away and had her eyes back on Mr. Yagi. Her face incredibly red from the attractive sight. Chana hoped he didn't notice as well as her instructor. Chana tries to focus more on what her teacher has in store for her and not lose track. By now, Izuku had moved on to grabbing whatever trash he first came into contact with, hoisting it in his arms before taking off up the stairs nearby to a skip on the side of the parking area. As he did, his face was dusted pink. She was staring pretty intensely at me for a moment. It wasn't a bad stare, but he did feel a little shy when she did. It was probably nothing. Taking a long breath, Izuku felt his developing muscles tense slightly, and before he knew it, he was back on the beach collecting what appeared to be the mast from a sailboat. How did this even? Nope, Izuku, you know this by now, people will throw anything away, even boat parts. On both sides of the beach, the pair worked around the clock on their own training regiments with the encouraging All Might watching over them. They of course stopped for breaks before being thrown back into the flames. Chana was primarily focused on finding her limits with common exercise postures, all while trying to maintain her breathing with only a single inhale. It stung at times and was difficult to adjust to, not to mention her whole body felt like it was burning up, but she didn't relent. If she fell, she gave herself a second to recover and was back into a jog between the mounds of trash to the pier and back, or lifting some of the objects around her to help Izuku. So far the training was a bit intense for her, but that's to be expected with a workout like this. As Chana was doing some of these routines, she kept wiping the sweat off her forehead from all the training. She will have to take a shower later. Chana didn't feel any different than she normally would if you count sore muscles. Chana actually checked herself over a few times to see if there was anything different about herself. So far she was glad nothing mutating happened, like growing a tail for example. The last thing she wanted was to mutate into anything creepy. Jogging wasn't too different from how she normally runs tracks at home in school. When she is allowed to take a short break, Chana took a quick sip of a water bottle she happened to have in her backpack. It's good to still be hydrated through all this. Chana's gaze turned back to Izuku, watching how he didn't ever back down. He had a lot of determination, which showed he was serious about his goals. She smiled at this. He certainly can be serious when he wants to be. When she noticed whenever he took a short glance at her, she smiled and waved at him, even giving him a thumbs up to show she was impressed by him. Time flew by, and before the trio realized, the afternoon had settled in, the sun starting its descent as the skip was filled to the brim and Izuku laid out flat on the sand, trying to recover from the pain swelling in his joints. Even half a year in and it still left him feeling completely ragged. There was one big motivator: having a cute girl smile and wave, or give an encouraging thumbs up, kept his spirits high. That alone made Izuku wish for her success as well, the first person his age that was willing to support him unconditionally. Chana sat atop an old bench. Like the concrete that it was once a part of still intact. She was sweating all over, drinking from a water bottle Izuku had thrown into the duffel bag for her as he asked a question while staring up at the sky. Hey, see Chana, what are why you going to do about the rest of your education you until UA? He prompted. Why you'll need lessons on topics you likely never had in your world. The better your scores in both exams, the better chance of entering UA. As Chana was sitting down on the bench catching her breath and drinking as much water as she needed, now noticing Izuku approaching as she was still trying to wipe the sweat off her forehead and brows, she really hoped she didn't smell right now, but despite that she gave him another smile in a greeting way when he came over to see her. Hearing his question, Chana took a moment to think about it, her hand placed on her chin. I'm not really sure, though boy Izuku, I don't know how you do it, but this sure was the kind of workout a superhero would do. She chuckled, her eyes back on him. I really don't know much about being a hero besides all the heavy lifting and saving people from bad situations, plus I haven't really noticed any change to myself, so even if I do pass I'm not sure if I'll be recommended for the school if I don't have any superpowers. Chana now gave a down kinda smile as she wasn't too confident in herself. Not really used to the whole quirk term, as she was more formally used to calling what they have superpowers. That feeling was all too real for Izuku too. He sat up from the sand, looking at his hands before resting his emerald eyes on both the trash and the spots the sea could be seen again. It's said UA abolished the rule that you need a quirk to participate in the exams, but, realistically, people are judgmental. It takes a lot for one person to change a mindset that's grown for decades, but he smiled hopefully. It's only been a day, and we still have 6 months until the exams, so anything could happen, and, even if you don't have a quirk, the technique All Might's teaching us will definitely boost your chances, I'm sure of it. I think it's great to consider the idea of someone without a power to make it where it was deemed impossible. It's like they're saying, I can do it. It feels right. He wasn't sure if that was the correct way to phrase it, but with his mind melted down into a puddle he didn't know what was the right thing to say in this situation. Chana stared out at the sea as she listened to what Izuku had to say. It was still strange for her that she would suddenly study to get into a hero school. Chana was always used to the normal stuff going on where she lived when it came to learning about the world and getting a good job after college. This experience is so sudden and scary. Chana already tried to picture herself fighting crime and stopping bad people from getting away with doing something bad. I'm not too worried about how people might judge me here. I'm kinda used to that already. Just because you're different it's no reason for you to not be a hero. Chana now smiled at her friend. I watched how determined you were out there and honestly I believe you'll make it in no problem. You're very knowledgeable and know so much more than me. Chana praises him with a wider smile before looking back to the sea. As for me, I literally come from a world where superheroes don't even exist, let alone superhumans. I think they would judge me way more than they do you. Doubt anyone would probably believe much about my story, but I don't have much knowledge what goes on here. I might even slip up without knowing what the smart thing is to do in crazy situations, her hand now holding her face up in a doubtful manner, still trying to imagine herself even fighting super villains like in the comics. I'm not that smart, really? Izuku muttered, catching her emerald eyes briefly looking back at him to acknowledge what he said. I guess, we'll both figure out our weaknesses together. Being a hero is tough. I've seen that firsthand, a fraction of that danger and weight of responsibility. He eyed All Might who was looking through a few notes in his hands. But that's why we're training, to do better with our best foot forward. Then his eyes widened. That reminds me, he found the energy to stand again, going over to his bright yellow bag to pull out a slightly crispy notebook titled, Hero Analysis for the Future #13 feet. He took the empty spot next to Chana, flipping the notebook open to the first page of the Eraser Hero, Eraserhead. I didn't have this with me the last time, but I keep notes on all forms of quirks, mainly from heroes which I keep in here, and look, his quirk isn't really helpful offensively but he uses these wrappings of his to bind and incapacitate villains. Chana watched as he ruffled through his bag, a curious brow raised what he wanted to pull out. Now sitting beside her, Chana looked over his shoulder of the notebook he pulled out. Not that smart. Chana could tell by how much he's written he's pretty smart, and takes good notes of people. Wow, I never heard of superpowers like this guy has. Chana glanced back up at Izuku, her face a little close to his but had a bit of a distance still not to be too awkward. You write down the powers people have. I have to say that it's impressive you study even other people's powers like this. Now glancing back down at the notebook. Very interesting but not like I can really live up to the kinds of unique powers they have, though, I at least know just take time and practice how powers like this could work. Chana now glanced at Mr. Yagi, remembering the blood he coughed up before, her brows narrowed in concern when she noticed he looked kinda sick. By the way, Izuku, is Mr. Yagi sick by any chance? Chana is pretty open-minded too from what she noticed about his mentor. If there was a way to describe Izuku's brain, it was the sound of tires screeching to a halt. He stared blankly at her face before he felt his face becoming a bit paler. Oh no, how do I explain this without dropping the biggest secret in Japan? Not that he didn't trust Chana to keep this secret but the less that knew the better, right? Well, yes, Mr. Yagi's L looked like that for a few years now. It's not life-threatening. I think, him see coughing blood happens often but he assured me it's only because of his past injuries that reduced the amount of time he could use one for all, but that was need-to-known basis. However, noticing the panic on his face, it looked to her that Izuku knew something wasn't right with the man. Chana guessed it might have been a really uncomfortable topic for Mr. Yagi. Still, coughing up blood wasn't a good sign as it looked life-threatening, and the way how scrawny his appearance looks, Mr. Yagi actually looked like he didn't have long to live. This idea really had her concerned as she continued to stare at the man in the distance. I'm not too sure. I'm no doctor but the way he looks and goes far to cough up blood looks pretty serious. Are you absolutely sure he's okay and should not be in a hospital himself? Chana asked Izuku with a very worried and concerned expression of this man's health. He didn't know. Izuku saw the extent of his injuries, that awful scar that ran from his stomach to his chest, hence the coughing of blood, but as All Might, the #1 hero didn't look sick or injured, and yet. He didn't know. I honestly feel the same way. and I won't pretend to know if he does or doesn't go to the hospital for checkups either, but Mr. Yagi's strong, stronger than I think I could ever be, so I'm certain he's okay. I've seen him active many times, so it's not a hindrance to his physical health. Though he could stand to relax a little more, another voice chimed in at that moment, startling the teens into knocking shoulders slightly. Standing on the beach with a tip of his hat and overcoat folded around one arm was Detective Tsukauchi again. He gave the two a polite smile. "You two have been busy. How are you holding up today, Ms. Finley?" Chana will admit even if the man looked sickly, he really had a strong heart, and much passion when it comes to doing good. Chana admired that about him too and can understand why Izuku looked up to this man. Before she could say anything else, Chana was startled by the detective guy from the other night, not expecting him to show up. Hi Mr. Tesuki. Chana couldn't pronounce this guy's name yet as she wasn't used to memorizing names like that, now rubbing her neck sheepishly at her possible mix-up. I say I'm doing pretty well. I had nothing better to do, so I decided to go on a workout with Izuku. Chana expressed cheerfully. Despite her sore muscles and harsh training, she actually had fun. You certainly have your work cut out for you, but it's impressive you've gone and taken an active approach to your ordeal, and have a friend to help you. Just as good for mental support, he replied before eyeing All Might, who had turned to see Tsukauchi had arrived. I see Toshinori's taken to training you as well. In any case, I suppose it's time to get into the reason I'm here, as I don't have much time to catch up, as much as I'd love to. You say that every time we meet. All Might scoffed but smiled at seeing his old friend again. I believe this concerns young Finley's accommodations until we know of her results for UA's upcoming exam. The detective nodded, motioning toward the stairway back to the street above. If you need a minute to grab your things, I can wait. Oh, and be sure to clean off any sand from your shoes. I like maintaining a clean car. He smiled jokingly, or was it serious? None of them but All Might would know as the man walked away. Chana wasn't sure if he was serious or not, but probably better to be safe and sorry and respect the guy's wishes. Chana does wonder what kind of place she will be staying at for the time being. Grabbing her backpack that's sitting beside her, Chana gets up and even dusts some of the sand off her shoes. Eyeing her friend and mentor now as her expression showed a bit of a nervous smile. Well, I guess this is my cue to take off for now. Are you both going to come with me as I check out my new place? Chana asks in wonder, glancing at Izuku in curiosity, if he will tag along with her or stay and continue his hero training. All Might considered it. While it would cut into their training, they could make up for it a little during Sunday's rest day. One small tweak wouldn't upset the plan in the long run. And besides, young Midoriya's never been this upbeat since we've met. As far as I'm aware, he doesn't have many, if any, friends. This would be good for him too. With a smile, he patted Izuku on the back. I don't see why not. It would be good to know your route for your training in the following months. Izuku's face lit up a bit as he nodded in agreement. If Mr. Yagi's okay with it, then sure, we'll come with you. Then his eyes flickered to the detective standing by the stairs. Is that all right? It'll be her home, so if Finley said you can, then I can't argue for her. Tsukauchi shrugged. The ride to Chana's new accommodations was filled with the basic questions like how she was handling her situation, her new training regimen, the works. Eventually, after only a 20-minute drive through Musudafu suburbs, the car came to a stop just outside several carbon copy apartment complexes with a small rectangular grass field to separate them with red brick paths. Each was around 8 stories tall, and there was a sloped embankment toward a river to the left with the apartments on the right. This place isn't far from where I live, Izuku murmured to no one in particular. They were built only in the last year too, so they're technically still new. We'll be heading to the building to our right, 3 across and a floor up. Tsukauchi waved for them to follow. He was on a tight schedule, so he wanted to get her settled with the layout beforehand. This area's quite nice, next to no crime, away from the busier streets, and close to a few shops if needed, as well as a decent walk from here to the nearest school for your age. Chana looked around as they walked and arrived in the area. It actually looked really nice. It surprises her that she would get special treatment like this, thinking maybe it's due to her unique situation of her being from another world. Wow, I didn't expect to stay in a nice area like this. It looks so much nicer to walk around than my route to home. Chana says as she still looked around, but then glanced at Izuku. Do you by any chance live around here, Izuku? Maybe I can even come to visit you sometime. She says with a smile. Chana liked the idea of walking to school with him as her new friend. She never had friends to walk home from school with before or come to visit to hang out. While they walked to the stairwell, Izuku and Chana walked behind the adults as he looked around before meeting her green gaze. Oh, well, I do it's, from the river, I'm northeast, it's a further walk to the same river from there. He also realized that if she did visit there was the potential she run into Katsuki. If that happened, well, Izuku didn't know what could happen, and the ideas he had made him worry. But more than that, the idea of a girl coming over to his place was a foreign concept to him, one that made his cheeks pink as he thought both of how embarrassing that would be and what on earth would his mom do. Both thoughts immediately felt like walking through a minefield. But I don't mind. He managed a timid smile as they made it up the last flight, turning to the first door to the left. Great, thank you. Her honest smile made it infinitely harder for Izuku to outright excuse himself from the situation. He sighed slightly but smiled anyway. Miss Finley, allow me to clarify two things before we enter, Tsukauchi announced, drawing their attention. First things first, your situation as it stands puts you in both a favorable but complicated position. On one hand, we're able to provide you with the smallest but livable place. You'll have a small allowance too to pay for food as well, not to mention uniforms for your brief time at the nearest school. The Ravenette's frown formed but his eyes were kind as he continued. However, a large portion of this plan heavily relies on your ability to apply yourself to your training and studies for the entrance exam. You getting into UA will provide you with a safe place to live, but if that's not the case you'll have to look for a career to help you live comfortably from then on. There's only so much sway the police force, myself included, have in your favor, do you understand? Chana narrowed her brows in concern from everything she was told by the detective. Her situation really sounds like one heck of a challenge, and it also sounds like she will have to keep improving in order to keep a better lifestyle. Sure sounds pretty rough, but Chana knew this isn't something for her to back away from, so she nodded in understanding of everything she's told. Why yes sir, she says, nothing in life is easy. But having Izuku beside her will motivate her to be strong, which Chana is grateful for. Tsukauchi smiled again, pulling a key from his pocket. Your resolve during the last 2 days is commendable. This situation is hard on you, so it's reassuring to know you understand the severity. Now, let's get on with why we're here. He quickly opened the door, stepping aside for Chana to step forward into her new home. The wood-paneled hallway led into the largest space for the apartment, a living room, dining room with a sofa and coffee table atop a black carpet, and a small table with 2 chairs. The kitchen was visible over a counter. It was small enough that 2 people could stand shoulder to shoulder in it. The door to the left of the kitchen was actually the single bedroom with a large window that looked out to the grounds below from a small balcony which was accessible via a slide on the side of the window. There was a shorter hallway just beyond this door with 2 more doors. The first on the right was to the bathroom, and the second was a storage closet. All in all, it was small but perfect for one person. As soon as she stepped in, Chana was surprised by her new place she will be living for the time being. Glancing around to see all the nice things around her makes it hard to believe she will be staying here as well as living alone. This place really is mine. Chana walked around a little to see it was so homey for a small apartment. She even goes to look out on the deck she happened to have as she opened up the see-through slide door to get a better look. The view was really nice and could see parts of the city, perking up from all the sights around her. Whoa, check out the view here. Chana glanced behind her to Izuku as she looked excited enough to show him. Izuku, you gotta see this. She gestures for him to come over and see, looking out to the view again with an excited smile. I can't believe I even have this whole place to myself. I never thought I'd be lucky enough to stay in a place like this. Izuku stared at Chana having a giddy time to herself over a small place like this, but given what she's lost it only made sense that anything given back was met with overwhelming gratitude. It is, even from the second floor, Izuku smiled, turning back to her bland room. It had a typical furniture set in place, but the part that caught his eye was the folded uniforms sat on the bed neatly. A plain black Gakurin uniform with yellow buttons, accompanied by white sneakers, it immediately made his eyes widen. That's Aldera's uniform. She spun around to poke her head through the open space from the balcony, spotting the uniform as Izuku started to sweat nervously. That's the same S school I go to, B, but then that M means. Oh crap, Kachan. The worst case scenario just bumped up a few ticks on the scale. Oh really? Chana says, surprised as she enters her new room and gets a better look at her uniform, holding it up to check it out closely. Chana wasn't used to wearing school uniforms as she usually wore whatever she wanted at her school. Finding out that she will be attending the same school as Izuku made her look more happy as she glanced at him happily beside her. This mean we will be going to the same school together? That's amazing, Chana expressed happily, but then noticed he looked kinda nervous as her smile turned into a frown. Is something the matter? She asks, wondering for a second if he wasn't comfortable with that. No, it's nothing, just surprised, he lied through his teeth. If it wasn't for the fact the world's most prideful time bomb went to the same school, then he'd be over the moon that he'd have a genuine friend at his school, even if it was only for half a year at said school. Katsuki was a person Izuku couldn't see any good from these two meetings. She shot him a sharp stare, her brow furrowed. If there's one thing Izuku wasn't, it was a liar when put on the spot, it seemed. Who's Kachan? Exactly. Her dry tone made his face pale. He's well, he didn't know what to say now. Before I forget, to save Izuku from his tense situation, the detective tossed the key to Chana, who fumbled to catch it in her hands. Place is yours now, keep it unscathed and everything should be fine. It's the weekend, so you've got time to go over a few notes I've left about your new, although brief, school schedule. With a flick of his hand from his brow to wave, he smiled. Good luck, Ms. Finley. If you need anything, have Toshinori here contact me, but myself or others will be in touch if we find any new leads on your case. Chana at least knew how to treat a place with care, so she nodded once again and smiled gratefully towards the man. Don't worry, I'll treat this place neatly. Thank you so much for everything, sir. She says thankfully, placing her key in her pocket for now. Though Chana was still concerned what her friend was nervous about as she took a quick glance to him. Was he maybe uncomfortable by the idea of hanging out with a girl? Did he not want to introduce her to his own friends? Already Chana had a lot of questions for Izuku rather than for herself. I'll leave them in your capable hands, Toshi. Tsukauchi tipped his hat to them while Izuku bowed slightly. Once the man left their sight, All Might marveled at the young woman's new home before leaving the training plan on the dining table. Now, you have the whole of tomorrow to work around your new home, but first, we have the remainder of our training ahead of us. From here should be a good place for a jog. Already, All Might was back into the swing of things, clapping his hands. Every day is precious time, especially for yourself, young Finley. Grab what you need and let's get back to it. Of course, right. The teen chimed, quickly grabbing their bags again while refilling their water bottles. All Might chuckled to himself at their immediate response. Young Midoriya's been at our training for little over 6 months, and yet, that same level of drive is present in young Finley. She clearly has a lot on her mind that she's using the training as a new form to distract herself. Be that as it may, she's determined. You both will succeed, I'll make certain of it. He didn't have a lot of time to be All Might, so if he could get 2 fledgling teens to grow faster, he would do so in a heartbeat. It doesn't take too long to get her water bottle all filled up. While she was at it, Chana even took a quick shower to wash herself from all the sweat she's been leaking out. Chana was a little embarrassed how gross she probably smelled after that. She was grateful for getting this chance to get clean again before having to do a lot more workout sessions. As Chana was cleaning herself by not only washing her hair but her body too, she took a little time to collect her thoughts again while her friends were waiting outside for her. Not only do I have a place to myself, but I'll be going to the same school as Izuku. I wonder if maybe the detective planned that on purpose. Whether it is a coincidence or not, I'm pretty grateful for that. Izuku already seems like a lot of fun to hang out with. He sure is pretty interesting as he keeps surprising me so much. She smiled at the thought, now stepping out of the shower as she squeezes the water out from her hair and grabs a towel. Though I wonder why he looked so nervous at the idea of being in the same school together. Was it because of this Kancham guy he mentioned? Chana placed her hand on her chin as she tried to think it over. Oh, maybe it's because he feels too awkward at the idea of me calling him by his first name and finds it embarrassing of me to call him that in school. Maybe he expected someone would tease him about it. Chana felt bad. She probably was being pushy about the whole first name thing, wondering if it's best she call him by his last name while they are in school. I'll have to apologize to him about that later so he won't feel too awkward around me. The last thing I want is to lose a friend just from over a silly name reconditioning thing. She says to herself, after drying herself, brushing her hair, placing her clothes back on and putting her hair back into a ponytail. Chana now steps out to greet the guys again, noticing they were waiting on the couch for her. Sorry, I hope I didn't make you guys wait for too long. What's our next plan on our agenda? She asks with a smile towards her mentor Mr. Yagi. Not at all. As for the rest of the afternoon, we'll jog back to the beach from here, while maintaining those breathing techniques I've mentioned. Once there I know a small cafe nearby we can grab lunch. Then until 5 we'll chip away at the trash and call it a day. Tomorrow is a rest day although, young Midoriya, the greenette perked up at his mentor's words. I'm confident I can leave a few smaller lessons to your own independence tomorrow. Yes, certainly, he replied, already having done so if he didn't have any assignments from school. Very well, let's go you two. He stood up, leading toward the door to resume their training. Chana never imagined she would be going through so many workout sessions. This must be the price of being a hero. She wondered if her body will be able to handle all the pressure, but she doesn't question it as she just smiles and nods at her instructor. Sounds good. Hope I'll be able to manage through more sessions. Chana says in a playful tone as she now walks back out with the guys, as she was heading down the steps behind her mentor and beside Izuku. Chana took the chance to apologize to him as she glanced at him and smiled sympathetically. By the way, Izuku, I wanted to apologize for making you uncomfortable calling you by your first name. If you're embarrassed at the idea of me calling you that while we're in school, I can stick to your last name if you want, or if you mostly just prefer that I just call you by your last name, I can respect that. Chana expresses kinda embarrassingly as she looks away a little now with a shy blush and a hand on her neck in an awkward manner. While stepping back out into the sunlight, Izuku's brow rose in surprise at her statement. She thought his deflection before was about his name. Granted, he couldn't imagine the reaction anyone would have to the quirkless Deku having a friend, let alone one that called him by his first name, but if he was honest, that didn't bother him. It's not that, it's Kachan, he sighed, sounded simply exhausted as they stretched, and before long were jogging as All Might rode on a Segway he had stored in Sukauchi's car. He's my childhood friend, or, so I thought, but the last few years since I was diagnosed quirkless he's been a lot to handle. The combination of constant praise for his amazing quirk when we were children led him to develop this ego where he was above everyone else, especially me. I'm worried how he'll react when he sees you. Chana was already getting tired by more workout sessions as she was back to sweating. Great, she will have to take another shower when she gets back. Hearing her friend explain his situation from his so-called friend while jogging took her by surprise. Chana remembered he mentioned people would judge not having a superpower. She frowned at this towards him, sounding pretty rough for him and not to mention sad. Chana's expression then turned a bit mad that he would just abandon his friendship with Izuku. She hated people who had such massive egos. Izuku, she softly says his name in a sad tone, but once again smiled sympathetically towards him. Don't worry about me, like I said before, I'm not too worried how people might judge me. If they want to think differently of me because I don't have what they have is their problem, it has nothing to do with you or me. She tells him. I'm sorry to hear your friend would suddenly just ditch you like that. That isn't right for him to do. He doesn't sound like a real friend if he just prefers to hang out with people that have superpowers. But whatever the reason for him, you just need to show him you're much more than a person without a power. Chana looks forward now to make sure she sees where she's going, but she didn't stop talking. Just focus on the friends you have now and not let anything they say get the better of you. I bet even one day that guy will regret ever judging you in the first place once he sees what real power lies in your heart. Chana expresses in a happier tone. Already she was impressed by him from what she saw him do today. Even as they jogged, Izuku felt his body become weightless, like all his fatigue was sapped away in a heartbeat. He knew she probably wouldn't care what Katsuki thought of her, but then she said to focus on the friends he had, but it was only her. He wiped his eyes quickly with his arm, picking up the pace with a bright smile. Thank you, Chana. He would focus on the friend he had. He'd be sure she made it through Aldera too, and together, they'd make it to Ua. The new school year was in 6 months, but the exam was 5 days away. I have 5 months to help her grow stronger. I may not have one for all yet, but I'll be sure to help her in any way I can. Chana glanced at him to see he perked up, which she was glad to see, smiling wider at his upbeat expression. Chana was happy to lift his spirits back up, letting out a pleasant giggle at the new attitude. That's the spirit, she says cheerfully while pumping her fist. Already Chana could feel her own spirit being lifted up just from being with her new friend, now smiling more playfully as she tried to pick up her pace. But if you wanna be a hero, then you have to be fast enough to try and beat me in this race first. Chana says with a laugh as she tries to run in front of him, quickly sipping at her water bottle she happens to have in hand while running. Before Izuku knew it, she was already moving much faster than he was, and that warmth over his body was swept along with her raven hair. Wait up. With a burst of energy, he quickly took off after her. All Might steadily made his way down the street at his own pace, shaking his head with a tiny smile. They know this is a jog, right? But by now there was no stopping them. Chana laughed some more as she ended up turning this jog into a race. Even through a workout she can find a way to put some fun into it. Chana didn't feel very scared anymore and actually felt like she was having the time of her life. She can't wait to spend more days like this, as it felt like a start of a new adventure for not only her but her new friend as well. This was a recurring theme with Izuku, but while he could walk fine, his friend was another issue altogether. Come on, your apartment isn't far now. Let me die, she beeped, leaning her head against his shoulder to support her weight. Despite how less of a burden Chana's own training was compared to Izuku's, she had been given a real workout, and for any beginner, that was straight torture if done right. Izuku was still slightly red in the face, allowing her to use his shoulder as a headrest, but he didn't feel like arguing with her now was worth it. That, and she probably wasn't capable of moving much right now as they walked. The sun had almost gone down now, considering it's October, and a warm day to boot. But the world had cooled down a bit, so it wasn't unbearable as Izuku followed his mental map back to her building, leading the Ravenet toward the stairway as she groaned, clearly not liking the idea of climbing 2 flights again in her state. We're almost there, just a little further now, he coaxed her into not just falling flat on the grass. Chana blamed herself for making their jog more painful, but despite how exhausted she was and sore all over, it was worth it as it was a lot of fun. This already felt like another training session just returning to her apartment. I think I know how you feel now when you first started out this hero training, Chana says playfully but also tiredly at the same time. Each step was very hard for her to take, but is grateful toward Izuku for helping her guide her way up the stairs despite how tired he must be himself. Though judging from the muscular body she witnessed a while ago, he must not have taken this as hard as her. Already blushing very red again just remembering that as she tried to shake her head to get rid of the dirty thought. Doesn't help when she's leaning against Izuku when he could probably notice her red face, quickly looking away as she hoped he didn't notice. Oh God, why did I have to think about that now all of a sudden? I hope Izuku never noticed me staring then, she says to herself embarrassingly. The last thing she needed is to feel awkward around him. Reaching the halfway point, Izuku was looking toward the wall for a moment, feeling his shoulder had become a lot warmer, but then again, Chana was resting her head on it, but that didn't help the fact it was still very embarrassing for him. Don't think about it, you're helping her stay upright, just a few more steps, is what he kept telling himself. Like a gift from God, they arrived just outside her door. We made it, are you okay? He helped her stand up straight, holding her biceps until she raised her head, nodding slowly with a red tinge to her cheeks. Your face is really red from today. Sorry, Mr. Yagi goes a little overboard with training even for a beginner. Chana stood up straight as soon as they made it back to her apartment. It was a miracle she was even able to stand. Him pointing out how red she looked had her a bit flustered, at least glad he thought it was the training that made her look red. Yeah, I noticed. Chana giggled, then gave him a smile. Part of it was probably my fault for starting a race like that though. Sorry for the extra push, but I had fun. Chana expressed cheerfully. Thanks a lot for guiding me back to my new place. Will you be okay yourself making it back home? She asked her friend with a tilt of her head in a curious manner. Yeah, I think the added stress of running was really our own doing. Quote. He chuckled with her. Having fun with a friend again was a nice thought. Then Izuku nodded. I'll be fine, but for what it's worth, thank you, for, even considering everything I've said. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. You didn't need to agree with my plan about UA or any of the training, but you did, and I'm glad, because I got to make a friend by the end of it. The circumstances of their meeting weren't normal, but that didn't matter now. Chana felt warm inside and happy that she got to make him feel good about himself. Her arms crossed behind her as her smile widened from what he said. I should be thanking you. Honestly, Izuku, without you I don't think I would have made it in this world. I felt happy not just from being saved but was able to find an amazing friend like you in the process. She honestly tells him this with all her heart. I'm very thankful to have met you despite all this crazy stuff that's been happening around me. I admit I'm still scared of what's to come next, but I feel everything will be okay when I'm with you. She tells him, looking away shyly after saying that. I'm still not sure if I'll be worthy enough to apply to the hero school, but I know you will motivate me to keep trying. Chana pulls out her key now as she inserts it into the lock, opening the door with her hand but doesn't enter yet as she glanced back at him with a warm smile. Thank you again for everything, Izuku, and especially for being my hero. Chana felt flustered for doing this, but like most heroes she knows that have saved girls like her. Chana suddenly stood on her tippy toes as she planted a quick key onto his cheek, not knowing to her that when she did he not only felt a warm sensation but a boost of energy, like he's been charged back up slowly. Revived. There was no other word to explain nor calculate how Izuku felt. He both physically and emotionally felt on fire in every good possible way. His face was beet red as he tried to process what just happened. A girl just keyed my cheek. What do I don't. His own thoughts were a jumbled mess as he did the only thing he could process, smile. It was a stupid grin but one nonetheless as his body simply lost any semblance of fatigue. I see why you owe on Monday. See Chana. Like a rusted machine, Izuku pivoted on his left heel and marched back down the stairs, managing a polite wave so she didn't think he was broken. He was, but he honestly couldn't care less. He had a genuine person that trusted him. That warm feeling just now was more than enough proof of the fact. With a thundering heartbeat, Izuku walked home without a care in the world and a stupid smile on his face. Chana was a little taken back by his reaction, but she expected he would probably be pretty flustered after keying his cheek like that, as she felt a bit red herself doing. Watching as he spun his heel to leave in a panic manner, Chana was concerned if he would suddenly trip and fall down the stairs, but when he waved at her she at least perked up a smile and waved back. Chana couldn't help but giggle the way he reacted like that. Maybe that was a bit too much for him to handle, giggling to herself again as she goes right into her new apartment now and closing the door behind her, even locking it to be safe. Once she did, her back was now pressed up against the door as she looked up to the ceiling. I can't believe I just did that. Maybe I was thinking too much into those superhero movies when the hero saves the damsel in distress. I hope I didn't just make him uncomfortable or weirded out. Hard to tell by how flustered he looked. Chana blushes a bit more red embarrassingly. Her heart even skipped a beat overthinking it. Clearing her throat, Chana makes way to her new bedroom and just plops herself on her bed. She was still incredibly exhausted after all that training. She was too tired to even take a shower. For now Chana just removes her shoes, socks and the elastic out of her hair as it hangs back down. Chana made a mental note to shower in the morning and now her back hits the mattress. She knew how sore she probably will get in the morning, but for now she quickly fell fast asleep. Chana still didn't believe she had any superpowers herself, but not like she really needed one to feel special, though Chana hoped that she would never be alone while she is stuck in this world. That's the only thing she fears the most. Monday. Nothing out of the ordinary considering the cool October air had settled in again. Izuku tapped his foot anxiously as he stood by the stairwell that led up to Chana's new home. He initially felt a hot flush come over him from the distinct memory of her keying his cheek. At first, he thought it was just his delirious state playing tricks on him, as if anyone would think that way about him, but no, it happened. Izuku, now with a calm mindset, realized it was her way of showing her gratitude, he assumed. He wasn't an expert by any means when it came to how she was thinking, but the brunette had a good feeling it was what she wanted to express. That was the easy part. Katsuki Bakugo, not a person you'd consider easy to approach at all. He was loud, brash, and powerful, but also an egotist. For all his faults, Izuku couldn't help but feel some admiration for his better qualities, but that alone wasn't his concern. Chana Finley, a girl who wasn't from their world, who had a quirk she didn't know how to manifest nor control. Despite her rocky start, she's shown to be strong, kind, and steadfast in any issue in her way. When you take these two people you get one fatal result. They're going to tear each other apart, aren't they? Izuku muttered hopelessly. No matter how he spun it, if she was in a different class, they'd still gravitate toward one another, as Katsuki would immediately realize something was up when a person, a girl no less, was hanging around Izuku. If they were in the same class, even faster. He rubbed his eyes, trying to find a silver lining. I guess it'll be good to have a genuine friend for the last stretch of Aldera, but today would be a challenge. Good morning, Izuku. Thus, the day began as he turned to look up at the stairs. Chana smiled down at Izuku when she not only revealed herself but her new school uniform she was now wearing. It was still strange for her to be wearing one of these Japanese school clothing, as she wasn't much of a person who wears a lot of black, but it sure is a cool new experience even if she is still nervous about going to a new school. Especially one that's Japanese and not a place she normally understands. Going down the steps to meet her friend. Once Chana got to the second step she jumped down and smiled more widely at Izuku as she now stood by his side. So what do you think of my new uniform? Think I look enough like your classmates? Chana asked in a playful manner. Despite the uniform she still wore her green butterfly hair clip she had in her hair. She never goes anywhere without it as it has an important meaning to her. Izuku stood a little straighter with a stuttering smile. Why, you look great. I heard that in America your schools don't have uniforms, so I can imagine this as a new experience. He also wouldn't admit it, but she looked really nice in a uniform, or maybe that was his lack of social interactions playing up again. The two started to walk as they spoke. Why, your hair clip stands out a lot more. She smiled at the compliment, glad she at least looks like she's fitting in. Now walking by Izuku's side to school she glanced around as they walked and talked, wanting to see what Japan is all about. Yeah, we don't have much of a dress code in schools normally, depending on how they look though. She giggled after saying that, knowing her schools would be strict about wearing something too revealing, but that's the same for any school. Surprised by her hair clip, he pointed out, compared to her outfit, she plays with her long strand of hair when gesturing to it. Oh, this. Well, I know it wouldn't go well with my outfit, but at least it does with my eyes. Chana happily expresses. It's actually very important to me, so I don't usually go anywhere without it. Hope that isn't a problem there to wear. He shook his head, walking on the side with the river down the embankment. And not many schools nowadays are strict on accessories, and it's a hairclip, so they shouldn't really notice. Curious, he asked straight after, cocking his head. Was it a gift then? Chana eyed Izuku after asking about her accessory, surprisingly putting on a sad smile before looking forward again. Yeah, you can say that. It actually belonged to my mom before she passed it on to me. It's something she used to wear when she was about my age because it was kinda a trademark to her name. Chana tells him so far, a bit sad to talk about her mom but glad to at least talk a little about her as it felt she was still here. Sorry for bringing it up, he clammed up, feeling immediately stupid for asking about it. Oh no, don't worry about it, It's actually nice to talk about her a little. It kinda makes it feel like she's still here. She eyes him again with another smile. Wearing this always makes me feel she's watching over me, judging by the color of my hair clipped to your hair and eyes. It's like she guided me to you. Chana giggled at her remark, wanting to bring the positive mood back. Like a switch, Izuku found the strength to smile a little. Gee, that's a great way to look at it. The hair clip is a part of who she was that you get to keep with why you through whatever comes next. His smile was brighter now, closing his eyes briefly. I think she'd be proud of you for all you've done since you've arrived here. Chana couldn't help but blush at the comment Izuku made towards her, never even thinking how she probably would react to how she adjusted to this world. Chana looked away but still kept her smile. Why you think so? I haven't really done much. I haven't even made it past the first day of school yet. Chana shyly tells him, feeling pretty warm inside hearing how he looked at her possession the same way she did. Now it was Izuku's turn to be uplifting, shaking his head. At first, yes, you were afraid of what was happening, and the world probably felt like it was rushing past at glaring speeds, but when you had a chance to breathe you resolved to do something rather than let yourself wallow in your situation. He listed off with his fingers, becoming analytical again. You compromised with Detective Tsukauchi and that resulted in your temporary accommodations, your training with me after I made my suggestion to try Furua, after only just learning you could potentially have a quirk. Even during your first real training session you didn't let yourself fold under the pressure. If anything, the last 2 days are proof of your spirit. When Izuku finally remembered to breathe, he was locked in a stare with Chana. The words that rolled off his tongue just came about on impulse. He honestly thought she got lost in his muttering spree again. Sorry, I was rambling again. The more Izuku expressed how he admired her from her qualities she achieved, the more red Chana's cheeks became. It feels so weird just hearing the good things he listed about her as she wasn't very used to it, but Chana definitely appreciated his kind encouragement and despite how flustered she was feeling she managed to keep her warm smile towards him. Ah geez, when you put it that way I guess I have improved a bit, Chana says shyly, fiddling with her hair in a very flustered manner while looking down. But looking back up to him after finishing his list, this only caused Chana to giggle at his cute rambling. No, don't be sorry, honestly you analyzing me like that is very flattering. Listening to you like that really shows me how really smart you are. It actually impresses me a lot you're so open-minded about everything, like people's superpowers here as well as the ones you get to know. She happily praises him, not having a problem at all about his cute rambles. Izuku's own face matched hers now, tugging on the straps of his backpack. Well, I really can't help it. Like when I see a quirk in action I just have this urge to know more about it, and I guess that now applies to my everyday life. I've learned to take in a lot more of a person's thoughts through their actions. Mr. Yagi said this was an invaluable skill. He chuckled slightly. Guess I'm useful after all. That answer held more weight than he realized. Shaking his head, Izuku pointed to the street coming up. All right, from here we take a left, then just through the town toward the end north. That's where Aldera is. Without missing a beat, the pair picked up their pace just to be safe than sorry. Chana nodded at his instructions as she continued to follow along. She hopes she will be able to remember the direction, but it will be easier to memorize when she's walking with her new friend. Chana definitely found Izuku very smart and believes his skill is very useful. It's a great way to know things when it comes to being a hero. Alright, hey, by the way Izuku, what's your school like exactly? I mean, you really think it's something I can handle? Since I'm from America and all. She asks him with a nervous tone in her voice. Already she wasn't feeling very confident in herself getting through a Japanese school. Chana wasn't even sure what the teachers would even be like compared to where she went. That's the part I'm not sure of. He slumped slightly, his legs on autopilot to address Chana. Well, I'll explain how formalities work when we're there. The principal should already do as much when we arrive. As for teachers, well, some are nice. But there's just one real issue. He knew this would come up, so he gulped and said it one go. The other half of the faculty are judgmental about people without quirks, so, me, he shrugged, almost completely devoid of empathy. It's not that big of a deal, the most you'll see is them praising those talented over others, usual school stuff. His small smile was by far his worst yet. I see. Chana frowned but more sympathetically towards him, knowing very well the students would be judgmental. It wasn't all that surprising hearing students praise others, it basically was the same with the snobby jocks at her own school. Chana tried to put on a smile of encouragement to him. She was mostly afraid of not passing, but she wanted to help, be there for Izuku the same way he did her, placing her hand on his shoulder while she still smiled. I may not be very qualified due to my situation, and I'm prepared for how others might see me, but you, Izuku, are more special than you think. Chana expresses honestly. Maybe it doesn't mean much to you since I don't have a superpower as well, but they just need to see what real power is all about rather than showing off something they think is cool. Chana smiles more. They might not see it now, but one day they will, and when that time comes they will think twice about ever thinking differently about you. You make it sound so easy. Izuku sighed, but he dropped his fake smile for a more honest one, but it was clear the topic was still a sore spot. Just a few more months. I think I can handle it, but thank you, Chana. She nodded, and to bring the topic back, Izuku added. Oh, here you'll need to refer to others by their surnames, but I'm the exception, I guess. His face was a little pink before adding. As for your ability to understand the language, I think that's already answered. How so? She asked, curious to what he meant. Pointing to a nearby storefront, Izuku answered. Can you read those sales? She stared at what he was implying, the various colorful tags for offers and various on-display items for yen. All of which were written in Japanese, and yet, Chana could understand them. I think when you arrived here, whatever method that caused the jump might have imprinted more than just an aspect of our world. Your quirk, I think the people that brought you here left an imprint of the language on you. Izuku's brow furrowed, clearly unamused by that answer. How that's possible is still bugging me, and I might be wrong, but I feel it's the best answer we have. After glancing at what he pointed to, it was pretty strange that she could understand not only what they say but the writing as well. Her situation is still very strange and confusing in so many ways. Having her hand on her chin, recalling what Izuku told her, maybe the conclusion was that it was her power, understanding others. When you put it all that way, maybe that's the power I got, understanding other people's languages. Chana shrugged at this, not completely sure, but that's far as she could guess. I guess in a way it makes sense. I wouldn't get anything very super, but that's something I can work fine with as long as I'll be able to understand you and the writing they have here. It wasn't the kind of superpower she expected, but Chana felt okay with that. She wasn't the type to show off anyways and thought it was still useful. Izuku frowned a bit as they crossed the road. I'm not so sure. That strange backlash from your point of entry in the alleyway, unless that's a reaction just from our two worlds shifting from a quirk, but... He didn't have any evidence to support his claim, but there was something about those pictures they've seen that made Izuku feel there was more to both Chana's quirk and the powerful warp quirk than they realized. In any case, we're almost there. Since we'll be early, I'll have time to explain everything. Chana did find his analysis on what's going for her very impressive, even though he's so interested in her situation of wanting to figure it out. In a way he makes her feel kinda important, as it made her blush from the idea. Well, why you never know, I'm at least happy I got to understand and be friends with you. Chana expressed happily, but then a new thought came to her. By the way, I couldn't help but wonder, what made you know that I came from another world, Izuku? She asks him as her eyes stared at him in wonder. When you brought that up a while ago it sounded kinda like it was common. Have you guys ever come in contact with other worlds before? She asks, wondering how he knew without guessing she was crazy. Without missing a beat he gave her a sheepish look, and not to sound rude, but you were completely clueless to what quirks were, and the way you answered my willingness to be a hero with fictional heroes, that gave it away, and Superman is a very old comic series from before I was born, even before Q quirks came to be, he elaborated. Chana tilted her head in wonder of the explanation she was given. She didn't think it was enough to guess she was from another world. Well, I can understand why you thought I was strange, but I didn't think you believed in people suddenly appearing from a different world. she says in a bit of a playful tone. Not many would really speculate about that possibility. Normally situations like that people think you're crazy or have amnesia. It just surprises me that you would believe that possibility. Gee, that and gee, the idea of a person from another world. W was a little exciting from manga. I've read. Each word got quieter as he admitted his true intentions, tapping his fingers together. Chana was surprised to hear he guessed from something he read out of a manga. She at least was aware of the Japanese anime comic books. It was kinda funny he theorized everything from the book, causing her to actually giggle as she gave him a funny but playful look. You guessed from a comic book. Well, I have to admit they do have all sorts of fun stories about stuff like that. I didn't know you like to read them also. She smiled. It makes sense he read them since they are popular in Japan and he's such a fan of heroes. His features brightened. When I have free time, I read a lot about, well, heroes, but there's ones about people who are sent to other worlds, typically fantasy settings, with all sorts of abilities, so I kinda compared them to quirks. Wait, you too? He seemed very surprised by that, blinking at her a few times. From how I saw it, she didn't really seem to like heroes as much as police. Well, she likes the detective, I suppose. Chana giggled again from his surprised reaction, now smiling and nodding to confirm it. I always enjoyed reading superhero comics when I was little. Where I'm from we have all sorts of hero stories to read. I started to get hooked on manga when I was probably around 12. Fantasies and action stories is something I always enjoyed. Chana replied. She always did like watching the Marvel movies back home. By now, Izuku and Chana had fully engrossed themselves in their topic of comics manga the whole way to Aldera. From Chana's perspective, it was as she'd seen Japanese schools to appear as, and it did look nice, but again, her focus was more on the conversation with her friend. So much so, the greenette didn't see who rounded the last corner to their left, heading straight for the school grounds across the road. Izuku stumbled back a bit as another student came into view, one that sent chills down Chana's spine as two eyes glowered back at her. A young man of average height, and a fair skin tone. He had short, spiky, sandy hair with choppy bangs that hang over his eyebrows. His eyes sharp, making his blood-red gaze scarier. One look at Izuku made his brow twitch. Deku, watch where you're going. He growled at Izuku, making him flinch back with a timid face. Sorry, Kachan, IW was distracted, he apologized. Course you were. What, still thinking about Ua? Katsuki dared, his eyes narrowed at Izuku hatefully. Not like they'd accept a weakling like you to begin with, but hey, want to fail, be my guest, but stay out of my way. He shoved his shoulder against Izuku's before turning to walk away. If a pin dropped, then it echoed loudly. Chana was stunned by the sudden appearance of a very aggressive jerk that just came by. This was that guy Izuku was friends with before. Chana could hardly believe someone so sweet would be friends with someone so aggressive. Despite how scary he looked, it wasn't enough for her to not to glare at the jerk. Normally she would do something, but he already walked off and she didn't want to make a scene and cause a commotion as well as make Izuku fear come true about her facing him. Chana worriedly gazed at her friend as she placed her own hand on his shoulder in a gentle manner. Are you all right, Izuku? He didn't just hurt you, did he? She asks in concern for her friend, clearly not liking how he was just treated like that. I'm fine, he murmured, giving Katsuki's shrinking form a tired look. That W was probably the least volatile G greeting yet. He then felt her hand on the shoulder Katsuki bumped, squeezing it supportively as he slowly relaxed. Let's just get G going. Chana was taken back when he mentioned his violent greeting. He's done this often to him. The idea of him even bullying Izuku left a bitter feeling in her heart as it just caused her to frown more worryingly. Chana just hopes she won't witness the guy actually trying to hurt him. Chana wasn't sure what to say right now. All she can do is just nod silently. It was probably best not to talk about it for the moment. All right, but then suddenly her smile perks up surprisingly, now walking in front of him as she took hold of his hand, giving him a gentle tug. Come on, you're going to help me find my class still, right? Show me what this place is all about. Chana says in a cheerful tone as she ends up pulling him along to keep going and even gives his hand a gentle squeeze. The second she grabbed his hand, Izuku forgot all about Katsuki for the time being, his spirit renewed as he was dragged away. She's amazing. Maybe her being here wouldn't be as destructive as his pessimistic thoughts believed. They had plenty of time to visit the principal, but first Izuku showed her the lockers first. Thankfully, she had her own given her enrollment, but then went through the basic formalities that weren't all that different from America, though with a little more strict guidelines. Chana nodded, thoroughly taking in everything Izuku said and instructed her to do. Meeting with the principal was where Izuku had to leave her to go to class himself. They waved goodbye for now, and Chana was soon placed in the man's office to speak privately about her transfer from America, that no doubt Detective Tsukauchi conjured up. With a polite expression, the older man handed over a page detailing her classroom, teacher, and daily timetable. Now, I trust you'll be able to find your class just fine with this. Chana was nervous when Izuku suddenly left her, but at least she will see him again soon, turning her attention to her new principal and receiving directions to her new class. She looked down at what she was given, then glanced back up to give him a nod and a polite but nervous smile. Why yeah, I think I'll be able to find it just fine. Thank you so much, sir. Chana remembers that in Japan they bow to both apologize and thank someone, so she quickly does that before stepping out. Holding her map in hand to find her class, she took the chance to look around her new school, sure it is a lot different than what she's normally used to. Eventually she stopped by a door and looked down at her map to make sure she got the number right. Chana gulped in a nervous manner as she took hold of the handle. Now. Here goes nothing, Chana mumbles, having a hard time with the doors at first as she wasn't used to sliding them open like this, making a mental note to remember a lot of doors slide here before now stepping into her new class. The moment the door to the rowdy classroom opened, the chaos quickly smothered itself to murmurs as Chana entered. Now then, class, for the remainder of the school year a transfer student from America will be joining us. Be sure to welcome her properly and be polite. The teacher reminded the class as the anxious Ravenet stood at the front of the class with a small smile, eyes scanning the students, some with visible mutations due to their quirks. Two students in particular gave two very distinct faces. One with a mixture of relief and fear. The other bewilderment and a tempered anger. That's the extra Deku was with, a transfer, huh? And this late into the year. Katsuki found her emerald eyes landing on him, and he swore, for the briefest of moments, she made sure to shoot back a spiteful glare. Katsuki's fingers dug into the wood of his desk, brow twitching. What's her deal? After her glare she made at the aggressive jerk, Chana looked away frustratingly with a HMPH. At first she was very stunned to see so many crazy-looking people. This is not what she expected the students to look like. They actually made her pretty nervous. Now walking into the class, Chana stood in the front to introduce herself, nervously smiling as she gave the scary-looking people a wave of greeting. Hi everyone, my name is Chana Finley from Brooklyn, New York. It's nice to meet all of you. Chana introduced herself as polite and cheerful as she could be. Noticing Izuku in the classroom made her feel at ease as she gave him a friendly smile when she glanced her attention over to him. Right, so, worst case scenario, how do I deal with this? Izuku was in a frenzied state mentally. She already threw a glare at Kachan. He's going to respond to that in a heartbeat when he gets the chance. What's the best way to avoid that? Unfortunately, there was no straight answer. All Izuku could do was pray things would go smoothly for as long as possible. Hey, Finley, what's your quirk? Is school different here than in the West? What kinda heroes are in New York? You can ask her these questions later. Class has started. Much to the few protests of the students, they listened as the homeroom teacher motioned to the only empty desk. Now then, Finley, please take the vacant seat to the left of Bakugo. If you have any issues you may ask the others around you for help. The teacher explained as she did a small bow of her head before taking herself off to the desk right beside the explosive, who didn't remove his gaze from her until she was seated. Izuku was anxiously squeezing the power gripper under his desk as he watched Chana worryingly. She just smiled like always, but that only made his stomach twist further. Chana was very taken back when one of the students asked her what her power was. She didn't even think about how she would answer that nor what people in Brooklyn were like. What are the people in this version of Brooklyn like? Shauna was thankful for the teacher's save, giving him a polite nod of thanks as she now walks toward her desk. Shauna was well aware of the bitter stare Izuku's bully was giving her, but honestly, it didn't frighten her as much as it should. Shauna didn't really give any complaints about sitting next to him, as she just does as she was told and sits in her new seat. Setting her stuff down, Shauna gave Izuku another quick smile as her focus now goes forward to the teacher. Not paying attention at all to Bakugo or the nasty glares he was probably giving her. Shauna was not very comfortable sitting in a class with a lot of strange-looking people around her, especially how beastly they looked. It's like they accidentally fell into a chemical waste and mutated into these looks. Shauna really wasn't expecting the kind of superpowers everyone would have that would look so disturbing, but she didn't want to judge despite how frightening they may appear. Shauna was grateful to be in a class with her friend, or otherwise she wouldn't have the courage to sit around these kinds of people. Classes were another eye-opener for the pair. One part of Izuku's theory had remained untested: could Shauna write the language? Answer: no. She often glanced over at Izuku's work, and slowly, she pieced how the vertical format was written. Top to bottom, right to left. Since she understood the characters, she eventually grasped the basic concept, though her handwriting was slower due to never needing to write any of these symbols before. Thankfully, it was passed off as her inexperience with the language. In no time at all, several subjects had already flown by, the new wealth of knowledge keeping Shauna with her head down, reading and following everything taught to her. All of this would be imperative to the written exam of UA. She had less than a year to somehow apply both her own knowledge and what she learned in this world to succeed. Then came a familiar buzzing ring from outside the classroom, and quickly, the students erupted with sighs or conversation as lunch had officially begun. I did it. Shauna sighed as she slumped on her desk, somehow surviving without much issue, save for the writing part. Her writing was a little messy too. Shauna was grateful to have made it past the first period of class. Man, that sure was a hard course for her when it came to writing. Shauna could hardly understand what any of the symbols meant, but she wasn't going to give up after the progress she showed so far. Looking over at Izuku as soon as the bell rang, she grabbed her bag as she walked over to him. Noticing he looked kinda distracted as she poked her head into his view with a cheerful smile. "Whatcha thinkin' about?" Shauna teases with a giggle, grabbing a chair as she sits across his desk to join him for lunch. "That wasn't so difficult for my first class here so far. Well, if you count the writing part, but I think I managed to piece around the writing to understand it better." Shauna goes to pull out her lunch now. It wasn't a bento but just a paper bag with some homemade stuff she cooked up from home. Izuku nodded in agreement, grabbing his own lunch. "I guess we can rule out the writing part, but you understand what's written, right?" She hummed a nod. "Okay, I guess I can help you work on your writing when we've got time. It isn't hard once you find that rhythm, like with any language." Just as the two settled into small talk while eating, a small blast startled them both, and a few in the classroom who weren't paying attention as Izuku shrank back a little. "All right, you're going to tell me what the hell's going on, Deku." Katsuki seethed, completely ignoring Shauna for the moment. What do you mean, Kei-Kachan?" he asked genuinely as the snorted a sardonic laugh. That's what," he finally addressed the Ravenet. "I've never seen her around, and then out of the blue, here she is and is hanging around a worthless nerd like you, so you're going to tell me what's going on, now?" She's a transfer. Why, you heard the tea." One small blast of smoke from Katsuki's left palm silenced Izuku in his seat. "I may not have all the answers, but you're a shitty liar, Deku," Katsuki warned in a low voice. "Or was I not clear before?" Shauna was incredibly startled by the sudden blast, but she could guess who it belonged to. Turning her attention to the jerk who came into view, Shauna could not believe the way this guy was treating Izuku suddenly. Especially in front of her. Most would probably be very terrified of what this person is capable of, but for her, she couldn't stand this kind of behavior. Her expression now took on a look of anger and determination as she quickly stood up from her seat, standing in front of Izuku with her arms spread out and a glare towards the jerk as she defended him. "That's enough. What the heck is your problem? You have no right to even speak to him like that." Shauna glared with her tone sounding serious. showing no fear of this violent boy. I don't recall ever being told who I am allowed to hang out with, and you don't have the right to tell him or even me who I should be around. Chana crosses her arms now. Katsuki glared daggers back into her icy stare. Why the hell do I care who that nerd hangs out with? If some extra like you wants to follow him around, then you're probably as worthless as he is. He stepped closer, hands taut as sweat gathered in his palms. So stay out of my way, you blank slate. Chana didn't even flinch once how threatening he was being towards her. Chana dealt with enough people like this as it is. Narrowing her eyes in a more fearless manner, shockingly, Chana slapped his palm away when he raised his fist toward her, not backing down. I don't care what you think nor how you see me, but the way you're behaving right now, I much rather hang out with somebody who has done nothing but be so kind and welcoming towards me. She stayed in front of Izuku, not even glancing at him as she stood up to this boy. Don't expect me to cower just because you think you're acting all big and strong. You're only making yourself look bad in front of everyone here. Now if you don't want me to report this behavior to the principal, I suggest you back off and calm your fiery explosives. Her eyes narrow at him more, basically daring him to try and throw a punch toward her. Fury clouded Katsuki's head as he brought his slapped hand back, a few tiny sparks going off in his hands. It would be so easy to wipe that stupid glare off her face, but he couldn't blow his chance at Ua over one person. He sealed away his anger, keeping his scowl with a huff. He turned around, yelling as he did, "What are you damn extras staring at?" Immediately, everyone stopped staring and pretended to do anything else as Katsuki tucked his hands into his pants pockets. This isn't over, blank, Deku. What was going on? Katsuki had backed down. Izuku was certain he must have been seeing things, but no, there goes the, leaving the whole class in surprise as Izuku felt his heart nearly explode from his chest as he turned his gaze to Chana. Her icy glare hadn't faltered. "See Chana, are you okay?" Chana only crossed her arms and watched with her glare still staying on her face as he walked out, rolling her eyes at his destructive and immature behavior. But once he was out of sight, Chana glanced at Izuku behind her as her anger turned back into a smile towards him. I'm all right, don't worry Izuku. What about you, are you okay?" Chana asked in concern for her friend as her body spun around to meet his gaze fully. After that blast before, she was worried if he got hurt rather than scared. "You just stood up to Kachan and he didn't leave a scratch on you. I don't know if that's a good thing or a prelude to something worse," Izuku blurted out in one go, then quickly raised his hands slightly. I'm fine though. Why you didn't need to do that, but thank you, Chana." She stood up to Bakugo and didn't get blasted. "Finley, I have goosebumps after that. That stare of yours even put Exploding Boy on ice." Before the two friends had a chance to speak, those remaining in the class surrounded Izuku's table, asking her a myriad of questions. Izuku blinked but ultimately felt a little less worried as she laughed nervously, trying to answer every question thrown her way. Chana wasn't expecting anything like this at all to happen when the class began to huddle around her. Basically all this attention is what really startled her, and the comments they were giving her only had her cheeks redden. Chana was really not used to having this much attention, as she ended up putting on a shy smile and a nervous laugh, feeling kinda uncomfortable but flattered at the same time. It really was nothing, honest, I just didn't want my friend to be picked on is all." She answered one of their questions, glancing at Izuku to give him an apologetic smile. Chana can guess he was probably feeling awkward after this sudden commotion. Truth be told, Chana rather spent her quiet lunch talking to her friend. But she was at least glad she didn't make herself look too much like a fool, as she really just expected them to look down on her after lashing out at Bakugo. "So, hey, what's your quirk?" one of the girls asked, giving Chana a curious look. "Bet it's that scary glare of hers, sure gave me chills," one boy shivered as a few laughed. But Chana looked panicked. She couldn't answer that because she wasn't sure of it either, or if she had a quirk at all. Thankfully, someone rescued her. It's dormant." Izuku found his voice, staring at his desk. It's unable to manifest B because her body needs T training." For the first time in a long time, those in Izuku's class listened and took his words to heart with various nods and noises of understanding. With a single, spur of the moment answer, the questions about the unknown quirk ceased. Chana let her shoulders relax, silently thankful for the deflection. Must be pretty strong then. The girl from before murmured, then smiled. Well, still, nice work putting Bakugo of all people in his place. Guy can be really obnoxious. Several others around her nodded in agreement, but all were clearly unable to say it to the S face. Thankfully, after that, the pair were given the space they wanted again to sit and eat in peace. This is the most bizarre D-Day of my life, Izuku gulped, still shaken up by the ordeal. Chana was sure after even admitting she had no power quirk, they lost their respect towards her. But it really surprised her that Izuku just came to her rescue to save her image, not like she would have cared if they gave her the cold shoulder after that, but she was grateful for being there for her, giving him a thankful smile toward him. After they finally gave them some peace, Chana sighed and slouched in her seat. Surprisingly exhausted from all that sudden attention. You can say that again, Chana playfully said, but then perked up. Honestly Izuku, I'm surprised you were ever even friends with a guy like that. Just how did you guys ever start hanging out in the first place? Chana asked in a very curious manner as her gaze sat right back towards him to give her full attention to his story. That's probably the normal part, he sighed, again with a voice dripping with apathy, or maybe just a drastic sense of tiredness. My mom's best friends with Kachan's mom, so naturally we were around one another when we were young. Sure, Kachan was brash, but that was before he got his quirk. Izuku hung his head a bit, staring out the window not far from his spot. After his quirk, Explosion, appeared, people praised him for his powerful quirk, saying he'd make a great hero. I did too. He's the type that would strive toward his goal, toward total victory. I admire that drive a lot, and then. He paused, feeling a heavy storm of bad memories surface as he rubbed his hands together. Mine never appeared, and from there he changed. He was more angry with me, and as we grew up, his verbal backlash became physical too. It was like I wasn't anything more than this bug that kept following him, but he could never quite catch it. I guess I just crumbled in on myself. I just couldn't. He bit the inside of his cheek, staring at anything but her face. I can't really say anything here. He was a coward when it came to his own feelings. Chana listened as she stayed quiet while he told his backstory. It sounded like Bakugo was too full of himself the moment he was blessed with something he deemed worthy. Chana really didn't understand Bakugo's deal, but Izuku really deserved better than that. Chana reached her hand out as she placed it on her friend's hand for comfort, giving him a sad but comforting smile. Izuku, I can understand how hard it must have felt to lose someone you thought you were close to. But you have to understand that you shouldn't even allow him to treat you like this. You're only powerless if you don't do anything to defend yourself. Chana gave his hand a gentle squeeze. Not like how he up and decided to treat you this way was your fault due to not being like everyone else, but you're only encouraging him to see you this way if you don't stand up for yourself more. But honestly, how others might treat you right now and how you don't stoop to his level despite how harsh they are just makes you a stronger and better person. You just need to show Bakugo you're more than this and get him to see how strong you really are inside. Chana openly tells him. Through her whole speech she gives him a serious but also compassionate expression. Not wanting at all to see her friend continue feeling like this. Again, Chana found a way to voice what Izuku had been arguing with himself for years. Only with All Might's help had he thought it would be possible, but again, could he really do that? It was easy to say he had to stand strong, but this wasn't something mended overnight. I'll try, it was all he could muster. Sorry, Chana. He didn't want to let her down, so he hoped that answer would suffice, if only for a while. Chana was at least satisfied enough to hear that as she gave his hand one last squeeze before letting go, her smile never faltering. Besides, the way you came to my rescue again after the others wanted to know if I had a power just makes you more of a hero in my eyes. Chana cheerfully expresses with a pleasant giggle, not letting a scary situation with Mr. Explodey Fists get the better of her. You're really the real reason I had the courage to stand up to someone like that. Izuku's optimistic self slowly surfaced again, face a little red from her contact. I was just returning T the favor, what are friends for? With a small chuckle, He felt his mood improve around her again, though the consequences of Chana's and Katsuki's meeting would cause problems. For now, Izuku was glad she was here to make one aspect of his life a little brighter. Chana giggled happily after hearing what he said, but also because of his adorable shy side, Chana smiled more widely, just happy to be friends with someone she came to admire. Well, I truly appreciate everything you're doing for me, Izuku. It really means a lot more to me than you might think. Chana expresses softly, after saying that she goes to take a glance out the window. Already new thoughts come to her mind about her day-to-day. It really still stuns her to be around people who look so differently and is a normal thing in this society, but witnessing how some of their powers work truly does make them unique in their own way. Chana wondered if she really does have a superpower like all of them, now placing her elbow onto the desk as she uses her hand to hold her face up to stare out the window, lost in her thoughts. But having one or not, she is still grateful for this adventure as it actually made her feel stronger as a person. She smiled again at the thought. Chana doesn't even realize that the sun reflecting off the window, bringing a shining ray of sunshine to Chana's face, just made her look very stunning, hence her name Chana, which happens to mean light. Especially the way a cool breeze blows through her long hair, which happened when one of the windows close by happened to be opened. Strangely unknowing to her, when the sun reflected onto Chana, her eyes took on a tint of a yellowish glow for a brief second, which is unnatural for her. By the time Chana's first day of school in both Japan and a different world altogether ended, she and Izuku had already made plans for points after their training with Mr. Yagi, implying they weren't dead, to work on her handwriting. Katsuki hadn't bothered to say a word to them when he returned, only shooting his glare toward the front of the class. Clearly, he had learned to keep his mouth shut around Chana. With everyone leaving the school grounds, Izuku and Chana headed left. While this route meant it would take longer for Izuku to walk home, the extra steps weren't all bad considering he's been trained to near death every chance he had. Chana was still in her happy state even after her experience with Bakugo. Chana walked in front of Izuku in a cheerful manner as she walked backwards to talk to him on their walk off. That sure was pretty exciting for my first day here. Say, Izuku, you wanna go somewhere together maybe? Chana asks as she wanted to hang out with her friend more and explore new sights. Sure, I don't mind, he gulped. Did she just ask me out on a date? No, it's a friend thing, that's right, stop getting all mixed up. Shaking away his flustered state, Izuku pursed his lips for a moment. There's the shopping district back the way we came, it isn't far from Aldera. I think I passed an arcade too before, but it's been a while since I've gone myself. Will that do? Chana looked to have perked from what he suggested, looking pretty excited about the idea. Are you kidding? That sounds like a lot of fun. Chana expressed cheerfully, already she was looking forward to exploring new places. Sounds like a perfect way to enjoy ourselves after a big commotion like that in school. Okay, let's go. With some added confidence, the two spun around to make their way into town. Along the way, Izuku opted to help Chana with her handwriting, pointing out methods he did second nature that helped improve his own handwriting as time went on. Japanese was written with the combination of three systems called hiragana, katakana and kanji. At first, it looked like her head was spinning, but the longer Izuku took to point out how each structure integrated into the other, the more the dots seemed to connect slowly. However, their constant focus on their work left them unaware of the pair of eyes watching them approach. They hadn't even bothered to look up before they were within 3 meters of Katsuki. He had spent a long time trying to figure out their angle. Not once had Izuku ever been good at talking with others, no one even noticed him half the time besides the teachers. Then all of a sudden, some strange girl no one's ever seen before shows up from overseas and Izuku's attitude warped entirely. And it pissed him off. You really are a pain in the ass, Deku. His sharp tone startled the pair from their combined muttering. Chana's face fell into a bemused glare while Izuku felt himself back up into her shoulder with a nervous frown of his own. Hey, Kachan. Izuku clamped up as Katsuki leaned off the wall of a corner store to approach the pair, eyes unblinking. You honestly think I give a crap about what you think of me, blank? What did you think a weak-ass stunt you pulled would really do anything? He didn't smirk like he always did. No, this time, his anger was rearing its ugly head. Well, I heard you've got some powerful quirk you can't even use, but it's really just Deku's way to cover you for the fact you don't have one. That's it, isn't it? Chana once again didn't cower when she saw the jerk approach them. Like before, she rolled her eyes and then stared him down. The last thing she wanted was to cause a fight, but not like she was going to show any fear towards him even if they were out of school. Chana doesn't even get up from her seat yet as she speaks. Whether I have a quirk or not, it doesn't matter. I really don't care what you or anyone might think. I just didn't want you to bully my friend around. What are you doing here anyways? Don't you have anything better to do rather than keep picking on us? Chana asks him in a blunt manner as she keeps her eye contact on Bakugo. You really think you're invincible out here? Katsuki warned in a low tone, letting off a small blast from his right palm. I don't need my quirk to put someone like you beneath me. He leaned forward, pupils the size of pins as he burrowed them into her orbs. I'm warning you now. Stay out of my way. If anyone from that damn school is getting into UA, it's me, not some quirkless nerd and his lapdog. Katsuki stood up straight again, flicking the butterfly hairpin on her head before turning away. Waste your time all you want. Training. Pretend you have some powerful quirk. Lie all you want to those idiots, but I'm not falling for your shit for a second. Blank. Slowly, the explosive walked away. Once again Chana didn't flinch when he stared her down threateningly, though when he flicked her hairpin she reacted by taking a step back, not wanting him to touch it, but it wasn't enough to scare her. Chana crosses her arms as she watches Mr. Explodey Fists walk off. Then quit bothering us and you won't have anything to worry about. Chana shouts, now placing her hands on her hips. Unbelievable, that guy. What is he even trying to prove? She asks herself as she still eyed the guy. Izuku had been silent through the ordeal again, and he really felt pathetic letting her handle his toxic relationship with Katsuki as he folded in on himself. I'm really not sure. M may be threatened, but that doesn't add you up, so I'm as lost as you. Without thinking much of it, Izuku lifted his hand to adjust her hairpin correctly again, looking down with a sad smile. Sorry, I should have done something, but I completely shut down. Chana couldn't help but blush a little when he adjusted her hairpin back. It was a really sweet gesture and it took her by surprise. Now with her eyes back on Izuku, she gave him one of her usual kindly smiles. Don't worry about it, that was really my fight rather than yours. Chana tells him, having no hard feelings. I'm not really sure what his true motives are, but I don't think he's truly a heartless guy. Chana surprisingly says as her gaze went back to the place he walked off. The greenette was a little taken back by that. He never said it because he thought of all people, she'd be the one to say he was crazy to think it was possible. Kachans. He wants to be a hero. M maybe only to be number one. B but to do that M means he values the lives of people. In his own strange way, Izuku looked to her while nervously scratching his nape. I thought you would have disagreed with me, so I never said anything. Her eyes turned back to Izuku. She guessed that's why he never really spoke up, because he thought the same way she did right now. I see. I could actually tell by the way he confronted me that he was serious about his goals. He could have taken the chance to hurt me right now, but he didn't. Chana expresses with a small smile. I think I understand him a little bit now. His motives are much different than yours. While he takes a blunt direction, it's just his way of wanting to succeed, like how you train hard to be the hero you always wanted to be. She leans back in her chair now as her gaze looks up. Maybe he decided to treat you like that because he was either jealous of you because he could see you have real potential, or that it's a way to make himself feel strong. But I think, once he sees the value of being a true hero, I can see him changing his ways one day. She says with a wider smile, her gaze still staring up into the sky. Hopeful someday. Izuku then stood up with a slight smile. Though he could yell a lot less sometimes, his sweat dropped, hearing Chana giggle as she too hopped to her feet. I said I'd show you around the shops and such, so let's go while it's still bright out. Lead the way, she gestured, both leaving behind that rough run-in to enjoy the rest of their afternoon. Chana was excited when they began walking around town together. She saw a lot of interesting places, vendors and sights. Chana was pretty cheery the whole time they explored where Izuku took her. he could see she was having the time of her life. Chana even got to see a few other people with freaking-looking appearances, which happened to have startled her a few times, and as a reflex Chana would hide behind Izuku for a few seconds when they walked past her. Chana felt embarrassed being jumpy like that. She knows she will have to get used to that eventually. Eventually the sun was setting as they now were walking down a park road, her smile never leaving her face. Chana stretched her arms out in a peppy manner. Wow, that was so much fun. I don't think I ever had that much fun since leaving my average world, it's been a long time. Chana expressed cheerfully as she walked by Izuku's side and kept her eyes forward. Izuku was happy too, not just for her company, but how normal it felt to have someone to spend time with that wasn't to do with training to hopefully hold one for all. Maybe when they got into UA they'd have more friends. It was certainly enough to keep him smiling. I'm glad you enjoyed it, but... His smile softened as he looked at the Ravenet. Chana, are you okay? I know it's only been a few days, but about all of this. Chana was surprised by the sudden question as she looked back to him with a confused expression, though she can understand why he might be concerned. Once again Chana smiled at him before looking forward once again. I admit, when I first came here I didn't know what to think. I would be lying if I said I wasn't terrified. If I was all alone then I would probably be a wreck. Chana's expression now softened a bit more as it looked almost down. I never expected to have everything like this happening to me. Possibly having a superpower, training to be a possible superhero and attending a new school. I was really nervous about the whole idea, but, she now looked back at him. It actually became a lot of fun. I wouldn't be doing any of this if it weren't for you. Since meeting you I felt like I was given so much hope. Her praise was still so foreign to Izuku that he couldn't maintain a proper complexion without his face turning red, but he was slowly getting used to her uplifting replies. I was pretty freaked out when we met because, well I honestly thought why you'd hate how protective I was, or how I can mutter and space out. Looking ahead to the sky, he wasn't afraid of that idea anymore. Now, I feel a little more confident, maybe not entirely, but I've been happier now because I got to meet you, and hope. That's why I want to be a hero, to give you what I want to give others, to smile even when it feels so hopeless. That goal no longer felt like wishful thinking. Chana was proof he could save people his own way. Chana felt happy by his own words. She felt warm inside whenever they were together like this and encouraged each other to be strong. Chana is happy to be there for Izuku as well as grateful he's there for her. She let out a happy giggle as her smile widened more. That's no reason at all for me to dislike you for that. To me it just shows me how kind and gentle you are. It's actually kinda a way of me knowing I can trust you. Chana honestly expresses. I admit, I was worried myself that I might be a heavy burden on you. I was a little afraid you would be bothered with the task of watching over me and hanging all over you. I would be sad if that were true, but I really like to continue to always be friends while I'm here. I can't imagine myself being anywhere without you. Chana shyly tells him on that last part, looking away with a blush and a shy smile across her face. How did I get blessed to be around amazing people like her in All Might? Izuku held back his emotions, instead, flowing them all into his smile as he spoke tenderly. I'm not familiar with a lot of things friends normally do. I can't lie and say I have that experience anymore. But I'm certain, even if everything around us was crazy, we'll face it together. He held up his fist between them anxiously, rubbing his pink cheek. Chana was glad she didn't sound clingy. Just hearing Izuku's encouragement had her perked up and felt more confident. She nods with a determined smile on her face, giving him her motivated thumbs up. Whatever comes our way we will face it together. Chana expresses happily and confidently. Looking up to the sky, Chana thought of something else she liked to do before turning in, looking back at Izuku. Do you by any chance have some time to stop at one more place I have in mind this time? She asks with a curious smile. Izuku relaxed then and there. I thought for a moment she'd say I was being very cheesy with that line. I meant it but, that definitely sounded better in my head. His inner turmoil unnoticed, he shrugged. Sure, where to? Chana answered with a wide smile and a pleasant giggle, now walking a little faster in front, you'll see. Chana tells him as she ends up being the one to lead the way. Luckily she managed to memorize the place she wanted to go, turned out to be the beach where she and Izuku not only met but trained together. The journey back to the beach took them roughly 15 minutes from their current spot in Musudafu, but the feeling barely registered in their legs. Izuku cocked his head a little, looking to Chana. The beach. Why did you want to come here? It couldn't be to train, right? Chana smiled at their destination, now walking down the steps. Once she was down she looked up at Izuku and smiled. Because this is where it all started. She happily says, now gesturing to follow. I thought it would be nice to walk along the shore rather than running a track across the sand. She explains as her eyes took a gaze out to the sea, finding the view beautiful in the distance. Silently following her down, Izuku didn't pay to mind the still mounds of trash piled off toward the pier, but the rest of the beach to their right was clear and pristine as if it hadn't been touched. Following her across the sand left him oddly relaxed. The soft slosh of the tide, the smell of the ocean, the October breeze and warm sunlight, it was all very therapeutic when you're not constantly feeling like your organs wanted to kill you. Chana had her hands behind her back as they started walking across the shore, her gaze looking out to the sea as she silently watched and listened to the sound of the waves. I never got to go out to the beach very often, it's really nice to be able to visit it during peaceful times like this. Chana says softly as her gaze still stays out to the sea, really enjoying the view as well as the nice breeze. Izuku stared at her for a while, longer than he intended before answering, I've been to the beach a few times, but I think when this one's completely clear I'd like to visit because it'll feel rewarding to know it can be enjoyed again like this. He had a long road ahead, but being here to enjoy even a small fraction of his labor work bearing fruit was enough to fuel his determination ahead. Chana now looks back at him with her smile still intact. I can tell you really poured your heart into cleaning this place up. Honestly it stuns me that people don't even realize how so much trash affects the world, Chana says in a frustrated tone at the litter bugs here. Just seeing all you have done is another way to show hope for a better future. Chana says happily. He waved his hands quickly, I really just did what I could. Mr. Yagi showed me this place and I'm sure once it's cleaned others will do the same, hopefully. Izuku was certain Chana's help would speed along the process in time, and when she figured out what type of quirk she had, he knew it would be amazing. Chana giggled again at his flustered reaction, she's sure she will never get over that. I'm sure they will once they see how beautiful the place has gotten since you cleaned it up. Chana looks back at the sea again while smiling. It's kinda funny, Mr. Yagi reminds me of that big buff smiley guy the first met when I first arrived here. They may look different but they seem to have the same heart and desire to do good. Chana surprisingly says, not knowing how right she is. Yeah, Mr. Yagi works at All Might's agency so that's no surprise, he really needed to work on holding true to their lie. Izuku didn't want to but if others knew it could put them in danger, and Chana had enough problems as is. Maybe, someday he could tell her, when she was strong enough to hold her own too. For now, he didn't want to put her in the same boat as him. It was All Might that told me I could be a hero. Since then, I've been trained towards my dream. Even if every day I feel completely exhausted, it gets easier each day. She hums in response to his words. Chana could tell he was truly blessed to be given great opportunities like this. He really does sound like an amazing hero, especially to bring hope to your dreams. After all, that's what being a real hero is all about. Chana says happily, eyes now forward in her direction. I kinda wish we had superheroes where I'm from. Everyone doesn't really rely on anyone other than the police, it's pretty cowardly where I'm from. Chana tells him disappointingly about where she's from, not liking how cowardly her people can be. You don't entirely trust the police, do you? Izuku worded carefully as they stared at the horizon. I won't assume but just from how you've reacted I guess I felt like there was something bitter between you and authorities, and not that you were in trouble with them, but just a bad experience. Again, I'm not entirely certain what the correlation is, with a wave of his hand he added. But if you want to wait to tell me I understand if it's a sensitive issue. Chana's eyes narrow in a serious manner, not even looking at Izuku when he mentioned the authorities, but then she sighs as her face softens in a sad manner. I lost my mother during a robbery at a bank she happened to be in. They just showed up pointing their guns at everyone. During the incident when one of them was pointing their weapon at the person behind the counter, she stepped in front to defend the person, basically trying to tell them to back off. Even when they told her to move she wouldn't. No one else would even step in to try and calm the situation or stop them. Chana's expression now looked sad as she kept going. Without warning, she ended up getting shot. The authorities didn't even come fast enough when they made off with the money they stole. Everyone just expected they handled everything, but how can they if they are not even there or show up fast enough? Chana expresses frustratingly as she now looks away. Hearing this puts a lot into perspective. Her resentment for heroes and the police, for people to a degree who sit idly by and do nothing to prevent tragedies. If Izuku was in that exact situation, he wasn't sure how his feelings towards others would be swayed. But it made sense, why she stepped up to Katsuki, why she put herself in the line of fire constantly. She was the exact same as her mother, protecting people without a second thought. Izuku opened his mouth to say something, but, "I'm sorry," wasn't going to help. No, he had to do more than that. Stifling his embarrassment, and ignoring his beating heart, Izuku reached to the side to grab her hand gingerly, managing to loosen her fist to wrap his fingers around her palm. "You said there aren't any heroes where you're from, but that's not true." Two pairs of green eyes met. She was a hero without a doubt. Chana expected him to probably sympathize with her and say "I'm sorry that happened," but suddenly feeling his hand in hers not only took her by surprise but caused her to blush, looking down at her hand and up to Izuku's face. Chana swore her heart was racing a mile not only from the comfort of his hand but the way he complimented her mother's actions made her feel so warm inside. Chana stared into his soft and gentle eyes that only made her heart race faster, but then after a few more moments her smile slowly rose back into a warm and thankful smile as her grip on his hand tightened. She never thought about it that way, but hearing what Izuku told her has given her a bit more hope despite her death. Yeah, she really was. "Thank you, Izuku," Chana softly thanked him as her eyes remained on his. Realizing he had now stuck himself in quite the embarrassing predicament, Izuku's face broke out in a red hue as he chuckled to himself, looking at anything but her face. Anytime. But again, he found his eyes in hers. It made his skin burn but also made it harder to look away. Noting the sun was already halfway gone, the sky starting to turn to shades of purple and dark blue, he coughed into his free hand. "It'll probably be dark soon. We should get going, or do you want to stay a little longer?" A slither of him tried to say yes, but his other rampant thoughts trampled the voice. Holding hands was just something friends do, right? It didn't really mean anything. Yeah, that seemed to make sense to him. Chana could tell the action he did was very embarrassing for him, but she still appreciated it with all her heart. She let his hand go to give him time to breathe. Though the cute way he gets so flustered just brings another happy giggle out of her. "If you want to head back now I'll understand. I wouldn't want to make your parents worry about staying out this late with me," she says with an understanding smile. Truth be told, Chana wishes she could stay out a little longer with him, but she wouldn't want to keep him past curfew and get him in trouble. Oh, that's not an issue, really, my mom wouldn't mind," he shrugged before looking off to the side, and briefly, a callous emotion glazed his eyes. "And my dad's not really around at all, so that's not a problem either." Chana was a little surprised to hear his dad's not around. Did he die also, or were they separated? Chana wasn't sure if he wanted to talk about it also. "Oh, what are your parents like if you don't mind me asking?" Chana asked, thinking asking that way would be better than asking what the situation is with his family. "My mom's a nurse, so she tends to have late shifts, but is probably the nicest person you'd ever meet. She can be a little overprotective at times." Izuku laughed slightly, again, hiding some of his true feelings on the subject. "She has a quirk that allows her to pull light objects toward her, like a lesser form of telekinesis." Then, that same, bitter emotion crossed his emerald eyes. "My dad works overseas to pay for everything. As far as I know he has a quirk that lets him breathe fire, but that's about all I know." To quickly bury those feelings he waved his hands. "But I understand why he works that hard. I mean, it's to support my mom and myself, so I get it." Chana looked pretty amazed to hear what his parents were like, not just for their powers but their jobs they had. Though noticing his expression when he mentioned his dad, it kinda looked like he had bad feelings about him, maybe strained. I see. Wow, your mom sounds really cool. By the way she sounds, you're lucky to have a mom that cares for your well-being a lot. Sounds like my dad, he can be pretty protective himself. Chana shares as she giggles, knowing how her dad can be. Your dad even sounds like a hard worker, even if he's not around as often as you make it sound. At least he cared enough to provide for you and your mom as much as he can. I'm sure he even wants you to have a great life. She says as her eyes are now back toward the sea. I guess so. It was true. Izuku knew that's why he wasn't around. But then why did he feel almost nothing toward the father who was never around? Or rather, not often enough for him to really recall any memories of. He got letters, sure, but that was just that, a piece of paper to him. Instead of this, he focused on what Chana said. Is he the kind to be super protective if you were around boys, I'm guessing? Or just cautious all around? Chana's eyes went back on Izuku, chuckling at his question. I say he's the type that always calls to make sure I'm okay even when I'm out for a short time. Chana explains so far with another giggle. Though if he ever saw me hanging out with a boy like you, he would probably go nuts about that. He still treats me like a child, so I can imagine him stepping in if he saw me holding hands or keying someone. Chana's dad was always such a daddy's girl to her, though his methods can be embarrassing sometimes. She at least knows he means well. I think my mom would flood the neighbors downstairs with her tears of joy if I had a girlfriend. Izuku wondered with a nervous smile at that overdramatic scene. Seeing that the sun was really starting to fall further now, he nudged Chana's side. Let's go. We've still got a week ahead, not to mention Mr. Yagi's training to worry about. That sounded really cute to Chana, now suddenly wondering what exactly is his type of girl. She was a little distracted by the thought until Izuku nudged her side. She locks eyes back on him now. Chana was bummed to go, but it's probably for the best to rest up. Yeah, I can't imagine what he will have next for us, who knew being a hero in training was this much hard work. Chana says with a stretch of her arm. Izuku understood that himself. His first month was, for lack of a better word, horrible. It's hard at first, but the right routine and mastering the breathing technique really helps your body adjust to almost any workout. He smiled. Mr. Yagi said it came from two long-standing families from centuries ago. The Kamado and Rengoku families have taught the technique to a handful of people that heard about its legacy. Sure sounds pretty complicated but very interesting. She says with her hand on her chin, processing this new info she was given. What exactly made you want to be a hero in the first place, Izuku? Chana asks him with curious eyes now as her hands moved behind her back. I've mentioned before I wanted to give people hope with a smile, but well, it's a little embarrassing. Knowing he had her full attention as they moved up the steps again, he relaxed a sigh. Gee, there's this video I watched. I don't know how many times, of All Might saving dozens of people single-handedly, all carried in his arms and over his shoulders. And he would say, I am here, and that phrase was stuck with me for years, even when I was diagnosed as quirkless. I kept hearing his voice over and over. Izuku felt his heartbeat increase with a prideful smile, a smile not rarely seen on his face. I knew I wanted to be like him, to save people with a smile no matter what. Chana listened as they started to walk back, keeping her focus on her friend. Listening to his reason why he wanted to become a hero was very admirable. Chana stared at him as her eyes widened a little from what he told her. His reasons were just so honest and kind. Even the way he smiled, Chana could tell how serious he was to make that happen. Chana's smile rose and maybe even blushed a little, seeing how really cool he is in her eyes right now, almost speechless. You're amazing, Izuku. I already have so much faith in you that you'll become that hero. I believed that the moment we started to meet and train together. Chana says with her own smile, her words honest and true, that she can already see she has much hope for him. It was possible Izuku might pop a blood vessel from how many times his blood had run to his face as he stammered a laugh. I'm glad you think so. Again, thank you, for everything, Chana. He really couldn't be more thankful. Sure, pretty words weren't going to breed results, but they sure made it feel tangible for just a moment more. What are friends for? She returned his words, equally as happy. Transition. Locked in a slate-gray prison cell, two low-file men sat around doing nothing but playing cards on a small table in their cell. No guards were around to bother them, nor any other inmates waiting to be transferred elsewhere. That was, until a distinct sensation of the air growing hotter struck their sides, and a clean slice of a blade stretched outward from the locked steel door. Immediately, the two cast the cards aside to sit up straight at someone who left a dark, almost overwhelming impression on the small room stepped into view. Then, that person let out a long-winded exhale. Let me get this straight. This plan that we've conducted for months, gathered the connections and the resources to pull off a heist like no other in human history, and it all fell apart, because you two got bested by a 14-year-old schoolgirl and a boy her age, and were apprehended by the symbol of peace, the man worded with as much frustration and sarcasm as possible that the men winced, looking down in utter shame. Our actions cannot be excused, sir, one spoke. We failed, we can only humbly beg for your forgiveness. No, I should have this coming. Want something done, do it yourself. Yes, we've all heard it before. The man bathed in darkness shook a large silver appendage in dismissal. In the end, this merely gives us a profitable angle, maybe not the one I hoped for, but I can make this work in our favor. All it needs is the right push. He smiled slightly. Something I can do, that I certainly don't need either of you to do. Sir, the one who did all the talking was suddenly grabbed across the face, covering his eyes with a pale hand with sharp, silver nails, a deep vermilion tone rising from beneath his palm as the man grunted and tried to claw the hand away as he begged. Wait, sir, please I'm not mad, but I can't have you being interrogated for information. Even a small slither of knowledge is worth its weight in gold if used correctly. With a sigh, that dark red light grew to envelop the room. Since you did accomplish part of your task, consider this a painless severance of your contracts. Despite the harsh light and the painful screams that followed, not even a notion of terror echoed down the halls, the pressure surrounding the chamber smothering noise and light. End of transition. After the long trek back to her new place, the two finally arrived back at the building. Walking up the stairs and then up to her door, Chana turned back to look at Izuku with a thankful smile. Thanks for everything today, Izuku. I really had a lot of fun despite some setbacks. I hope we can do this again soon. Chana tells him happily and honestly, though she hoped all that walking didn't make him feel too tired after taking a walk to the beach and then back to her place. Chana was already concerned if he was exhausted but at least knew how strong he is compared to her. It's no problem, honest, and well, school is tomorrow, though hopefully Kachan will be. He slumped slightly with a tired smile. Kachan. Despite those hiccups, he had fun too. Having the time to hang out, even if the rest of their afternoons would be spent training at the beach, it was a breath of fresh air. Chana wasn't too worried about Bakugo. What she worried about the most is him picking on Izuku again. Though Chana hoped Izuku would stick up for himself more, she hates seeing him get pushed around. Chana placed her hand on his shoulder as she tried to give him some hope. Don't worry too much about him. After seeing what Kachan is like, I actually believe there's hope for him to improve. Maybe his attitude won't, but he might come a long way until he shows any progress, but I believe one day you'll have a huge impact on him, Izuku. Chana smiled more after saying that. She took her hand off his shoulder now as she once again placed her arms behind her back. We sure had a long walk after that trek to the beach and back here. Do you by any chance want to come in and rest up a little bit before heading back home? Chana kindly offered, thinking maybe his own legs were pretty exhausted even if they didn't run a track. I'm being invited into a girl's home. Izuku wasn't sure if he should be happy about that offer or not. His pink face told volumes of that. But once he looked behind him, it told him the sun had almost vanished, the sky mostly dark with a few stray stretches of violet on the horizon. Thanks for the concern, but I've barely felt any fatigue since we left school. Strange, not even some slight tension. He blinked, tapping one foot off the ground. Maybe all my training made me used to long-distance walks by now. Once again, judging by the muscles he now has, Chana could completely understand that. Already her red cheeks were starting to show as she quickly shook her head to get rid of the thought at the moment. Gee, that's understandable, hee, Chana shyly says, looking away with an awkward smile while scratching her cheek with her finger. Well, alright, then I'll see you tomorrow. Before Chana could let him go completely, she suddenly goes to give him a hug, wrapping her arms around his neck as she did. His heart pounded in his ears at her action, a gentle warmth enveloping his body as it ate away any and all fatigue left in his body. Even his head felt crystal clear as Izuku held his hands a mere inch from her back. Friends do this too, right? Carefully, he hugged her lower back, even if it were only for a brief moment as his face was pure. He enjoyed this feeling a lot. Well, it's not a bad thing, I suppose. Thank you again for everything, Izuku. I'm really glad I met you, Chana expressed happily and softly while smiling. She lingered in the hug for a few more moments before giving him a tight gentle squeeze, then letting him go. Chana felt pretty warm herself after that hug as it strangely made her feel safe. It was a feeling she wasn't so familiar with before and it felt so new. The idea made her blush still but kept on her warm smile towards him. Me too, Izuku offered, slowly turning around to leave, though to mainly hide how red his face had gotten. Well, I should go. I'll see you tomorrow. He waved. Chana was a bit sad to see him go, but not like she can keep him back forever. Chana's smile widened a bit more as she waved back at him to say goodbye. Looking forward to seeing him tomorrow. Have a good night, Izuku. She tells him, hoping he will make it home safely. After waving goodbye to Izuku, Chana entered her new home and cooked up some dinner for herself. It felt lonely for her dad not being with her. It was scary to still be on her own. Chana thinks to herself that maybe she can do some shopping after school to pick out some new clothes. Would be fun if Izuku wanted to tag along. She would text and ask, but she wasn't sure if her phone would work in this world. Chana didn't even have his number. After eating she just goes right to bed, knowing she's going to need it for tomorrow. As her dream takes her away from reality, Chana found herself back in the dark alleyway, the same place where she ended up in the new world. Chana was confused why she found herself here again as she ended up wandering down with a scared expression. What am I doing back here? Chana asks herself, suddenly frightened to be back at the same area again that took her away from her world. The mindscape is a fickle thing, a disjointed voice called out from the alleyway, causing Chana to jump and turn her head in every direction. The walls on either side of her stretched almost endlessly upward, making the sunlight distant. I've often wondered what side effects could occur. It seems I found one. The sudden voice causes her to gasp, quickly turning around to find the source of the sound. Who's there? Chana shouted, already starting to shake in fear. Who are you? Chana asks as her tone sounded clearly frightened and confused about what this person was saying to her. Why I am here? Is my father okay? I'm a liability, a waste of space. You think far too loud. He continued to taunt from simply every dark corner of the alleyway, clicking his tongue as it echoed louder and louder until it felt right up against Chana's ear. She yelped, twisting around sharply to find nothing. No one was there. By now, she was pressed up against the nearest wall. I can't hurt you here, you can be sure of that, or are you safe? Who can tell? Not even I know that answer. You're still growing, still maturing. A voice like ice slithered around her head, whispers making her knees buckle at how close they became. I wonder what you'll become. How exciting. Chana wasn't sure who and what this person was, but even if she couldn't see him it was enough to leave her terrified as she began to tremble, but despite how scared she was Chana didn't want to show any fear. Stop it. What are you even talking about? Come out and show yourself. Chana yells, darting her head back and forth to try and spot where this mysterious person could be hiding. She didn't even know anything about what he meant, but it almost sounded like it's a creep that will suddenly pop out and abuse her inappropriately. Oh, where are my manners? I'd hate to be misinterpreted as some beeped mongrel, let me assure you. His voice came from a single direction, down in the inky blackness of the alleyway. Something shifted, moving to stand nearly 6 feet tall. The black abyss shifted, and two piercing eyes bore down on Chana like the feral eyes of a monster stalking its prey. But I want to savor the answers until the time is right. Who doesn't like a little mystery? A vermilion shimmer trickled down from the darkness around the monster, like blood-stained snowfall that gave some light to his figure as he shifted closer, dragging the darkness with him. Silver scales stretched on wings with hints of bewitching gold, a thick appendage sweeping the scattered flakes of back into the air. The narrow snout of a skull jutting forward from the face, masking it in shadow as gold horns stretched backward from its scalp. A deep red mist expunged from his concealed jaw. "You have no idea what you're raveled in, little pawn." His voice was deceptively smooth with a sinister hitch to it. The eyes swayed like lanterns in the shadows, moving closer and closer with every heartbeat. The moment Shauna finally laid eyes on the creepy figure, she gasped and almost felt like her heart stopped beating. This man looked unlike any normal thug she came across. He looked like a demon to her. Trembling more at his appearance and his words, Shauna started to back away as she gets ready to run. I don't know who you are or what you want, but I don't have anything that could be possibly useful to you." "Why, you probably got the wrong person," Shauna tells him frighteningly. Shauna didn't think she could have anything a monster like this could want. "This man can't be real." Suddenly, laughter left its form, the head bowing slightly in its hysterics over her apparent misconception. "You really are clueless, aren't you?" he replied mockingly. Then, causing her to scream in fright was the fact one arm shot out from the darkness, latching around her neck to lift her body off the ground as if she weighed nothing more than a feather. His nails were sharpened like claws, and the black sleeve of a suit was rolled up to reveal the toned arm with a large patch of silver scales running across the forearm with a strange, red, feathery membrane attached halfway up the side of the arm to the elbow. "Maybe not yet, but I'll coming to collect on what was owed to me. This is nothing personal, you're just the unlucky one who stumbled into view." His grip didn't relent, holding her as the red accents started to dim, causing him to drop her to retract his hand, a thin layer of smoke lining his palm as he stared at his within the shadows. "Now isn't that strange?" He brought his gaze back to her coughing form. Shauna was sure he was a demon now after the way he grabbed her and revealed more of his monstrous behavior. Now she was completely terrified. The moment he let her go, Shauna took the chance to run, wanting to get as far away from this person as possible. "Stay away from me," she shouts as she runs. Shauna didn't understand anything he could want from her, but she sure didn't want to stop and find out. Shauna wanted to get away safely as her eyes were starting to swell up with fearful tears. The funny thing is, Shauna felt her heart plummet as she brought her heels down into the ground, falling backward as the whole alleyway became a crumbling distortion. The streets were empty and twisted, broken apart and connected by those same, black vines from the photo she had seen in hospital days ago. Like a spider had woven its home to the crumbling islands in a murky void, like she was deep underwater with light filtering in from the surface above. But more worryingly, that voice was still right behind her. "Run all you want, you can't escape your own mind," and as I said. She turned only for something heavy to smack her from the alleyway onto the nearest island, leaving her to cough and groan from the shock as the darkness crept with the monster, dripping down from the edge and seeping across the walls either side as the eyes watched her, piercing into her soul. "You're just the unlucky one." He stood there, seeing the land starting to crumble away like white glass. "Seems our time together is coming to a close. Who knows when I'll feel a connect this strong again. I do wonder where you are, but I can wait. I've waited this long." Shauna panicked by everything that was happening to her. Even as the world was breaking down around her, Shauna didn't know where else to turn. Shauna felt so trapped and scared, her eyes shut tightly, her tears continued to flow down her cheeks in much fear. "Izuku!" Shauna shouted his name for help helplessly, as the floor below her gave out. Shauna screamed as she began to fall. Shauna gasped awake and shot upward. She was sweating and panting heavily after having such a scary dream. She placed her hand over her heart to try and ease herself. It was just a dream, just a very bad dream." Shauna looked around to see she was still in her new apartment, frowning when she remembered she was living alone. Thinking maybe she wasn't used to living anywhere without her family. Shauna didn't realize she was crying as she felt her tears stream down her face. When she did notice, she wiped them away with her hand, trying to calm herself after the dream. She felt so alone. Shauna never felt very alone before, but this was the first time she was completely on her own. Shauna really wished her dad was here with her right now. especially her mom who would comfort her whenever she had a bad dream, but they weren't here and she was scared. Chana started to wonder if she will really make it through in this world after all. Since it was morning, Chana stood up to finally take that shower. She had a lot on her mind when she was in the middle of getting clean, especially about the terrifying man in her dream. Being chased by those thugs before must have really left a big impact on her. After finishing getting ready for the day, Chana took the time to step out onto the balcony as she overlooked the city. It looked nice and peaceful right now. Chana was at least glad to know Izuku will be there with her. Part of her actually wished he was here now. She really could use someone to talk to. Having not slept since 4 in the morning, Chana was somewhat sleep-deprived as she walked to school. She wasn't faring well with the nightmare, but at least she stopped jumping at shadows. Izuku would be meeting her at the school entrance, so she had only her thoughts as entertainment. But all she could see was that horrid face and eyes watching her, the arm that belonged to a demon, and now that she remembered it, a tail had struck her, and ultimately gave her a good enough scare to wake up. Just what was it she saw? To make matters worse, her awareness was still foggy as she walked with her head lowered, causing her to bump into someone's bag, the person letting out a grunt as she winced and recoiled. Sorry. She murmured, lifting her head too. Watch where you're walking. Blank, Katsuki grunted, glaring over his shoulder at her. Despite how tired and lost in thought she was, it at least wasn't enough to let Katsuki walk all over her. Straightening up, Chana gave him a scowl. Watch how you shout your mouth off. Chana bluntly says with a HMPH, looking forward ahead of her to ignore him as she keeps walking her distance away from the guy. Chana didn't want to show any weakness to explodey fists, but she wasn't scared of him no matter how tough and aggressive he acts. You look like shit, he remarked bluntly, and her irritated eyes met his, and anyone can see through that half-assed attempt to hide the rings too. Katsuki was referring to her makeup, poorly too. Chana stopped her walk to look back at him with a glare after that insult, though weirdly, she wasn't sure if it's his way to show a tiny bit of concern for her well-being or he just wants to make her miserable, trying to start a fight. Maybe it was all the above. Oh, what are you now, the fashion police? Why don't you just focus on learning the right way to be a hero rather than decide to mess with me now and act like a villain? Chana tried to look forward again as she hoped he would just back off. He let out a single laugh, his expression unchanged. Funny hearing that from you right now. Katsuki was taller than her, so she had to look up slightly to glare at him. And a hero always wins. A hero doesn't give a crap what others think of them. A hero stomachs the shit thrown at them. Something you pretend you can do. The then walked past her, adjusting his bag on one shoulder. I told you, blank, you can fool Deku and everyone else, but I'm not stupid. And with that he walked in the same direction the school was. Chana narrowed her eyes at Katsuki in confusion at how he saw what being a hero was all about. She wasn't at all offended despite what he said. But Katsuki just made her feel concerned for him. Chana didn't even move as she continued to speak. Even when Bakugo started to walk a few distances, she knew it was loud enough for him to hear. There's more to being a hero besides winning, you know, Kancham. Chana says so far. I really don't know what your true motives are and why you just decided to treat your friend so harshly, but having something that makes you strong doesn't necessarily mean you're powerful. I hope one day you'll see there's more to that. Chana tells him as she stayed where she was, strangely her eyes softening a little towards the aggressive jerk. And quit calling me that name. You're saying it wrong anyway, blank. He barked back, moving faster to widen the distance between them. TCH, dumbass. He didn't even know why he said all that, but who cares now? More to being a hero besides winning. What the hell is she talking about? Chana rolled her eyes at his usual blunt nature. She can understand a little now why Izuku doesn't think too badly of him. Though right now she didn't want to focus on that as she wanted to focus on meeting up with the friend she has. Chana finally continued walking to get to the school, though she made a mental note not to call Bakugo by the name Izuku calls him. Though for some reason that reaction made her chuckle a little. How funny that was. Izuku was mindlessly staring at the newest page in his notebook with probably his best drawing yet, but only vague notes and speculations were written down, many rubbed out lines from his reworks and late-night attempts to pinpoint and answer a solution. Just then, a familiar scowl walked by him. He didn't say anything to Katsuki, but their eyes met briefly before he walked on as if Izuku wasn't there. That was new, almost to an unnerving degree. Not long after, he saw the familiar butterfly hairpin sway with raven hair. "Morning, Chana," he greeted with a small wave to her. But something wasn't right with her image. Her eyes looked funny, like she wasn't entirely focused on just what was in front of her. "Chana." As soon as she finally reached her destination and heard his familiar voice, Chana looked up to meet Izuku's eyes. Chana smiled a bit when she saw him. "Oh hey Izuku." Chana yawns after greeting him, eyes already getting droopy again. "How've you been?" she asks as she tries to straighten up to look more focused. "Fine, but you look tired. Did you not sleep right?" He was a little concerned since she looked full of energy yesterday, or was she just hiding that fact for his sake? "Yeah, you can say that." She was at least honest, thinking back to her dream had her look almost shaken up again. "Let's just say I had a scary dream, it didn't make my morning very pleasant." Chana tells him with another yawn. Right now Chana felt like passing out, wishing she could take a nap in the nurse's office if she were allowed to. A scary dream. Now his brow was furrowed, looking at her face a little closer. "Chana, you look really drained, not just drowsy." Here, digging around his bag for a moment, he pulled out one of the energy bars he had for their afternoon training. "This should help a little, but let me know if anything feels wrong." Chana was a bit flustered the way he was checking her face out, though watching as he took the energy bar out took her a little by surprise as she thought it was a candy bar at first. "Oh, you really don't need to worry about me, Izuku. But I really appreciate the concern." Chana says a little shyly, but she does accept the energy bar as she felt she needed all the energy she could get. "I didn't know you liked to eat these." Well, it probably made sense he did if he took on so much training, but she was too tired to think further into it. "I like to be prepared," he replied before the two made their way to the entrance. Izuku would watch her eyes drift as they did. Hopefully, sitting down will help the drowsiness pass. Chana sure could see how organized he liked to be. Chana walked inside the building soon enough with her friend by her side. Though the moment Chana made it to her locker to put some of her stuff away, what woke her up for a moment was when she opened her little locker door. 10 or 20 letters suddenly fell out like a mailbox, really startling her. What the?" Chana says with a startle, not realizing at first they are love letters. Probably from how she stood up to Bakugo the other day or the rumor of the so-called powerful quirk they heard. Izuku stared for a moment as something clicked in his head. "I did hear some people whispering about you." He smiled slightly at the sight of her face properly waking up at the sudden attack. It may not seem like much B, but Kachan's more than M made a reputation. He's the T-top of the class 2S, so people heard about what you said to him. Guess they took it to heart, hee. Chana blinked a few times at Izuku to process what he said, realizing what he meant her cheeks began to redden. "Oh, really?" This was incredibly strange for her as she had never been so popular before. Staring down at the pile, she wasn't sure what to do with these letters. I didn't think they would take a shine to me this quick," Chana shyly says as she bent down to see what some of them said. They don't even know me, so I can't understand why they think they are in love with me." Chana was still flustered by the whole thing as she picked up a few more letters to look them over, very embarrassed now. If it helps, I think most are just a show of appreciation, like fan letters heroes get," Izuku tried to help her rationalize. Though he wasn't a mind reader. "And in a way, it's their way of welcoming us since they probably could tell you were nervous." Granted, Izuku had never seen this sort of behavior from his class, but they were very rowdy between lessons, so what's to say they wouldn't welcome someone with a quirk that could potentially rival Katsuki's. Here, he bent down to help stack them neatly to put back into her box locker again. Chana smiled thankfully at Izuku as the letters are now neatly stacked in her locker. Once she closes it, she sighs tiredly. "Already it's my second day and it just keeps getting exciting," Chana says in a playful manner despite being tired. Now glancing back at her friend. "Thanks for helping me stack these. Say, one of these letters wouldn't happen to have one from you in there, is there?" Chana asks in another playful manner with her brow raised, mostly joking about what she said. But she got the reaction she expected as Izuku's face slowly changed hue as he put on an anxious smile. No. I had no idea they were even doing this. Oh. Not that I wouldn't. I haven't. His brain was fried trying to figure out his own words, his eyes spinning. My whole world's been flipped on its head again. He grabbed the sides of his head, trying to reason with himself. Chana ended up laughing after seeing that adorable shy reaction, really perking up so far. Relax. I was just kidding. You don't hang around with many girls often, do you, Izuku? She asked teasingly as her smile still stayed on her face. It still really surprises her that the quirky students would take so much interest in her, though she didn't really believe it's love they are feeling but more attraction. Chana at least knew how love really worked. If that wasn't obvious before. No, why you're the first, he stuttered as he grabbed his bag to head inside. Chana giggled again as she followed him into class now. Chana wondered if he was even the romantic type. It was a little surprising he didn't have a female friend before. It would explain why he was so shy around her. Chana sat at her desk now as she couldn't help but wonder more about that strangely. Spacing out now as her hand holds her face up and her elbow supporting her weight on her desk, would Izuku ever want to date a girl? Would he find someone he likes in Ua? After thinking about it too much, Chana suddenly got startled with her own thoughts. Why am I suddenly wondering about that? Not like it's any of my business. Chana blushes very red now as she stares at her lap confused and flustered, not understanding why she is interested in Izuku's love life. Izuku fared no better as he mindlessly sorted through his supplies. It's not like he didn't admire what she said that day, or any other time since she decided to trust him. She was, as he said before, determined and kind, two of her biggest traits, and even beautiful, but just the thought of that made his heart rate increase. No, stop thinking like that, she has too much to deal with anyhow, he sighed, staring at his notebook a while longer on the page he was working on before putting it away as the teacher entered. Would she even like me that way to begin with? Chana didn't really think Izuku might see the same way as her. Despite being shy, she thought he was uncomfortable with her at times. During the class lessons, Chana made sure to stay on track with the topic. But there are times she takes a few glances at Izuku. When she thinks he is noticing that she was staring, Chana yelps quietly and quickly looks back onto her notes. Chana wasn't sure why she was suddenly getting all flustered and so focused on him today, but at least this way it made her forget about the nightmare for the time being. Chana was becoming very confused with herself and wasn't sure what was coming over her. Maybe she should take a quick nap when lunch rolls around. The first half of the day rolled by without a hitch. The class broke out into conversations here and there as some got up to move around. Izuku stretched himself. This time, no Katsuki to bother him, just like after he declared he was going to the UA entrance exam. It was strangely quiet without his yelling. Turning to look at Chana, Izuku was surprised to see her simply cross her arms on her desk to rest her head on. She must still be drowsy from last night. Wonder what that nightmare was, and why did it seem like she was drained of energy entirely? Sure, lack of sleep meant the body was forced to work during a resting period, but it just didn't sit right with him. When lunch came around, it was the perfect chance to take a power nap. She wasted no time crossing her arms and laying her head down on her desk to get more comfortable. Originally she planned to tell Izuku about her nightmare during this time, but Chana was too tired to stay focused on her plan. Chana will make sure to take another bite of that energy bar when the bell wakes her up. She just hopes she won't fall too deep asleep to not hear it. Izuku opened his mouth to ask her about her nightmare, but he saw her back slowly relax as she, within moments of closing her eyes, was already starting to fall to sleep. I shouldn't bother her now. He looked around. Thankfully, no one seemed to come over to try and nudge her or anything. So with his own box lunch sat out, Izuku pulled out his hero notebook and fiddled away with his new page. Quirk. Unknown. I'm positive her quirk isn't a mutation quirk, but in the last few days no signs of a quirk have appeared. Of course, it's still too early to tell, but with training the results should speak for themselves. I do have one theory, that her quirk could very well have already been in effect. Chana suggested it may be a translation quirk, allowing her to understand Japanese, but that conflicts with my theory that the knowledge was imprinted on her. Both are plausible in their own right, further analysis needed. Chana wasn't even aware that he took notes on her. If she knew, then she probably felt a bit flustered that he's observing her. Chana certainly thought that was the only superpower she got, as it would explain why she understands the people here. Chana still wasn't so sure if she was qualified enough for a superhero school. She didn't think she was very skillful, and from what she noticed how the people's powers worked here, she probably died trying to face one of them, even Bakugo. Chana groaned at the thought as her face scrunched up in her sleep. She felt helpless in her dream against that mysterious demon. It might even be possible she will get in the way of Izuku's dreams. Chana couldn't help but feel so worried she might end up alone. Izuku, having not realized he was muttering what he was writing, continued. But even a quirk capable of language translation would be extremely useful in international field work if she can learn to adjust what language her brain intercepted, though I'm unsure of how that would be possible. Quirk aside, her kind-hearted nature is fitting for any hero, and with the proper training and support equipment she can be a useful asset to a team or a potential sidekick, but that all depends on what she's fundamentally strongest with. Perhaps hand-to-hand combat or weapons training. Chana didn't even notice he was muttering while she was napping, though after a little while Chana forced herself to wake up to avoid getting carried away. Chana sat up in her chair as she let out a big yawn, blinking her eyes a few times to get herself more awake. Chana was still tired, but she can worry about catching up on sleep after school. Glancing over at Izuku, she noticed he was focused on his notes and probably thinking out loud. As usual, she finds that habit really cute. She might have decided to give him a surprise greeting as she stands up to walk behind him. Once she did, she reached her hand out towards his shoulder and tapped it to get his attention. Izuku. Oh, Chana, you're awake. He immediately closed his notebook before she realized what was written. More importantly, what he drew as he smiled pensively. How are you feeling now? Chana smiled at him for starters, happy to get his attention again. Oh, I'm doing a bit better. The power nap really helped give me some energy back. Chana did notice though he was writing in his notebook, leaning into the side as she wondered what he was so focused on. What were you just so focused on writing in that little book of yours? Chana asked as her curious gaze went back to Izuku. And nothing. Just random thoughts of quirks and stuff. He patted the burnt notebook gingerly under his arm to hide it. It's how I keep track of pros and their quirks and other useful tips for my own costume and practices, like that page about Eraserhead I showed you. Chana couldn't help but be a little skeptical after hiding it on her like that, wondering if there was something he didn't want her to specifically see. Though mentioning a costume got her intrigued for the time being. A costume? Oh, are you planning to put together your own superhero look? That's so cool. Can I see what you worked on so far? She asks as her eyes sparkled with interest. Her big green eyes made it dangerously difficult to refuse her request. It shouldn't be problematic, right? Izuku was certain he wrote nothing about One for All into this book, or any of them, so. Slowly his arm wrenched itself free, and he held the book up for them to see only. He flipped a few pages until he landed on his updated one. Complete with a sketch of his costume inspired by All Might with the long fabric at the top of the mask to symbolize his tufts of hair. Here, there's not much B, but it's what I've kept consistent from years ago. Chana looked pretty interested in what he had put together so far as she eyed the picture. She thought the long fabric part looked a bit odd, but it sure made it very unique. Chana placed her hand on her chin as she took a little time to analyze the outfit. Looking impressed by the detail. You came up with all that, Izuku. Wow, it's so detailed and very unique. The long ends on the mask actually look similar to the hero All Might guy's hair. I can tell you really poured your heart into this drawing. I'm so impressed. Chana expressed her opinion to him with her eyes sparkling with more amazement. She didn't think she could come up with her own hero outfit like this. It really amazes her how detailed Izuku can even be. Even if the picture wasn't professionally drawn, it still showed it was put into a lot of thought. He was pleasantly surprised by her critique. Really? It's been the design since I was younger, I just modified it slightly. He smiled while scratching his nape. Chana nodded to confirm her impression of his costume with a smile. I can tell you work really hard on it. I'm sure your costume will look even better once you have the real thing. She says cheerfully, knowing how much his goals mean to him. The department that designs them usually take creative liberties since designs aren't always detailed. He motioned to his picture, then his head perked up. Oh, do you have any ideas for your own costume? Even just concepts depending on your quirk. Chana was quite surprised by the mention of her having a costume. Sheepishly she smiles while scratching her cheek with her finger and looking away. Me, having a hero costume? No, I haven't really thought about me actually having one. I mean, I don't have any superpowers, so I'm not really sure if I'll be qualified for one. Chana says shyly, still not very confident she has any powers to even need a hero costume. I'd say going with something simple, breathable and protective would be good. Since changes tend to occur a lot with quirks and time, you can ask for additional tweaks later down the line, Izuku suggested, brow furrowed in thought. Even with more support-orientated quirks, a number of heroes and their sidekicks run support gear for medical and tactical uses, so there's no real limitation on what you can and cannot do. Chana blushed at the whole idea of having a costume and fighting crime. It's never what she imagined for herself, but the whole idea made her feel kind of flustered. Well, maybe. That is, if I even managed to get into your school, it would probably be weird if they heard I'm from a normal average world. Chana says awkwardly as she now rubs the back of her neck at the whole idea of how they might judge that story. Izuku nodded at understanding her worries on the matter. For something like costume design and support companies, they won't look that far into a student's background. Coming closer to the date for entrance exams across the country, they would hardly notice. Even so, information like that wouldn't be given to anyone aside from the principal and possibly the staff at UA. But with the investigation still underway, they don't have any reason to disprove your claims. Well, it's still a story that's hard to believe. I admit I'm kinda surprised the detective believes my story of me coming from another world. Chana didn't think any detective would believe a story like that. Might make sense he would, since they have a crazy quirky world with many unusual powers. I mean, I can guess he would due to what the people can do here, but I thought that was something he would laugh at. I know the police would never believe my story if I told them back home. Chana definitely knew they would laugh if she told them or anyone from her world her experience. I think regardless of the matter of your story, he and All Might wanted to help you in whatever way possible, myself included. You were attacked, confused and afraid, so at the end of the day, so long as you're safe, that's what was important, Izuku reassured her. Even if many of their theories had holes in them, Chana was safe. Chana blushed a little by their concern. She really wasn't used to getting any special treatment. They sure were very nice to help me out like this. She clears her throat now to try and straighten her speech. Anyways, speaking of being attacked, I was meaning to tell you something that happened to me last night. Her expression now looked a bit serious and a little frightened at the same time, remembering back to her dream. Gone was their cheery atmosphere, and in seconds, Izuku turned around with his chair fully as Chana grabbed hers to sit in front of him. About that nightmare, she nodded. Okay. Just explain from the beginning. Alright. Chana looks down at her lap kinda awkwardly as she begins her story. Well, I dreamt I found myself back in the same creepy alleyway I appeared in when I first came to this world. Then, Chana already felt shaken up about the scary man. This guy showed up and started saying scary things. He basically looked like some kind of demon. He started to say things like I'll be useful for him soon and that he will be watching me. I wasn't sure if the attack had a huge impact on me or if I'm actually being watched in the shadows somewhere, Chana explains as she ended up hugging herself with her arms in a fearful manner. Izuku listened to her brief summary of her nightmare. Even then, his heart clenched as she visibly tensed up from the memories still vivid in her head. But worst of all, Izuku's analytical mind conjured a horrifying thought. Could you describe what he looked like? You said, demon, but... He didn't want to make it worse, but he had to know. Please, I know it's scary to think about, but it could help. Chana nods her head slowly as she tries to remember back what he looked like. Well, he was tall with red eyes, I think. I think he even had these strange wings with silver-looking scales and a bit of yellow or gold. Chana wasn't sure if she described that right, but hopefully it was enough detail. I know he had horns too, and I could be wrong, but I think he was even wearing a skull mask. Chana had her hand on her chin again as she kept trying to remember better details. He also had very sharp claws. I know that much since he grabbed me for me to see close enough. Chana could remember how terrified she was the moment he grabbed her, feeling so helpless and alone. Red eyes, a skull-like face, silver and gold wings. Izuku had seen it before. It was nearly 4 years ago, so he had seen many heroes, villains, and vigilantes in his research of the topic. But this was one that made him stomach shiver. Just the thought of what had attempted to hurt Chana made his own skin feel like ice. Quickly, Izuku pulled out his phone and turned it on, ignoring Chana's strange look as his fingers typed in every conceivable combination of words and characteristics into the search bar. No, Meru Zena. The name felt like lead on his tongue. Staring at the image, he understood why it gave him the shivers. There wasn't much in the way of a clear image, but one stood out as he stared at it for the longest time. It might be wrong, but he looked to Chana and gulped. Is this him? Chana stared at the image with wide and clearly frightened eyes, almost falling out of her chair backwards when she actually saw a clear image of this man. Why yeah, that's him. Chana shockingly pointed at the picture on his phone. Who is this guy? Chana asks. Already she can feel how she felt in the dream, like he's actually here now, but he was real. The image wasn't great as it was taken at night by a bystander during some hero-villain skirmish. No one knew much about him, only that he did exist, like a boogeyman. A large form of a monster with a human body propped itself atop a skyscraper, overlooking whatever was below. The moon was orange as it cast him in dark shadows, but in the moonlight sparks of red danced around his frame, illuminating his goat skull that covered the top half of his face, and 2 eyes stared down as his wings draped themselves around his frame. Meru Zena, names social media called him, as he never really does anything to stand out, and there's very few pictures of him to begin with. Only that he shows when a big fight has occurred. Most see concerning heroes in the top 20 chart. Izuku didn't know how or why this person would appear in her dream like that, but his thoughts of speculation were stifled as he without thinking reached over to grab her right hand as she was trembling with terror. Sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you. He held her hand gently until she could calm herself down. Chana wasn't sure what to think now. She was convinced it was probably the thug attack that made her have that dream, but actually seeing that he's real and dangerous, Chana was now fearful of her life. It only took the comfort of Izuku's hand that she managed to calm down a little, squeezing it in the process. It's okay, she says, though now Chana was convinced she's being stalked. She's sure she won't be getting another good night's sleep tonight knowing she's all alone in her new apartment. If it helps, this gives the police a vague lead, though even I'm not sure. He inwardly winced as this wasn't what he wanted to say. But think about it. If he's as dangerous as he appears, then why hasn't he come after you yet? You've been alone for long periods of time and he knew why you were out there, so what's stopping him? Izuku reinforced his point by adding, I don't think he can track you through your dream. If that were possible he had several hours beforehand, or perhaps, he thinks there's heroes or the police watching over you so he won't engage. This was also to calm Izuku down for many reasons. 1. Chana could very well be in danger. 2. Nothing was known about Meru Zena aside from the fact he existed. And 3. If he wasn't following them, that meant he didn't know of All Might's secret either. I don't know, she says, still shaken up as she hasn't let go of his hand yet. Looking down at her lap unsure of everything. Said, I was still maturing. At first I thought he was some creep who stalks women, but the way he said that. Chana turns her gaze out the window now, wondering if he's still watching her somehow. I'm not sure what he meant. I can't think of anything that would be useful to him, especially since I'm just a normal girl, she tells Izuku, not believing that she's that special in any way for him. There was only one thing Izuku could say here, and Chana may not like it, but it was all he could think of. Then we'll get stronger, he replied firmly. If he's after you, then hiding is only going to make it easier, and I won't let that happen. We have less than 5 months before the entrance exam, so we'll train. It doesn't matter if you don't have a quirk. We'll find a way, I promise. Maybe it was a little too optimistic, but it was all Izuku could think would help. I need to train harder so I can inherit one for all. it's not just my dream I want to protect anymore. Chana lifted her gaze back up to Izuku as she was kinda surprised by what he said, not only from the encouragement of getting strong but that he sounded like he wanted to protect her. The dedication made her blush but felt very comforting. Chana never liked to show any fear or be weak in a situation like this, though it's not what she normally would face. Chana did want to become stronger to defend herself. She perked up a little smile as a few tears started to leak out of her eyes, really appreciating his words. Why yeah, you're right, I don't want this creep to get under my skin. I'll do my best to show him I won't let him get the better of me. Chana says a bit more confidently, wiping her tears away with her free hand and smiling more confidentially. Thank you Izuku, your words really meant a lot. For once, he didn't feel embarrassed by what he said, instead, he smiled back. Given all you've done to encourage me, it's the least I could do. Chana once again blushes a bit shyly but with a smile as she looks away and plays with her long strands of her hair more shyly. Well why you worked really hard and I saw a lot of potential in you, anyone would say the same thing. Chana says, looking almost red and not used to much encouragement from other people. Not really, Izuku looked down at his desk with a pained smile. Other than you, All Might. I guess my mom. No one really thought I could do anything right. Kachan was certain of that too, but I still want to try, because I have people now who do have faith in me. As he said this, that familiar chime of the bell echoed down the halls as the class filtered back into the class. They had run out of time to talk for now. Chana was at least happy Izuku had real heroes to encourage him like this. She could see he was already a hero. Oh, I guess it's back to doing the usual school work. Chana says as she stands up. Do you want to do something after school again? She asks before settling back to her desk. Part of her really didn't want to be alone after the dream she had. We could work more on your handwriting while on our way to training. He answered back in a hushed voice so no one stuck their nose in. Chana nods her head at that suggestion, knowing she needs to get the Japanese writing down. That sounds like a good plan. We can practice that a little at my place, it'll be nice and quiet too to focus. Chana suggested with her own hush voice, not wanting to have another distraction from explodey fists again. When school was over, the pair wasted no time heading off for the beach to continue their training with All Might, or Mr. Yagi, as he appeared. Since it was only the beginning of training for Chana, she felt like crap afterward for obvious reasons, but Izuku, while working up a sweat himself, was more attuned to the workout routine. Once the pair were allowed to leave with their limbs intact, Chana was already exhausted by the time they reached her apartment. Nothing in life is easy. I can tell that much, Chana complained tiredly as she tried to make way up the stairs as another workout routine. I'm surprised I haven't even passed out yet. Chana beeps, using the railings to pull herself up the steps. Izuku held a hand to her lower back to support her up the steps as she whined in pain. It's all about, if you say, breathing, I will punch you, not that she had any strength left. He hid his smirk as best he could and just stuck to helping her make it up in one piece. Chana couldn't help but chuckle after that, grateful to still be helped up the stairs. Chana could barely stand when they made it up to her apartment. I thought my morning was rough but this sure takes the cake. She playfully says as she now inserts her key to her door and opens it. We might as well rest up a bit before continuing my Japanese lesson, I think we both deserve that much. He nodded and stepped in after her, taking off his shoes before going further. It was quite a sight as the whole apartment looked as pristine as the day they first saw it. She really cleans up well. Maybe she took the detective's word a little too seriously to heart, but he wasn't about to make the fatigued girl angry. Instead, he made his way to the armchair to sit and relax as his whole body felt stiff. Chana made sure to take her shoes off too before stepping in fully, closing the door and locking it as she now sits back on her couch with a sigh. Still not too used to the manner of not wearing shoes inside, but she can understand it's a cleanliness thing for them. I still can't believe you can handle doing so many push-ups like that, it looked in humanity impossible. Chana says as her gaze was back onto Izuku, she wondered how big his muscles will possibly get doing hard stuff like that. Turning his head to her he shrugged as best he could. After finding my limit I slowly worked up from that until I no longer think of it. Most of the strain comes from lifting heavier objects from the trash. His back hated him. You won't need to do such an extreme workout like mine, but eventually you'll see your core muscles start to tone and those aches will lessen as your body adjusts. You almost make it sound easy. Chana giggled. I can guess that's how the big smiley guy ended up looking so big and buff. The sight is still a shocker to me. She says as she remembers back to him. Do you ever still talk or meet up with him? Or is it more like a secret friendly relationship? Chana knew in comics they keep their friendships secret to avoid villains using them as bait. From time to time, but he's the symbol of peace, so he's really busy. Hence why Mr. Yagi oversees my training. Izuku decided then to let something slip, either by his own accord or he was too tired to realize it. All Might trained me near the very start actually. The training plan you have is partially his work. Whoa, really? Chana says kinda surprised, sitting up to listen more. If Mr. Yagi uses the same training methods as him, then did that make him a past hero or sidekick maybe? Chana asked, curious to know more about what their story is about. Okay. Izuku needed to stop running his mouth when he's tired, it hurts his brain. Yes, it's part of why he's now an instructor. He has a serious injury involving his stomach and a lung. All Might losing his stomach and lung was probably not a good thing to add, so he didn't say. Hence why he coughs up blood sometimes. But it's not life-threatening, just a reaction. I'm still not sure, but I hope you're right. She said a bit worryingly. Chana knew that's not healthy for someone to do. Every time she sees him cough up blood it just adds more concern for him. Though she goes to stand up now despite her legs still aching. Well anyways, I'm going to take a quick shower. You can bring up the notes if you want while I get the smell of sweat washed off me. She suggests, taking the elastic out of her hair now as her long hair hangs back down. Izuku nodded, but his voice didn't operate. He had no idea why he was staring a little longer than he expected. Chana wore her hair down when she wasn't training, but just seeing it fall back into place was fascinating to his fatigued brain. He eventually found the ability to look down at his bag again quickly when she opened her eyes, and no problem. Chana didn't even notice his flustered expression as she heads to her bathroom now. While Izuku was doing his own thing, she took the time to get clean. Closing the door, stripping her clothes and walking into the shower sure gave her some relaxation. This was always the best thing to do whenever Chana comes back from training, helps her sore muscles as well. This was the first time she had any company over her new place. If her dad was here, Chana knew he'd question about her having a guy over. Already she chuckled imagining his reaction. Though she didn't think Izuku thought of that way towards her, she still wasn't sure if he was the romantic type, but Chana knew he was more focused on his dreams, so that's probably his #1 priority. Hearing the shower running, Izuku leaned back into the chair as he pulled up the image he had shown Chana of Meiruzina. He was an urban legend of Japan. Some thought of him as a modern-day myth brought to life. No hero has ever captured him. None even got close enough before he'd vanish without a trace. His wings must have carried him at such a high velocity, not to mention the initial burst at the beginning. There was no concrete proof of a quirk other than he had draconic aspects. Even the dragoon hero Yukio had nothing to say on the matter. And now, that same urban legend was out for Chana. Izuku wasn't dumb. He had a pretty good gut feeling he was tied with her appearance in this world. But connecting via a dream, that was worrisome. I hope she can sleep easy now. He prayed that was a one-time moment. But again, he was resolute as he flicked to that new page he had hid from Chana. He may not be training, but that didn't mean he couldn't do something to help her now. Let's see. Costume ideas. After taking her time to look more prim and proper again, Chana stepped out of her shower finally. Brushing her hair and putting a clean t-shirt on as well as some short sweatpants, Chana comes out with a towel wrapped around her neck. Noticing her friend was messing around in his notebook again. Still putting more details on your costume? She asks him as she came into view. Chana was glad he had something to occupy himself. Izuku, however, was in his own little world, mulling over designs not for his own page, but for the newest addition to his book. The title in big bold letters, Chana Finley. There wasn't much in the way of solid information aside from speculative sticky notes, ideas, and theories, but on the page with her name was an image of her. The pencil lines neat and tidy, the shading properly defining her hair as if the sun caught it from above, the gradient for her eyes in black and white, and the small butterfly hairpin adoring her head. Chana could tell he didn't hear her. He must be pretty focused on his work not to have noticed her. Chana walked in front of him as her face bent down to be in his view, smiling playfully as she put her arms behind her back. "Whatcha doing?" she playfully asks as her face was a tad bit close to his while asking. He jumped slightly from his trance. The stencil of Chana now stood directly in front of him, the very real version that is. Her hair was still slightly damp and her face was close enough that he could smell the aroma of her shampoo. From the neck up, red traveled to his cheeks until he pressed his back into the chair, yelping from how close they were. C Chana. Why, you're done. Chana giggled at his reaction, still as cute as always. She stands up straighter now to make it less awkward as she still kept her playful smile. Yep, though I can see you kept yourself busy while I was in there. She bends her face down again but only a little to try and peek at his work. What were you so focused on? Was it about your costume again? She asked in a cheerful and curious manner about his work. And not exactly. He managed to rewire his brain again, not bothering to hide the page he was on. Here, handing over his notebook, he allowed Chana to view the page on herself while he tried to calm his rapid heartbeat down. Chana took hold of the book as she looked over the picture he was doing. She was quite stunned to see it wasn't his own costume but a version for her, blushing a little herself that he was thinking of an outfit for her to wear. Why, you drew a costume just for me? Chana wasn't sure what to say. It was pretty creative. She even noticed he added her own style to it. I didn't know you were designing my own hero costume to wear. When did you come up with this? Chana asks as she was flattered he was thinking of her. While pulling out his other supplies to work on her handwriting, Izuku kept his eyes averted from her own. Today. That's what I was doing when you woke up. Sorry, I just though it could give you some pointers. As for the portrait of you, I do that for every hero I have in my notebooks, he answered bashfully. Chana stared at Izuku a bit as she processed what she's been told and seen. Glancing back down on his drawing, Chana could tell he even poured his heart into this outfit for her. He really gave it a lot of thought. Chana didn't think she would need a hero costume, but seeing his own design really felt flattering. Wow, I don't know what to say, though I'm not even qualified as a hero yet, Chana says bashfully as she uses her free hand to rub her neck shyly. I still haven't shown any real superpowers after all. Well, you might not like this, but I think that might be part as to why Maruzina said about you maturing, Izuku speculated. It might be about your latent quirk. It's why I'm certain that when you find a way to release it, you'll be more than ready for him or whoever else did this to you. So while the circumstances aren't the best, I know that when that day comes, you'll need to look the part like everyone else, he smiled pleasantly. The circumstances don't matter. In the end, it's your power. Chana was surprised to hear what he said as her eyes landed back on him in confusion. What? But I don't recall ever doing anything super. Are you saying you noticed something about me that I didn't? Chana wondered if there was something she wasn't aware of, maybe starting to check herself over to see if she grew a mutated tail or something weird like she saw the students in school, looking nervous about the idea. He couldn't help but chuckle slightly at her quick check over of herself for any changes, so he clarified. I honestly have no idea what your quirk is, Chana. All I've been doing is speculating, but if I'm right about this then it does mean you have a quirk. A real one, and I don't believe it's your ability to read, write, and speak Japanese, though that alone was still pretty cool. Chana straightened up and blushed a bit embarrassingly when she noticed he was chuckling at her reaction, her eyes now turning back to him in more confusion. I feel I would have noticed something by now. Understanding your language is the only superpower I can think of. Chana tried to think back to anything that was strange about herself during training, but still nothing comes to mind. Let's just focus on improving your handwriting before we start theorizing into the night, Izuku offered, holding out a workbook from school. Chana sighs of the extra work idea, but she has to get somewhere if she's going to be staying here for the time being. Chana cooperates as she sits down beside him to get started. The writing here almost looks like scribbles to me. I swear this is so much more complicated compared to my language at home. She complains with a pencil now in her hand, wishing she could write her own language she's most familiar with. A lot of people who take Japanese as their second language struggle. It's complex since it combines several systems and different pronunciations can be really tricky to know how to write. Izuku tapped his pen to his book then to the blank page in front of Chana. But fortunately, you can read it, so it's more just muscle memory you need to overcome. You've made improvements in just 2 days, so I don't think it'll take you long at all if you keep at it. I sure hope you're right. I'm glad I at least kept up the best I could. She says, holding up her notes to check over her work. Most of the symbols all look the same to Chana. This is definitely a challenge for her. Japanese culture seems almost as hard as American culture. During her work, Chana shows Izuku any progress she made. Whenever she didn't make it neat enough, she sighs dramatically and starts over. Chana was frustrated but having a good time with Izuku despite the frustrating language. During all the lessons, Chana was starting to get droopy, yawning a few times as she was still tired from her rough morning. She didn't even realize her head drifted to lay onto Izuku's shoulder as she was checking the symbols over. While flicking through his own book, Izuku felt the weight on his shoulder as his heart stopped, craning his head like a rusty joint to see black hair pressed to his shoulder and cheek. Again, that nice scent flooded his nose, making his cheeks redden. He moved his hand to nudge her side but stopped, seeing that her eyes were half-lidded, giving her work a 1,000-yard stare. Finding the ability to move, he grabbed the sheet to set it down on the coffee table. "CC, come on, we should call it a night." He kept his voice quiet, trying to move her to sit upright. "Huh." Chana blinked her eyes a few times tiredly, not even looking up to see her friend's flustered reaction. Though she was pretty tired and didn't argue with the suggestion as she let out a yawn, using her hand to cover her mouth. "Yeah, I guess we have worked long enough," she mumbles out tiredly, wiping the sleep out of her eyes the best she could. "You all right, Izuku? You felt pretty warm," she surprisingly asked as her tired gaze now met back to his face. Why yep, and never better, ha ha ha," he squeaked, unable to move away as his body locked up. "Oh, okay," Chana tiredly replied with her eyes drooping still and yawning again. "I'm not even sure what time it is and yet I feel so drained." She leans back into her seat, already feeling like she might pass out in 2 or 3 seconds. "Thanks for taking the time to help me with the language. I hope I can remember some of it for school." She thanks him, at least able to perk up a little smile despite being tired. It's no problem, remember." Packing his things away with a content sigh at their work, Izuku stood up only to stare at Chana, who still looked pretty wiped out. "Are you okay? Your head's swaying slightly." "I'm not too sure. Honestly, I guess I've been trying to avoid falling into a deep sleep," she replied while rubbing her eye again. "Hey Izuku, this might come out pretty weird to ask, but can I ask you one more favor before you take off?" she suddenly asks as her tired eyes meet back up to his own to keep focused. "I get it." She's still worried her dreams might mean confronting Mairuzina again, not wanting to just leave without hearing her out. He smiled. "Sure, what is it?" With another tired yawn coming out, Chana asks her favor. "Do you think you could stay a bit longer while I go to sleep?" she shyly asks as she scratches her cheek awkwardly. "I'm honestly kinda afraid to go to sleep knowing I'm here all alone. Could you just stay until I'm fully asleep before you head home?" If that's not too much to ask, I mean." Chana tried to word it carefully, knowing how flustered Izuku gets, hoping she didn't sound creepy when asking. She at least trusted him enough to know he would never do anything to her. Her request was unlike anything he expected to hear. Staying a little longer wasn't an issue, but she wanted him to wait until she was asleep. Not that he'd ever consider doing anything to her, but it felt like he was moving beyond anything he understood. Izuku didn't know what to say. Well, it's Truthfully, he felt his anxiety threatening to swallow him whole. He clenched his fists to get a grip, seeing her eyes watch him with that same fearful reflection when they first met. She doesn't have anyone here. That one fact made him speak. "Okay, I'll do that." Chana was sure he would say no and possibly bolt out the door, but hearing him say yes actually perked her up, Feeling some relief, Izuku would watch over her a little as she smiled gratefully towards him. Really? Oh, thank you, Izuku. I really appreciate this a lot. It's not like she's asking him to sleep over after all. If she did, Chana was sure he would faint from the whole idea. Chana didn't want to make it more weird for him watching her from her bedroom, so instead she lays onto the couch, glancing back at her friend before going to sleep. Are you sure you're all right with this, Izuku? She double checks to make sure he wasn't too uncomfortable watching her sleep. I'll be honest, taking all my will to manage. He tried to make light of the fact his heart was seconds away from giving him a panic attack. Oh, once you're asleep I'll push the key under the doormat. So don't worry about me. Chana was concerned if this was too much for him, but she really felt safe whenever he's around. Chana nods her head in understanding, not wanting to keep him back any longer if it's going to be too weird for him. All right, thank you, was the final words she said before Chana began closing her eyes. Chana felt more relaxed feeling his presence in the room. She felt safe with him since the day he saved her from the thugs chasing her. Chana still was afraid of the possibility that she's being stalked. The idea of him popping in while she slept terrified her, but was grateful Izuku is staying with her for a little bit longer. First, she's thrown into another world, forced to adapt to a new lifestyle, a possible quirk, and a dangerous figure after her. Izuku rubbed his temples at all this information as she finally appeared to be falling asleep. Izuku really wished they didn't live so far from one another, but the fact she has a roof over her head is more than enough. He'd stay longer, but his mom would start to worry if he wasn't back soon. But for her sake, he sat there, watching her chest rise and fall as she relaxed into the sofa. Standing up, Izuku walked down the hall toward the closet next to the bathroom. After a few seconds of poking around, he came back to carefully drape a thin light blue blanket over her. She stirred slightly but didn't wake as she dipped her head against the pillow. It was honestly cute to see. Izuku prolonged his packing just until he was certain Chana was fast asleep, not wanting to startle her. Grabbing the key, he turned to her again with a small smile and gentle eyes. Good night, Chana. First thing tomorrow he'd come to check up on her before school. He only prayed she had a good dream this time. Chana might have smiled a little like she heard his voice while she was asleep. She looked a bit better when he was with her. As soon as he left, Chana mumbled out something softly in her sleep. Izuku. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.